to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life, simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kati. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kati dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat. Because together, anything is possible.
Victory! 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 Victory for nature! Together! 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 Possible!
Came up from nothing. If it's sun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches.
Don't listen to music, feel it. Born in sensibility. I rap, therefore I am.
Everyone can be a leader. I must win.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf. And this is Ome Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila V-Wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL mismo.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other? Lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang yan. Normal na kamustahan lang. And how was your day? Miami!
Oh no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizi?
Di siya naligo.
Wow!
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart ako.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate.
Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
I see lots of spray.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf, and this is All My Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila V-Wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL mismo.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other? Lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang, yan normal na kamustahan lang, yan how was your day? Maya!
Oh no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizy?
Di siya naliligo.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer, para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
It's the last game day of the week at siguradong inaabangan ng buong pamilya ang mga aksyon na magaganap ngayong linggo. Welcome to MPL-Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. MPL-Philippines would like to thank the following sponsors. Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits. Rise above and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo. Experience Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 with its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD Plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0. Victories and ranking up will be easy. Live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag It's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free now. Mas makamubang pa. Now, MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Friendly reminder mga lods, sa laro, pati na rin sa life, manalo or matalo, dapat gwapong-gwapo pa din para gwapo all day. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleanses 99.9% of germs, controls oil for up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All-in-one. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga gwapo and believe me, napapansin namin yan. And we'd also like to thank the other sponsors, Paymaya, Secret Lab, JNT Express, Havianas, Jansport, TikTok, and the World Wildlife Fund. MPL is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. Paalala lang mga lods, mga ka-ML, kailangan mag-ingat po tayo lahat dahil as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask, face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and most importantly, staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Ako po, si Mara Aquino ang makakasama nyo ngayong araw na to. It's Sunday Fun Day. At kasama ko rin ang dalawa sa pinaka-close sa puso ko. Nandito si Rockhart and Midnight. Grabe, ito na ang ating fourth day, patapos na ang ating game week.
Oo nga eh. Alam mo, ang sad kasi ang daming magagandang memories, especially with the games, no? Pero week 4 na, kalahati na lang yung makikita natin. Although syempre, maganda pa rin na-expect natin yung mga upcoming weeks. Pero parang ang lungkot, no? Lungkot isipin na kaya sa gitna na tayo ng regular season.
Yep, and the scores are starting to become more important kasi malapit na nga matapos ang tournament.
Grabe talaga. At alam nyo kung ano yung malapit na din? Etong Chose 515 Stun Skin. And this skin will officially launch in-game on April 27. So if you want to learn more about the skin and even get the same skateboard of Cho, alam ko nakikita ko ang ating mga ML players may skateboard na rin. Log in to MLBB now and get more information about the skin. Now, meron tayong mga magagandang nangyari kahapon. At kung hindi nyo napanood yon, don't worry! We got you with our highlights. Balikan natin ang ating first series kahapon, ang Work Auster Force versus Aura. Na 2-0 ng work ang Aura, earning them 3 points, knocking off Aura sa number 1 spot. Kaya ngayon, nasa pinakamataas na ang Work Auster. Sila muli ang bagong hari.
And I think pinapakita din nila yung same spirit that Onyx did when the time na nagiging, naging rivals sila with Aura din. And again, beautiful rookie performance so far all throughout the rest of the 4 weeks that we've had. So I'm very excited to see more of Work actually.
Yeah, definitely the rookie experience, no? Pero with their gameplay, parang hindi natin nakikita na mga bata to mga to. Especially with Chu and Unravel on this lineup. Nakita natin nung game 1, no, ginamit ni Chu yung kanyang signature Claude na it went undefeated on the qualifiers. Natalo na siya isang beses pero still, nandito pa rin yung experience at resilience ni Claude on Work Auster Force. Ito yung final moment actually, no? Dito natin nakita kung gaano ka-dominant si Chu on the Claude. Na-highlight natin to kahapon. There's an ongoing clash for Work Auster Force. Pero ang ginawa ni Chu, instead of immediately going to this clash, sabi niya, harangan ko muna tang Uranus. Even committing the Blazing Duet para lang mapababa yung HP ni Kilowatt kasi ang ginagawa ng work dito is ina-isolate talaga nila eh. And ito yung playstyle ng Work Auster Force since qualifiers. They're really good at isolating the clashes.
Yeah, and give Chu teammates that can really tear it up, that can keep up with him. Yeah. Kayang-kayang gumawa ng mga plays na yan and give him a hero with big AoE and he has just so much potential.
Yeah, and si Unravel actually, ito yung parang pillar ng Work Auster Force. All games that they play, there's this consistent tank na laging problem ng kalaban nila. No? Actually, nung game 2, nakita natin na hindi makakuha ng box yung Aura-PH.
Yep, and again, game 2, this is the very exciting part actually, and where we will see that it started to look really close in the beginning, Pero in the end, man, I can really tell that work was starting to get into gear. Parang ano lang eh, parang diesel engine lang na dahan-dahang nag-pump up eh.
Yeah, ito yung game na talagang hindi nila hinayaan na makalaro yung Aura PH. Even though yung yung momentum nasa side nila, the thing is there's this box of work Auster Force na napakahirap i-invade kasi literal pag nakita ni Unravel and dito mo makikita yung consistency ng player. Pag nakita ni Unravel na pumasok dun sa area nila, no hesitation whatsoever. Look at this team fight, no? Lagi siya nasa harap. Kung sino man yung nasa harap niya, tatapon niya sa mga kampi niya. And this was Aura dominating against Work Auster Force. Pero again, there's this idea na kayang-kaya pa rin kasi lumaban ng Work Auster Force as long as they don't give any space or any room for Aura PH to invade or dominate their space. And dito natin makikita again yung decision making ni Unravel. Literal na walang hesitation with this play.
Not just that, yung follow-up, yun yung wala ding hesitation. Yung follow-up ni Chu, Lancelot pa yan, mahirap yun. Hindi natin nakita yung highlight reel eh, si Trey Martizzi. Yung bait niya with the TP. Sayang yun, pero that was also one of the key points where nagamit nung work yung pagiging Meow Blood sila, nagigil yung kalaban.
That was a 16-10 victory para sa Work Auster Force at 30% dun sa kills nang galing sa Claude ni Chu with a KDA of 508. Balikan natin kung bakit nga ba siya naging MVP sa ating Game 1.
Alam mo, si Chu kasi, ito yung mga players na mechanically wala kang problem. Decision making, wala ka ring problem. It's just that you have to set up a good game for him. And nung Game 1, it was a good Claude game. And kitang-kita natin na again, Work Auster Force, ini-split yung mapa, and Chu is able to maximize all space. And alam mo yun, nag-perform lang siya. Kapag nakita niya yung timing na, okay, go time na para lumaban, lagi siyang nandun. Yung presence of mind nitong batang to, sobrang consistent.
Yeah, I've actually seen that since Season 6 pa lang. Nung nasa team siya where they were losing, he was the one who was still carrying. Kaya right now, surrounded by teammates that can keep up with him, this is the prime time for Chu to really show up.
Para naman sa ating Game 2, nanalo ang Work Auster Force 15-12 at nandoon yung 9 assists para dun sa jawhead ni Unravel.
Yes, definitely you have to give Game 2 to Unravel. Again, Aura PH, they were leading by a huge margin. Pero si Unravel, sabi niya, anong gold lead? Basta makita ko sa harap ko, tatapon ko pabalik.
And again, ito yung mga, ang daming post 4, post 5, the 0 kills. Pero MVP, yesterday, madaming ganun papanood natin yan later pa. Pero again, Unravel is also a prime example of leadership without needing the KDA.
Sa ating pangalawang serye kahapon, nagtapat ng NXP at LPE. Magandang ipinakita ng LPE nung ating Game 1. Pero na-reverse sweep sila ng NXP para makuha ang second straight victory. Balikan natin ang ating highlights.
Honestly, LPE, they have this good understanding on how to play Benedetta. They utilize the hero to invade earlier on. NXP, wala silang nagawa to address that. Even if they have a Granger, yung momentum kasi nawala, and yung presence ni Kaja plus ni Harley, it does really limit yung space na makukuha ng NXP. Pero again, it goes back, we can go back to how Ryota played the Benedetta. I think it's one of the best Benedetta, it's one of the best Benedetta lineups that you could see in the regular season. Yung Game 1 parang parang trabaho lang for LPE, hindi nila pinahinga yung NXP kaso nagbago ng Game 2 eh.
Speaking of Benedetta, yung mga top Benedetta player of the league, one of the, diba? Si Renny G. Biglang parang hero to the rescue eh, diba? And the Game 2, it was a completely different story. Nagbago yung tempo ng NXP and parang na-empower si Yawi.
Alam mo, sabi nga ni Doggy sa video niya na baka hindi nila palaruin si Rene J. Pero gusto niya rin palaruin kasi iba yung gigil eh. Alam mo yung hindi nakapaglaro, tapos may pinagdadaanan. Alam mo yung puso ng player, ito yung masasabi mo na walang sad boy. Trabaho lang. Literal na gusto kong maglaro, dudurukin ko LPE.
At nakita natin yun dahil nag-iba ang anyo ng NXP pagdating sa Game 2 nung bumalik sa Rene J, talagang comeback.
Yes, and honestly, that was the best performance of Rene J for his entire career. Hindi sa ina-undermine natin yung mga previous achievements niya, pero dito mo makikita na tier S player si Rene J. For the longest time, maraming doubts on the guy. Nung pumasok yung regular season, nakita natin yung 1-1 niya, yung Benedetta niya, even the show. Actually, nakita din natin yun ng Game 3. Dito mo makikita na yung growth potential ng NXP, malaki pa talaga eh. Marami pa silang pwedeng galawan for improvement.
Exactly. And again, pinakita ni Rene J na hindi porket Di porket load ka, kailangan mo yung retry. Kahit wala kang retry, okay lang.
Oo.
Diba? So,
Actually, pati si Bimo eh.
Pati-
diba?
pati si
Bimo
Bimo.
sabi niya, anong retry flame shot? Diba? Grok ako. Nanakaw ko kay Turtle tsaka Lord.
No need to retry. Talagang pinuntahan nila yun kahapon.
Yep.
Yes,
Alam mo, sabi ng ano dito, hindi natin kailangan ng mga basic things. Pwede tayo mag-advance, di ba?
Advance lang. Hindi
Advance
kailangan
lang.
basic, advance dapat.
Yeah,
and
and
again,
actually-
they did show that they had the later part of game 2. Advanced talaga yung gameplay nila.
Yes. Actually, pati yung game 3. And I love to highlight how they played game 3. They were in the face of a Digi strat, no? And even though nakaharap na nila to against Cignal Ultra, the thing is, they adjusted their gameplay, no? Even, again, nanalo sila against Cignal Ultra, pero it wasn't the best play style that you want against a Digi. Dito makikita natin na yung cohesion ng NXP, no? Ibang level. Parang, kung irarangko mo lahat ng mga teams na may synergy with their jungle and how they play around the map, NXP is definitely at least top 4. Yung movements ni H2O and Yawi talagang synchronized. And it's good against Digi kasi kapag nag-group up kayo, kapag nagko-collapse yung kalaban mo, essentially nawawalan ng purpose yung Digi strat kasi napakabilis ng patayin ni Bibo nung game 3.
Yup, yung uptime nila, it's always there. And hindi nag-utilize yung pag-isolate ng Digi sana.
Yeah.
And I've been keeping track, yung teams that are able to beat the Digi strat, iilan pa lang to? Pangatlo, pangalawa pa lang yata to.
Yeah.
So, we will have to watch out furthermore kung bababa pa ba ang win rate ng Digi strat coming into this day.
Nanalo man ng NXP kahapon, pinahirapan pa rin sila ng LPE nung ating game number 1 with a 19-6 victory. At ang MVP natin dyan, Ryota with his Benedetta with a KDA of 735.
Ito yung prime strategy talaga ng LPE. Whenever they get their hands on Benedetta, it feels like it's always annoying. Alam mong may gagawin sila sa early game, alam mong may nakahandang rotation yung LPE. But the fact of the matter is, the player alone is a very good Benedetta player. I think ang pwede lang kumontes dito sa kanya is si Edward. Pero the thing is, nakita natin yung LPE, they know how to utilize the Benedetta in such a manner na ibang play style compared sa other teams. Kasi usually nakikita natin yung Benedetta overfarm, nagkakat ng waves. Si Ryota hindi. He likes team fighting.
He's consistent. He's consistent in joining the team fights, get that assist gold, kahit di siya makakill, and make sure to utilize lagi yung Alecto Final Blow to create the zone and allow LPE to really fight.
Ibang storya naman ang naganap para sa ating Game 2 nung bumalik si Rani J. Binaliktad naman ito ng NXP with a 17-8 win. At ang MVP natin dyan, si Yawi with his Akai and 14 assists.
Yeah. 0 kills, mind you.
Ito yung sabi ko eh. Ito yun eh.
Hindi mo kailangan ng kills. Mind you, it was a game na luging-lugi yung NXP sa early game. And time and time again kasi sinasabi ko na si Yawi, clutch gamer to eh. Ito yung tao na pag nakakita ng play, kahit yung kailangan niyang gawin is TikTokin niya. 100% execution flawless. And dito mo makikita yung consistency ni Yawi. Consistent siya, hindi sa consistent gameplay, pero consistent yung mga clutch plays.
In finding opportunities, yung paghanap mo ng mga maliliit na moments na kailangan mong umaksyon. Nangyari yun. Especially after yung failed Lord attempt nila na nakuha ng LPE yun.
Para naman sa ating Game 3, Yawi muli ang naging MVP doon this time with his Jawhead, and that was 6 kills, 17 assists, kaya naging dominante ang NXP doon, winning with a kill score of 38-5. Grabe, no?
Alam mo, feeling ko, sabi ng kape niya, 0 kills. O yan, 6 kills tuloy, 0 dead, 17 assists. Diba? Sabi niya, guys, binuwat ko kayo. Sakit ng balikat, sabi ni Yamin, gano'n.
Basically, 23 KD yun. 6 kills plus 17 assists, 23 KD no deaths, meaning na talagang ibigay mo yung Jawhead kay Yawi.
Yes.
Milagro mangyari.
Ito yung nakakatakot eh. If once you give Yawi his comfort heroes, he'll definitely show up. 100% no doubt. Malakas, parang lumalakas bigla lahat ng players ng NXP.
Para naman sa pangatlong serye kahapon, nagtapat ang Onyx kontra sa Bren. Bren was getting the rhythm pero hininto sila ng Onyx PH kahapon. Yung game 1 natin, it was more of a close game pero pagdating nung ating game 2, talagang nag-dominate na ang Onyx PH. Balikan natin ang highlights sa araw na yon.
Yeah, Onyx PH, they were very consistent with how they take objectives, and actually this is a very big improvement since week number 1. Kasi nakita natin nung first 2 weeks nila, parang ang gusto nila is team fights lang. Ngayon, they learned to establish around objectives, they learned how to punish mistakes, And the thing is, nakuha nila yung early momentum based lineup na gusto nila nung game number 1. Pero napigilan sila actually ni Few. Like alone by just the sheer presence ng ni Selena, napigilan nila yung momentum ng Onyx.
And that's always been what Bren has been known for.
Yeah.
Strong Selena picks. Tsaka syempre yung flexibility ni Carl TZ, pick up a Harley, kaya niya mag-dominate in the early game. But like Midnight said, early game yun.
Yeah.
Nag-iba yung kwento nung dumating tayo sa later parts of the game.
Tsaka ang napansin ko sa Bren, they don't like picking endgame heroes na. Like for example, Rebo, 'di ba dati naglalaro siya ng mga Brody, the Claude, nag-marksman basically yung Bren Esports. Again, parang nagre-rely sila on team fight lineups na wala masyadong pang endgame. Basically, ang kailangan ng Bren is to get an early lead. Tapos get a clean team fight wipe before you finally take the main objective. And the thing is, sobrang punishable kasi this meta. Kasi yung game natin nagiging centered around objectives na, and team fighting lineups are more prominent.
Kasi nagiging mas important yung decision making sa late game. Again, because of these long death timers. Yun yung nagiging problema eh. Kaya I think Bren was thinking, capitalize natin early game. Kills agad tayo ng kills. Kaya Granger, Harley, yung mga pinrick nila for Carl TZ. But then, the team fight coming over to Onyx is just so powerful. Especially nung later parts. Ito. Dito, I think dito banda nag-start yun eh. Nung nag-ramp up na yung Bruno ni Hate.
Yeah, honestly, I would love to commend Dilar and Iakno. Marami nagsabi no na underrated si Iakno. I actually don't get where that statement comes from. Kasi for the longest time si Iakno ang child prodigy ng Onyx-PH. Ngayon lang na-highlight si Dilar at si Kyrie kasi they're stepping up. They're showing na hindi lang isang player yung super consistent sa atin. Even Dilar, 'di ba? Buying defensive items, full defensive items mind you, on a thumb. Sabi niya, Jay, itabi mo, ako na magtatank.
And I think, like I said, yun yung scoreline ni Dilar habang naglalaban.
0-3.
Yun eh. 0, pero sila lumalamang pa rin.
Oo, tsaka nakausap ko to si Dilar. Sabi niya, ang playstyle ko kasi, dati, gusto ko highlight maker ako.
Bida.
Pero kasi, may veteran experience na siya eh. Sabi niya, para manalo kasi yung kampi ko, kailangan punan ko kung ano yung nawawala. And kaya minsan nakikita natin si Dilar, nag-a-adjust maging tank. Kasi wala silang tank. They love picking Angelas, Popol and Kupas. Hindi na nga natin nakikita nag-chuchaw si Jay. So yun yung adjustment na nakikita natin for Onyx-PH. And speaking about adjustment, this game too is the perfect example. Picking up a Haret, then last pick Barats. Sabi nila, adjust natin yung Haret, gawin nating support. And we're known to play it eh. Nagsusupport Haret talaga sila. And nabigla yung Bren. They picked up YSS knowing na, sige, baka gold lead tong Haret. Pero hindi. Pinikan pa sila ng Barats na Onyx-PH.
El Clasico din naman sa sa Bren Esports with Carl TZ, di ba? Itong YSS. So, it looked like a sound plan. Pero again, the team fight, we keep going back. Pagbabalik natin dito sa team fight nila, it is just better. And yung aim ni Hate, in fairness dependent din yun sa kung gaano kaganda tumutok si Hate sa Granger niya. And it worked.
Sa totoo lang, itong Onyx-PH, meron tayong magandang i-highlight dito na hindi masyado napapansin eh. The drafter of Onyx-PH. Sobrang, again, hindi outdrafted yung Bren. I'll call it outclassed. Kasi who would have thought na magsusupport Haret ang Onyx-PH? Kasi may chance sana na kaya nilang labanan yung gold lane Haret. Even though it's a direct counter against the YSS kasi mobility sa clash.
Mabilis eh.
The thing is, Haret and Popol and Kupa sa mid lane, nobody can touch that kasi nakita nila yung first 4 heroes ng Bren Esports. So masterful drafting from Coach Rio.
Para sa ating game number 1, nakuha ng Onyx-PH ang 16-12 victory at nangibabaw nga ang Thames ni Dilar with 4 kills and 11 assists.
Yeah. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, yung ginagawa ni Dilar, yung Vengeance Stamps tapos full defensive item, I think it's starting to be a monumental playstyle. Kasi nakikita, 'di ba, matagal na natin nakikita na yung mga side lane off lanes nagiging semi-tank, 'di ba? Baksha, the X-Borgs. Si Dilar yung ini-embody niya rito na
full talaga.
Kahit Tamus, kahit si Tamus previously known as main damage dealer, pwede maging tank. As long as pinufulfill mo yung trabaho mo sa game, you're allowing more plays for your teammates. It sets up for a success story sa Onyx-PH.
Napagana niya yun, especially against a Harley. Talagang if you activate the Vengeance, hindi talaga yun mababurst.
Yeah.
Diba? With the Contract Inferno, wala yung damage and nagawa niya yung trabaho niya in session.
Naging dominante naman sa Game 2 ang Onyx-PH at nakakuha sila ng 17-3 score para doon. At nakatulong talaga itong Esmeralda ni Iaknu with 5 kills and 7 assists.
Si Iaknu yung para sa akin yung pinaka-aggressive sustained gold laner player sa liga. Kasi most of the times, if you think about Esmeraldas, Alice, they love staying lanes.
Passive.
Di ba? They love staying lanes. Tapos ang mga chance lang na magro-rotate sila is kapag malayo yung turtle or yung objectives ng
or kung mataba-taba na.
O mataba-taba na, di ba? Kunwari na feed ng 1 kill. Si Iyak hindi. Sabi niya, "Oy, guys, sama ako. Pasama na rin. Gusto ko rin ng kills, di ba? Di ako pwede pa huli sa KDA."
And I think because of that, it is also one of the tools ng Onyx na medyo under the radar lagi, di ba? Pero effective. Kasi lagi siyang may nagagawa in terms of team fight. Again, cohesiveness ng Onyx, hindi mo talaga makakaila.
At dahil nga sa mga naganap kahapon, meron tayong mga koponan na nasa bottom umakyat at meron din tayong mga nasa taas na bumaba. Silipin natin ang ating current team standings. Take a look at this. Etong Work Auster Force, dati nasa number 2 spot sila. Now they are at number 1. Dahil tinalo nila ang Aura-PH, gaining 3 points sa 2-0 na ginawa. Now they're at 16 points. Aura, second place with 14 points, followed by Onyx at third, Bren at fourth, and Cignal. Kailangan pa rin makakuha ng panalo itong Cignal. Now for Group B, Blacklist International sitting comfortably at number 1, pero baka tumaas pa sila kung mananalo sila sa laro mamaya. Omega climbed up now at the number 2 spot, NXP at number 3, Exe at number 4, and finally LPE at number 5 with 5 points. Talagang nag-iiba ang status at standings ng ating mga koponan. Every game counts, lalo na pag meron silang na-sweep. That's an automatic 3 points.
Kaya sobrang saya din nitong Esports Sunday natin ngayon. Kasi right off the bat, yung mga bagong gising, yung mga gumising ng maaga para makita ang Blacklist laban sa Cignal. Again, it is one of the days where cross bracket tayo today.
Cross bracket, yeah.
Important for Cignal to make a miracle happen dito.
Actually, kaya gusto ko yung Sunday. Ito yung mga matches na yung pag nanalo ka, wala nang bawi yung kalaban mo. Literal na, see you playoffs. Di ba? Kita-kits tayo sa playoffs pero wala talo ka ngayon.
Nabanggit nga ni Rockhart na magtatapat itong Blacklist International at Cignal. Silipin natin ang full schedule for today. Right at 3 p.m., Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist International. Susunod dyan ang Bren kontra LPE. And finally, last game of the week, Work Auster Force versus Omega. Ako talagang gusto kong makita kung makakabawi nga ba ang Cignal at makakakuha ng upset. Para sa second game, ano ba dapat abangan doon?
I think this is actually both sides na gusto nilang makarecover. Kasi LPE, they're in a bad spot right now. Baka sila yung kasi may chance na malaglag. And Bren Esports, again, they're still trying to find their momentum, their strive, no. For me personally, si Flap pa lang yung nakaka-recover talaga. So again, both teams, they as much as possible they'd want to recover. Pero ang problem is, isa lang makaka-recover today.
And yung third matchup natin, ito yung super important din. Because Work Auster Force, na-testing na sila sa iba I think against Omega, pag kakuha sila ng victory dito, nasemento na nila na hindi na kami pwedeng tawagin rookie. Solid na kami. So Omega, also on the rise, we'll have to wait and see.
And sisilipin natin kung sino nga ba ang makakakuha ng victory para sa Mythical Raffle Draw mamaya. May chance pa rin kayong manalo. So scan this code right over here para sa Mythical Raffle Draw. Sobrang dali lang ng ating quiz. At good luck sa inyong lahat. Galingan nyo para manalo kayo ng mga in-game prizes. Meron din tayong live watching rewards. A new QR code will be shown on your screen. Just right over here. Just by watching, pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. Pag nakuha nyo, pag kayo ang first 30,000 kada game day, pwede kayong mananalo ng treasure chest. So, kung nanalo man kayo ng Thursday, pwede pa rin kayong manalo ng Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Ito po ang pa-thank you namin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood. And up next, magtatapat ang Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist International. Is this gonna be an upset para sa Blacklist? Or talagang makakasungkit ba ang Cignal Ultra for today? Hihimayin natin yan sa ating pre-game show sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 7.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf. And this is All My Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila D-wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL-PH.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang, yan normal na kamustahan lang, yan how was your day? Miami!
Oh, no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizy? Welcome to the pre-game show kung saan pag-uusapan at hihimayin natin ang susunod na laban. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the GigaLife app and choose free games. Etong dalawang kuponan natin na magtatapat ngayon, Rockheart and Midnight. Sobrang interesting because we have somebody na nasa top ng ating standings, Blacklist International. Haharapin nila ang isang kuponan na hindi pa nananalo, etong Cignal Ultra. Do you think that Cignal Ultra will be ultra smart today at magkakaroon tayo ng surprise para magulat ang Blacklist?
Honestly, ang tawag ko nga dito sa affair na to, it's the David versus Goliath. Even though lagi natin ginagamit yung term na yun, I think this is the best fit na yung para describe yung match. Pero Cignal Ultra, kaya sila yung nilagay ko rito kasi sila yung may chance against Blacklist International. Kasi maraming magsabi na mahina Cignal ngayon, pero if you watch all their games, even though they lose, they have this composure na parang, uy, kaya manalo ng Cignal
Yes.
Diba? And against Blacklist International, definitely you cannot say na sure win to for Blacklist. Kasi may mga times din na nagme-mellow down yung laro ng Blacklist.
Yeah, they have their days where mas 0-2 sila. Pero habang tumatagal yung season, napapansin mo, mas nagiging mahirap na i-0-2 sila. Tapos nakakuha pa sila ng panalo.
Yes.
So despite the 0 series win, have a lot of faith in Cignal still.
Etong kuponan na to has been showing resiliency and they still have hope to make it to the playoffs. Ito ang Cignal Ultra. Sa lahat ng mga kupunan na naglalaban ngayon, ang Cignal Ultra pa lang the only team that hasn't gotten a victory in terms of yung serye natin. Yes, nakakuha na sila ng mga games, but they haven't closed off the series. Pero pag tinignan nyo talaga yung kanilang mga laban, there were moments talagang sobrang close na. They have great drafting, good execution, pero pagdating sa endgame, hindi sila nagiging Avengers.
Again, yun ba yung nagiging problem nila? I like what you did there. Yung nagiging problem, that's what we'll see. Yung closing out the games. Kasi you start off great. Yung draft, wala namang nagsasabing na outdraft yung Cignal. Di ba?
Yeah, wala. Actually, walang time na sobrang na-outdraft ang Cignal Ultra. It's just that siguro di pa nila kayang kalabanin si Thanos.
On the way pa lang. Nag-iipon pa ng bato.
Pero gusto ko lang i-set up actually yung Cignal Ultra. It has been really hard for them kasi if you look at the players, it's not really their meta. Number one, ang pinaka-nasaktan dito si Imba DJ. Talagang yung hero pool niya na wither down with how the meta has changed. And I think it's a factor, it's a big factor why Cignal Ultra is still adjusting to the big stage kasi nga hindi nga nila meta to.
Sino nga ba ang nag-adjust para sa laro ngayong araw na to? Tingnan natin ang lineup ng Cignal Ultra, Rhea, Ben Sanity, Kekadot, Janice, and Aquaboy.
And again, I have to pin it down dun sa point ni Midnight where hindi ka pwedeng basta-basta mag-Valier ngayon. Hindi ka pwede basta-basta mag-Loyi. May setup na kailangan. And yung mga time na ganun, nababasa na ng kalaban yung plano mo. So halfway through the draft, minsan, okay, pick lang natin tong mga jawhead, mga ganun, madali nang sagutin. Naging problem yun.
Cignal Ultra has a tough game ahead dahil kakalabanin nila ngayon ang undefeated team, unblemished record. Blacklist agents, here are your Blacklist International. Blacklist, sobrang lakas ngayon sa ating Season 7. And beginning of the season, wala naman talaga nag-predict na sila yung magiging number 1. Ginulat nila ang ML community. Ito ang tanong, paano nga ba masosorpresa at mababaliktad ang isang koponan na mataas ang kumpiyansa, maganda ang pakikisama sa isa't isa, and undefeated?
Feeling ko dapat IT expert na sila. No? I-hack na lang nila yung Blacklist International. Patayin yung internet.
I-hack nyo na legit, no? Kasi yun na lang nagiging nagmumukhang paraan eh. Almost every week, may bago silang dinadala, may improvements na nangyayari to this team. Ang hirap hanapan ng butas, Blacklist.
Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang mga bida ngayon para sa Blacklist International. Ito ang kanilang lineup for today. Eson, Edward, Oheb, Oh My Venus, and Wise.
Sobrang hirap actually maglagay ng spotlight sa Blacklist International. Feeling ko kailangan mo yung araw talaga para ma-shine sila lahat. Kasi everybody has stepped up. We saw Essen stepped up, we saw Y stepped up, we saw Venus stepped up. Sino na lang ba hindi, diba? Si Oheb nag-step up na rin, si Edward nag-step up na rin. And the thing is, kahit si Boncha nag-i-step up, they're breaking the meta. They were the first ones to break the meta, no? Yung nilalaro nila, actually nakarating na nga ng ibang bansa. Na to the point na yung Indonesia, nilalaro nila yung laro ng Blacklist. So, yung mga nagsabi na kuha tayo ng meta sa Indonesia, baliktad na ngayon, guys. Si Indonesia kumukuha ng meta kay Pilipinas, and Blacklist Internationals, they were the first one to pioneer the meta right now.
Who is going to step up more between the two teams? And this head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94 and get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Ang game story natin ngayon, staying perfect or breaking through dahil unblemished record nga, undefeated. Itong Blacklist International, they've shown great discipline all throughout the season. At kakalabanan nila ang isang koponan that really needs to get a win para mawala sila dun sa critical red zone natin at may pag-asa pa sana makapasok sa playoffs.
You know, Cignal Ultra, again, we've talked about how they have a chance. They still have a chance against Blacklist International. Kaya naman mambigla kasi ng Cignal Ultra talaga. Ito yung typical na ina-expect ng tao na hindi naman mananalo, then suddenly biglang makikita natin Cignal Ultra is just leading by a huge margin. I think with Blacklist International, you'd really have to look at the draft of Cignal Ultra. Kasi with Cignal Ultra, they always draft for themselves. Now you have to adjust because you're against a team na nagda-draft based on themselves din. At Blacklist International, wala silang pake kung ano ipipick mo. As long as they get their comfort heroes, they're gonna do their game.
At the same time, yun yung possible na pwede nilang targetin, no? Kasi may kanya-kanyang comfort hero talaga yung Blacklist at halatang-halata na yun. They can do something crazy on the draft. Talagang literally just pick a role to ban out if you really want to cripple Blacklist para matesting man lang. You have a lot of things that you can try. It's almost the end of the season. Go for it, whatever it is.
maganda din tignan and to put side by side ang statistics ng dalawang koponan. Narito ang mga numero para sa Cignal Ultra and Blacklist International.
Ito actually favorite kong part to eh. Yung KDA ng Blacklist International. The reason why they have a high KDA is this is the team that always groups up. So pag nagkaroon ng kill, lahat sila may assist. So nakakataas ng KDA yan. And it speaks for the playstyle of Blacklist International. They love grouping up. So, if you imagine that, if you're Cignal Ultra, one way to counter that is to draft heroes like Louis, Rafaela, but the thing is, Blacklist International, they're well prepared with this eh. So, again, dun mo makikita na parang may playstyle talaga na nilalaro yung Blacklist International, and you have to strike that. For Cignal Ultra, again, it calls for adjustments sa draft, even sa playstyle ng players. So, yun yung mga pwedeng tignan na Cignal Ultra.
Meron tayong mga playstyle na talagang tututukan sa ating mga manlalaro, and who will be head and shoulders above this competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, Max mabango pa. Para sa Cignal Ultra, ang team key players Rhea, Janice, and Aquaboy.
There you go. Again, Janus, medyo nagiging predictable when it comes to the jungle. Pero there's a reason eh. Kasi last year when he gets the heroes that he wants. So, I think we also have to think about whether or not mababack-upan siya nila Rhea and then Aquaboy, because again, Janus playing well on the jungle doesn't mean the rest of the team can win. Everyone has to step up.
At lahat naman talaga sa Blacklist International, they're all stepping up. Pero meron tayong team key players, tatlo dito. Edward, Aston, and Oh My Venus.
Yeah, I have to agree. Especially Edward and Esson. Si Ome Venus parang pwede mo na isang tabi yung problema mo kay Venus eh. Kasi alam mo na siya yung pillar ng sustain meta at ng poke meta ng Blacklist International. With Edward and Esson, they're specifically good at these heroes, like yung Benedetta, the Paquitos, the Francos. So yun yung kailangan mo targetin for Cignal Ultra. Kasi if you remove that, then you're in an even playing field against Blacklist International.
Meron tayong mga manlalaro na i-highlight ngayon, and these feature players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sekreto ng mga guwapo. Janice and Wise para sa ating player comparison.
Nakakagwapo talaga pag mataas KD.
Oo. Alam mo, sa totoo lang, naiinita ko sa mukha ni Wise.
7.86 to 2.04. Wow!
That's impressive, not to mention the skill participation. And again, 70% because the rest of the team is always just there.
Yeah.
They won't fight pag kulang, and gustong-gusto nila yon. Pag nag-team fight yan, in sync, and they just keep getting better every week.
Sana all laging may kasama. Silipin natin ngayon ang ating laning prediction. Ito na ang mapa.
Alam mo, Blacklist International lane prediction natin dito, feeling ko dapat 4 yung nasa mid eh. Para silang para silang boy band na pag nakakita sila ng yung nagre-release ng album lagi. Nasa harap sila lagi ng objectives. Yan yung this is the thing with Blacklist International. They love rotating on out of their lanes, no? Kahit si Edward, sabihin natin nasa top lane siya. After niya mag-level 2, minsan makikita mo sa purple buff yan. So literal na yung Blacklist, walang lanes sa kanila.
Simulan na natin ang unang serye sa araw na to. Will Cignal be ultra smart or will Blacklist remain undefeated? Eto na, Shoutcasters! Pasok!
The undefeated titans of Season 7 Blacklist International up against the Ravenous Warriors Cignal Ultra on a best-of-3 series. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by the Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart free games for all, and let's see if they will continue their winning streak or will it be Cignal Ultra, the named kryptonite of this season. We are your casters. My name is TDZ. Along with me is Wami, and as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Wami, how are you feeling today, man? This is a very good series for us to cast.
For the first match, we have Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist, the undefeated versus the winless team in the regular season of MPL Season 7. And it's going to be a very spicy matchup considering that Cignal Ultra, they're desperate for their first match win. But it's really hard to approach that when you're up against Blacklist International that's currently standing on an undefeated record. Now, what's good for Cignal Ultra is if they're able to secure this match against Blacklist, it's going to be a big statement for everybody else in the MPL right now that they're still in this season, that they're still a great team, that they could still fight their way into the playoffs, because right now, as of this moment, Cignal Ultra is in the most dangerous spot of not finding their way into the playoffs. But this is a best of 3 series. Who would you think will get the edge in Game 1, considering Cignal Ultra Warriors it's not doing so well for the past few games?
That's a very good question, Uwomi. But I feel like, well, we all knew that Blacklist International is currently on a streak right now. But I believe that there's a lot of opportunities where you're at the bottom, the only way is up.
True.
And I think this is the best statement. If Cignal Ultra can pull this one off, for sure, everybody is in shock right now. Everybody cannot believe what they see. But then again, it's all about the performance, and it's all about the coaches' drafts. So, Womi, what do you think? Do you think that it's just the draft that they need to fix, or it's all about the execution, or about the roles exactly?
Well, looking at the game for Blacklist International in Cignal Ultra Warriors, it's more about all three, actually, because a lot of questions and a lot of strategies have already been asked against Blacklist International. When you look at Blacklist International, at first everyone thought, oh, let's ban out all my Venus heroes. Maybe we could hack a Venus and then win the game, but obviously that didn't work out. A lot of teams tried to ban out Esson and Edward for the next few weeks. Still, it didn't work out. It did work out for the few first moments, but then you realize that it's not about banning the heroes of Blacklist. It's about matching their rotations and matching the way they communicate. But it's so hard because you can't do that on a regular basis. Now, for Cignal Ultra Warriors, that has been experiencing a lot of trouble in just keeping up the communication. They need to win this in order to just show everybody that they fixed their problems.
Let's see, and who will make the smart choices here in our draft. Again, thanks for smart, free games for all. And let's see who will take this first series. Ladies and gentlemen, this first game of our day.
Your team
Cignal Ultra Warriors, Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist International. Ladies and gentlemen, who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next. Brought to you by Smart. Free to game grade with Smart free games for all. Womi, looking at the drafts here. Cignal Ultra removing the Diggy. They don't want to see the Figgy strat, the Figgy strat, and also Hayabusa, and I think that's the
very
most
standard
comfortable.
bans. And for Blacklist International, it's the same thing. Banning out the Jawhead, banning out the Selena. These are very, let's just say, very annoying heroes to deal with, especially if there are skilled Selena players out there. Oh wait. I just have to say, I like the chairs coming in from Blacklist. Same chairs we're sitting on right now. Pretty comfortable. But going back to the game, first rotation of bans, we saw a lot of support. No, actually not a lot. 3 support bans. A Diggy ban, a Selena, and a Jawhead. Also Claude and a Harith out there. I like this. The Benedetta priority pick coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors. Yesterday, we saw a lot of great Benedetta picks that came in the first rotation. It is a very safe pick, a very effective one as well, even after the nerfs. You actually don't feel the nerf. It's more of a nerf centered on the cooldown of Electo Final Blow, but
that's it.
That's it. Most of the time, Cignal Ultra or a lot of teams that utilize this Benedetta, they always know how to use it and time it properly, that you don't even feel the nerf anymore. But let's see on how Blacklist International will respond to this priority pick Benedetta.
They can secure their side lanes first for Blacklist International. Uranus, the Cho is available. Paquito is also available here for Blacklist International. But let's see. Which heroes will they pick? Oh, one of your favorite heroes, Womi.
Well,
Alice is already on side of Blacklist International.
Alice really one of those side laners that give a lot of pressure after, post level 4, but pre-level 4, mostly just a sitting duck. A lot of the teams that know how to play aggressively go for the Alice and try to choke him out. We've seen it in a lot of games against Execration and against Aura, against Work Auster Force. Kosei is one of those players that actually go for the Alice a lot of times. So a lot of teams go to try and choke Kosei out, but none of that mattered yesterday since they got the sweep. But going back to this game, we're seeing a Farsen and E, very reminiscent of the Smart Omega lineup 2 days ago.
Exactly. The box of the real world manipulation plus the feathered airstrike Blacklist International needs to be aware of their positioning, because once you're inside the real world manipulation, it's really difficult to get out. That 0.5 immobilized seconds once you touch the edge of that skill or of the
Your team is
chessboard
banning.
rather. It will be, most of the time, it will give an opening for Farsa to use his ultimate.
feathered airstrike.
Yeah, feathered airstrike.
Not just that, though, a lot of zone control as well, paired with the Vendetta. It looks like Blacklist International will finish off their draft in the first rotation of picks with the Mathilda. Mathilda, Alice, and Granger, those are two heroes immediately strong in the early game, but the Alice won't really spike up until post level 4. Let's see, Blacklist International, they're gonna ban out, oh no, we're actually on the Cignal Ultra ban. Wait, it's Blacklist International banning right now. Let's see on what they would ban. I think Cignal Ultra hasn't drafted their core yet. I'm expecting an assassin or a marksman out of this game. Let's see if they're
Your
gonna add
team
more
is
to the marksman, but they go for the Lancelot instead.
Well, I agree. Blacklist International, based on their current composition, it's really difficult for them to leave
Your
the Lancelot
team is
open.
banning.
Again, you're up against. You need to protect your Granger most of the time, because again, he's more of a glass cannon hero for Blacklist International. I really love this, but I want to point out that the first 3 picks of Blacklist International here is really mobile. We are expecting a lot of aggressive plays here for Blacklist International, because you did mention earlier that Alice, pre-level 4, he needs to get his stacks first. He needs to get his level 4 as soon as possible. So we are expecting a lot of pressure on that lane. And also, Cignal Ultra needs to stop the snowball potential of this Alice, because she rather is one of the heroes who can breach the back lines easily.
Yeah, especially with blood flow, very long range. A lot of people tend to, let's just say, underestimate the range of the blood flow, but it's super long. I just have to say it. It's almost half of the screen when you press that blood flow. So let's just see on how Cignal Ultra will respond to that, because Cignal Ultra, they have the range, but Blacklist International's drafting right now allows them to enter the back line, which is really bad if you have a Farsa and an Eve. If this Mathilda is able to guide her allies inside the back lines, it's almost going to be immediately over for Cignal Ultra. They need someone that could tank the front lines. A Baksha's still open here. Baksha could potentially just give both teams what they need here. Blacklist International, if they secure the Baksha Alice has a high win rate right now. And if Cignal Ultra, they got the Baksha, if they get the Baksha, it's gonna be good for them to just try and trade in the front line.
Well, they will go for the Barats. It's almost close. Barats, Baksha, so it's still, yeah, a little bit closer. But I completely agree right there. Baksha is indeed a good potential pick here for Blacklist International and also for Cignal Ultra, because again, as I mentioned, as we talked about earlier, they need to penetrate the box of Blacklist International. But the pick of Blacklist International, that will be the Barats, one of the best control, maybe. The Detona's Welcome is enough for them to control the mobility of this Benedetta and then pull him out, or rather spin him out into the wall to get that additional stun. But Cignal Ultra,
I like this,
going for the vision and also a control, the Fatal Links from Atlas plus the vision control from Mountain Shocker.
I like this. I like this. This is very reminiscent of Smart Omega or Omega Esports lineup.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't have the Granger exactly, but having that Yi Sun Shin delivers the same amount of range. Again, Mountain Shocker is a global ability. If you pair that up with Real World Manipulation and Feathered Airstrike, you have so many things to dodge. You need to be able to dance around the field, and it's going to be hard for Blacklist International, especially, let's say, Blood Flow could be used to clear out minions. If Blood Flow is used to clear out minions, Blacklist International, especially this Alice, will not have a lot of mobility in his kit. So Blacklist International, they need to be wary of how they use their resources, because if Cignal Ultra pulls the trigger in a location that they can't move around, Blacklist International is gonna find a lot of trouble. But I love this Angela pick. Angela plus Alice. A lot of survivability, but if they go all in, they have to go all in.
Yeah, going inside the box of the Real World Manipulation plus the Feathered Airstrike is really difficult. But with this Angela plus the Alice pick, it will be easier for them. And also with the protection from the Angela, it is, at least you will have additional, on top of the glass cannon type of Granger, you will have another protection, layer of protection with the Angela's, again, ultimate. Then again, Womi, looking at the drafts here, Cignal Ultra, more of a team fight-oriented draft, if I may say. And for Blacklist International, they have the early momentum potential. Early game because of the Granger's Rhapsody and also with the Angelus Aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to be legendary. Let's go into the Land of Dawn and visit let's see who will win the first game, Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist International. Romy, the early game. I want to point out, what are your thoughts about the early game here for both the teams? How it will affect the whole game itself?
Well, knowing Blacklist rather, they would want to pull aggressive moves, but again, they drafted the Alice, which means they need to help that Alice scale up at least up to level 4. And now looking at that Alice pick, I want to point out that Blacklist International, they have the kit to be aggressive early on, and they could use that aggressiveness, that same kit to be aggressive, to be defensive instead. They have a lot of mobility, go to the Alice, make sure he has a good time, and by mid-game, that Alice will be able to carry. But let's see on how Blacklist would approach this game, considering that they always play defensively.
Yeah.
It just looks like they're playing aggressively, but they have so much defense in their kit, and the way they move, the way they fight, that it looks aggressive.
So it means that they need to apply pressure on the Alice lane every single time to stop them from snowballing. As we can see, Cignal Ultra trying to get, and he's able to get the purple buff. I think Janus already went solo for the purple lane here, for purple buff rather. However, look at the position of Blacklist International applying some pressure, and also they're doing a different thing there. So they understood that, okay, yeah, Cignal Ultra will try to focus our allies as soon as possible. So with the help of the mobility from Matilda, they will apply pressure and force this Sparta to go back because of the Soul Bloom.
Yep, and right now, both teams actually aren't going for aggressive invades. Both teams are just trying to secure their objectives, rotating around the map. No big fights just yet. I feel like they're waiting for certain power spikes here. Maybe wait for their cores to reach level 4. Both cores right now are on level 3. And when you're looking at a Granger, having access to that Death Sonata gives you more damage and range. And maybe they're just waiting for that. But look at this, Ben Sanity.
Oh, Ben Sanity moving in with the twins. However, Eson is way too fast. With the love waves, he can easily run away from that one. But look at this positioning of Cignal Ultra. Well positioned, playing it safe. He knew and understood that Edward needs to be controlled as soon as possible. However, look at the middle lane here. Ben Sanity and Kekeda trying to protect their mid lane turret. However, with a nice dive in, guiding mid, flicker out plus the real world manipulation, not enough with the burst from the Rhapsody plus the Soul Bloom.
That was
Blacklist International will get the first blood.
That was such an aggressive move coming in from Blacklist. Diving in though, this is a 2v2 down bot.
Electro final blow will not connect. However, Easton is way too fast. Edward is also there at the back lines. Again, with the so-called teamwork, Missile Expert, they will get the kill. Insanity way too late. A little bit earlier, maybe if they can help him out, but unfortunately, Blacklist International stitching every objective out. Now they will secure their first turtle. It will be in the hands of Wise.
That wasn't a little too flashy, but if you look at the things that Blacklist got out of that one rotation, that's a lot of things. They got the turtle in the first 3 kills of the game, and that gives them an immediate 2k gold lead against Cignal Ultra before 3 minutes. Blacklist International, they know their rotations. The way they communicated, it's insanely good. And now Cignal Ultra finds themselves in a spot that this Alice would have free reign over topside. Look, even right now, he's alone.
Wow, he's alone and managed to play up against the Barretts of Blacklist International. However, let's see here, top lane still equal, level 5 for Aqua Boy. However, look at the Cignal Ultra gang here, the squad, just waiting for an opportunity. Just like what you mentioned earlier, Womi, you're right. They need to apply pressure on the lane of Ohab. He's still currently 0-0-0, but at the first item, Clock of Destiny already, while Wise moving forward, going for Edward. Again, again, the Dishonest Welcome cancelled the ultimate here, Electro Final Blow of Rhea, and he will be punished, and that will be a free energy shield here on the side of Blacklist International.
A little bit too defensive or too aggressive for Rhea there. Too late with Electro Final Blow. Could have saved his life, but then again, the Dishonest Welcome was casted early or preemptively. Blacklist International getting that almost free kill. The moment that stun or that swallow landed for Edward just gave them so much advantages down bot. Let's see on how Ben Sanity would respond. Already the rapid boost boots rather, is in the hands of the Atlas, might just be a big setup for Cignal Ultra. They do need that. Blacklist International growing that 3K lead.
Indeed, and that additional movement speed, that 40 additional movement speed is really necessary if the flicker is on cooldown as well. However, Edward here moving forward, trying to trap out Rhea. Missile Expert will not connect, but the turtle is now being pulled by Wise here on the left-right corner, right to the right-hand corner. However, Bensanity moving forward here, trying to check the middle brush here near the turtle area, but Edward alone in the turtle cave looking for a target, but Janus will take his sweet time to get the orange buff away. But I think that was a nice attempt from Blacklist International, at least trying to get information where the rest of Cignal Ultra's squad are.
And Edward had a great position there in front of 3 people while Blacklist started turtle. Yes, they didn't get turtle, but that's because they respected damage coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors. Let's go topside a little bit. Alice having the time of his life here, just farming up. Now Blacklist will get a free turtle. This is very confusing for me. Cignal Ultra is giving away objectives for free. And why are they doing that?
Yeah, well, I'm not really sure, but here comes the Fatal Links into 2 inside the real world manipulation plus the feathered airstrike combo. This is the moment that they're waiting for. The wombo combo potential for Cignal Ultra. They're able to pull it off, and they're not done yet. Oheb with the flowing blood, able to run away against 4 members of Cignal Ultra. However, Edward here alone with the full stacks of the big boy again with the Cycling Eagle combo. They're trying to move in. Oheb trying to run away with the Oheb flicker, trying to get most of the blood owed. They will catch one. Bensanity will go down on top of the Mountain Shocker, trying to provide information, but with the execution from Blacklist, they're able to exchange 1 member of Cignal Ultra.
Good rotation coming in from Blacklist, but I want to put the highlight on Bensanity setting up 2 kills for Cignal Ultra. But before that, a 3v1 here. Rhea just might find trouble. He will be dashing away to safety. Going back to my point, in the mid lane, a great setup coming in from Bensanity just gives them the damage that they want. I asked them why they're giving out objectives. Maybe they're just waiting for the cooldowns of a lot of their spells. And now that Cignal Ultra knows their wombo combo, Edward just might be next.
Yeah, and look at this, Bensanity using his mobility, trying to check the rest of Blacklist International. 38 more seconds for the next objective. And look at the position of Blacklist International here. Do you think that they need to have another front line, or at least will they be, or is it necessary for them to go for a defensive side, just wait for Cignal Ultra to go aggressive on them?
Well, Blacklist International, they have the gold lead, they have the tools to just enter the fight with the Alice, plus the support, artillery support coming in from Whites. That Sonata is going to be a big tool. And even if, let's just say, Edward or Oheb finds himself in a tough spot, the Angela will always be there to just go for the hard guard. So Blacklist International, they really have a lot of things that they could do around the map. Meanwhile, for Cignal Ultra, I feel like waiting for a big team fight is their next big win condition. Bensanity will be the key for that. We've seen it happen in next place games yesterday. Yaoi was the key for a lot of the kills coming in for next play, and Bensanity could do the same. He could channel the same energy, get the setups for Cignal Ultra, and perhaps real-world manipulation could just end it all.
Hold up, we have Bensanity here. The turtle will be taken by Wise with the retribution, but Aeson will get another one here. Bensanity trying to run away with the Rhapsody will connect, plus the Death Sonata. That will take down 2 members for nil in exchange of nothing from Blacklist International, but they're still moving forward here. Kekadot in a very tight position. However, Rhea trying to pick off someone here, but he got trapped instead. Missile Expert still not available, but Oh My Beast with the Rhapsody will connect all the bullet at the back of his head.
That's just sad for Cignal Ultra Warriors. Not only did Blacklist secure the turtle, but they also secured 4 kills. And now the gold lead that was just 3,000 became 7,000. And look at this, Bensanity going in for the 1v1, but the Angela Heart Guard is there. He's gonna go still in. Bensanity just gonna go down.
Oh my goodness, the Rhapsody hits from Wise, taken out Bensanity. He does have to pull yourself together, but he needs to keep in mind that the rest of Blacklist International is already moving into the middle lane, and all the turrets from Blacklist are still untouched, still standing tall. Cignal Ultra, what do they need to do here to stop the bleeding, Womi?
Well, Cignal Ultra, they need to find for that one big opportunity, a miracle setup that usually happens in a once in a blue moon. It's going to be hard for Cignal Ultra to find a fight that they could be let's just say, ahead. Because right now, the gold lead is nearing 10,000.
Ooh.
That's around an item or maybe two items more
right?
than anybody else in Cignal Ultra Warrior. So they really do need to get at least 3 people in that Fatal Links. If they can't get 3 people in one Fatal Links, they won't be able to deal a lot of damage in a quick succession of time. If they give Blacklist time, Blacklist will end their lives.
However, Edward here, and again, the Heart Guard now being preemptively used. But look at the mobility of the Guiding Wind here, even pulling Edward towards him, which is, I think, really beneficial because the lack of the mobility from this Barret. However, Missile Expert did not connect here. The rest of Cignal Ultra trying to look for a better angle since the position of Blacklist International is currently on a choke point. Void Crystal being placed, but that is enough for them to clear out the wave. However, look at Rhea there at the top lane, trying to get at least one objective for the rest of the squad. And also Blacklist International going for another one.
Was it worth it? You're giving one turn away for the Lord. Yes, this is not a Luminous Lord, just a level 1 Lord. But Blacklist International with the Lord would be lethal. One turn for a Lord will never be a good trade, but maybe Cignal Ultra Warriors are just taking what they can get. Janus setting things up. The Abyss knows! He knows!
Oh, Feather Airstrike was there, but the Void Crystal did not connect. No slow at all. Bensanity going for the rest of Cignal Ultra. Again, the blood. Oh, their damage. That Sonata, not enough, but Kekadot HP is way too low, and that is enough for them to force Cignal Ultra to retreat while waiting for the next Lord. Blacklist International occupying almost 70% of the map here, and they're not done yet. They will converge into the bottom lane and wait for the Lord to move forward.
And look at this, Angela on the top side. This is still a 5-man push coming in from Blacklist because any given time the Heart Guard could be used.
Oh, Bensanity, where's the Fatal Links? I don't see anything here. Almost quarter HP left for Bensanity. Here comes the real world manipulation, trying to trap Oheb, but Oheb with the flowing blood, he's able to run away. Plus the Heart Guard from Ison, able to secure another turret away from Cignal Ultra. 2 inside turrets were destroyed, and as fast as that, oh my Venus and Edward will safely run away, and they will now steal the buff away from Cignal Ultra.
Look at this, another great rotation coming in from Blacklist. They left the Angela topside knowing full well that they could just get the Heart Guard immediately up when the Alice goes in with the blood flow. They did that. They got 2 kills, make that 3 kills. They got the mid lane turret and the bot lane turret.
Wow.
That's just one rotation. And they stole away the purple buff as well. In Blacklist, they're choking out Cignal Ultra Warriors. Looking at a gold lead right now, it's already at 11,000 or maybe perhaps 12,000. And Cignal Ultra Warrior, they need to find a big opportunity and things are getting darker.
An opportunity, they will find it. Bensanity is the key, just like you mentioned earlier. But look at this, Wise is always forcing him to get out of the way. Force him to respawn, or force him to at least get recovery from his missing HP using the Death Sonata. Bensanity, again, trying to move forward, but here comes the Tonus welcome, and this is the opportunity that they're waiting for. Rhapsody for this poor robot. Bensanity will down for the count, 23 seconds, but is it enough time for Blacklist International to push forward though?
Blacklist International, they're going for the textbook finish here, going for the top side, waiting for the wave. The base is very vulnerable, but 10 seconds from now, Bensanity will be back. Cignal Ultra Warriors, they need to buy time for Bensanity, but Blacklist, will they give it? Will they stop the push? They're gonna go and stop the discipline coming in from Blacklist International.
Yeah, really on point. Blacklist International knew that we are ahead. We don't need to really end the game early. Let's look for another opportunity to strike again.
Something safer.
Yeah, something safer. That because if Cignal Ultra were able to find an opening, an opportunity to strike, and if they won that fight or those skirmish, that's a good opportunity for Cignal Ultra to go for a comeback. But look at the net worth here, man. Almost 14,000. I think that was 4 items in total, almost 4 items, 4 core items there for Blacklist International, and that's how far the lead is for this young team right here.
And Blacklist International just showing everybody in Game 1 on why they're undefeated in the MPL Season 7 regular season. And when I say undefeated, they've lost some games, but not a series. Never a series. They're still up in the leaderboards, and right now, Oh My Venus and the gang is just showing everybody that they're still in it to win it, and Cignal Ultra Warriors, winless in the regular season, they still want to get that win, but it's looking bleak right now. Cignal Ultra Warriors down by 15K.
Oh my goodness. And look at the score here. Ladies and gentlemen, you see it right. 2-11 at 13-minute, 33-second mark. And that's how snowballed. Blacklist International. What do you think, Romy, is the reason why? Is it because of the cuts that they made earlier from Cignal Ultra, or rather from Blacklist International, that caused Cignal Ultra to at least famished on their economy?
Well, not just cuts, but a lot of the things that made Blacklist International successful in this game are the way they get 2 or 3 objectives in one rotation. That's what makes them good. Because a lot of the teams actually, compared to Blacklist, in one rotation they're gonna get an average of 0 to 2 objectives. Usually they just get kills, no objectives at all. But Blacklist International, every time they get kills, they get objectives too. And we've seen it countless times. They get 3 kills, they get the turtle, they get 2 kills, they get a turret. And that just goes to show how efficient the way they move around the map. For Cignal Ultra Warriors, it feels like they're shocked on how fast things are going against them. And Cignal Ultra Warriors has been always good in dragging games, but...
Yep, hold that thought. Let's see here. Real world manipulation has been used, but there is... rather, that's the feathered airstrike. But there's no real-world manipulation, and Ben Sanity is really eager to catch someone out with his Fatal Links, but that's a Fatal Links down, and Blacklist International will write that down on their timer, and this is the right opportunity for them to take down the Lord. I think it's a little bit of miscommunication there for Cignal Ultra, but that will cost Blacklist to get the second Luminous Lord here.
Guiding Wind!
Guiding Wind. Interea is currently exposed right now, eye to eye. If it's not, it is enough though, and also with the slow, or rather with the damage from the Mountain Shocker, that will force Blacklist to retreat. However, the Lord is already marching into the middle lane. It's a little bit of time, and Cignal Ultra need to defend their base for a while. Edward here, again, so-called teamwork, trying to slow him down. Keke Dot, Ben Sanity, he does have the Fatal Links. Here comes the real manipulation. Will it be enough though? However, Aquaboy is able to retreat, but Oheb on the back lines get the triple. Oheb with the, again, Winter Truncheon, able to give some space for Blacklist International to secure the W for Game 1.
Game 1 going to Blacklist International means Blacklist International is 1 win away from sweeping Cignal Ultra Warriors. And what a game coming in from Blacklist International. Looking at it, they're quite happy.
Yeah, and his winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999. Womi, we've seen how Cignal Ultra tried to get their wombo combo pulled off, but unfortunately, with the control, with the positioning from Blacklist International, how can they pull it off, man?
Man, the Barrett's pick was the intense or the game-breaking pick coming in from Blacklist International. A lot of the times that the Atlas tried to find something or make something happen for Cignal Ultra Warriors, the Tonus Welcome always had the upper hand, and that was a really well-played game coming in from Blacklist International.
Indeed, what a game. And let's see what will be our resident analyst will say about that game from our series. Let's throw it out to midnight. Let's get it on.
Wow, a dominant performance that you would expect from Blacklist International. The undefeated boys showed Cignal Ultra how it's done. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight, and breakdown natin kung paano demolish ng Blacklist International yung draft against Cignal Ultra and even the gameplay. Tignan muna natin ang ating post-game stats hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. First of all, the big problem on the side of Cignal Ultra is that they are playing Eve into an Alice. And knowingly, pinik nila to against Blacklist International, which sets up a kind of a disaster early game for Cignal Ultra kasi hindi rin sila makalaban dahil ang dali pasukin ng lineup nila with the Alice. One big problem then is binigay nila yung Mathilda sa side ng Blacklist International. Now, this provides early game aggression, early game poke damage, and early game sustain. So si Wise, again, free farm na naman buong early game. There were 2 kills na nakuha ng Cignal Ultra, and that was the setup of the Atlas and the Eve. Ito naman yung kinaganda sa lineup ng Cignal Ultra. They're really good at team fighting. Pero Blacklist International, hindi nila inalaw yon. They set up with a Barats that completely negates the idea of how Cignal Ultra wants to play. Kasi ang gagawin lang nila, mag-e-establish sila in a position na hindi pwedeng pasukin ng Cignal Ultra, and kahit pa sabihin natin may mga long-range nukes ang Cignal Ultra is hindi naman nila kaya abutin yung Blacklist International kasi mas mataas din ang chase potential ng Blacklist. So yan yung nangyari sa game natin kanina. Actually, mamaya makikita natin yung mga moments ng Blacklist International. Pero bago lahat, check muna natin yung ating live watching reward. So scan nyo yung QR code natin, itong code na nakikita nyo sa baba, or punta kayo dito sa website na to and fill upan nyo yung form for you to get a chance to win an in-game reward na skin worth of 599 diamonds. Now, yung mga entries na tatanggapin natin will be the first 30,000. So, kung gusto nyo, maaga pa naman ngayon, mag-register na kayo, mag-fill up na kayo ng forms, kanyo na yung QR code and magmadali na kayo, di ba? Nanonood na kayo ng mga malulupit na games, mananalo pa kayo ng in-game rewards. Now, let's move on to the game highlights brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Again, Blacklist International, sila yung lamang sa early game. Nasa kanila yung poke damage and nasa kanila din yung early game control. Kasi yung sustain, wala rin naman si Cignal Ultra and nakapag-free farm lang si Granger. Actually, nakakakuha pa nga sila ng resources sa side ng Cignal Ultra. Now, what this Barats does against Cignal Ultra is that it puts a pressure on the map of Cignal Ultra na kailangan nilang i-address. So meaning, magko-commit sila ng mga heroes towards there while freely taking objectives lang yung Granger natin sa side ng Blacklist. So paulit-ulit lang gagawin ng Blacklist International to against Cignal Ultra kasi alam nila hindi pwede magkaroon ng momentum yung Cignal Ultra kasi meron naman sila mga timings. May ultimate from the Atlas, may ultimate from the Farsa, and may ultimate din from the Eve. So as much as possible, you'd want to be the one setting up team fights here for Blacklist International. Pero Ben Sanity found a good opening. No? Nakakita siya ng opportunity in the mid lane. Napakaganda actually ng pagpasok niya doon sa aggressive bush na yun. And they were able to take the 2 kills that they have till the late game. Pero ito, makikita natin, no, Blacklist International, alam nila kung paano sila magse-setup. Pulling out the turtle towards this side, and actually si Wise, kinuha niya yung turtle from a safe distance. No? Nakatago pa siya sa bush. Tapos si Edward, ang ginawa niya, hinarapan niya lang yung Atlas para hindi makapag-setup ng team fight for Cignal Ultra. Again, it eliminates what the potential of the lineup ng Cignal. Kasi hindi nila maabot yung backline even though they have a Farsa and nazo-zone out yung mga frontline heroes nila. And after that, it was just Blacklist International scaling towards the late game and Oheb with this Alice. Siya yung nagiging siya yung nagiging team fight component ng Blacklist International dito. Napakagaling niya mag-force ng errors sa side ng Cignal Ultra. Papasok siya with a Blood Ode, tapos lalabas ng Flicker. Then, after that, hindi na makapwesto ang Cignal Ultra. Now, the MVP of that game brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Oh my Venus on this Matilda, KDA of 2-0-10, no deaths at all. Siya yung nag-provide ng sustain at ng early aggression na nag-snowball para sa momentum ng Blacklist International. Kill participation of 80%. Pulling out the heroes na medyo nasa delikadong posisyon, no? Even Wise and Oheb, kahit mag-dive sila, okay lang kasi walang problema, kaya silang iligtas ni Oh My Venus. This was a masterful display of performance from Blacklist International. Question is, kaya pa ba bumawi ng Cignal Ultra for game na number 2? Yan ang sasagutin ng ating game. So let's get you back to our casters.
Will Cignal Ultra be able to extend this series to a Game 3 with Blacklist International already having the hot streak? Let's see in Game 2. My name is Suomi, and together with me is TDZ, and we will be your casters for this whole match. In Game 1, we saw a great performance coming in from Blacklist International that gave them a lot of objectives, a lot of kills, and eventually a 17-minute win with the Luminous Lord actually pushing down mid lane. What are your final thoughts on that Game 1 before we get excited over Game 2?
Yeah, for Game 1, it was a textbook play for Blacklist International. From the early game, they're able to cut out the waves and also prioritizes their approach or their skirmishes on the right targets, and that's one of the reasons why that Cignal Ultra had a difficult time on the early game there. And you did point out earlier that once the Alice has been checked, it's really difficult for them to go in, but he's able to recover. He's able to, Cignal Ultra haven't provided that much impact on Alice's lane, and that gave them the factor that once Alice's went into the box of Cignal Ultra, the Flowing Blood and the Blood Ode combo messed the current composition and stopped the double standing mages combo from the Eve and Farsa. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, another factor to that standing mages is Oh My Venus was playing the Mathilda, which allowed the whole team to just enter. And as you said earlier in our cast in Game 1, you mentioned that it gave access for the Barretts, even with low mobility in his kit, to the back line. And when you give Barretts a gap closer, it's almost always going to be a big, massive push from them.
Indeed. And again, we've seen how Barrett's messed up the current composition of Cignal Ultra earlier. Even, even the Atlas had a very difficult time set things up because, again, once he got close of the Barretts, he will just use the Daytona's Welcome, and then there's no tanks at all. The front lines or the back lines of Cignal Ultra is really exposed, and I think that's the key as well.
And right now, though, for Game 2, what adjustments could Cignal Ultra do? Because apparently that standing mage's composition with the Farsa, with the Eve, didn't really work out for them. With Blacklist International still looking very strong, how could they adjust?
Well, I think it's all about the bans here. We'll remove the comfort picks of Blacklist International. We've seen the Mathildas now being priority banned by Cignal Ultra. But let's see if that is enough, though. If they will just remove the comfort hero, or it's all about execution.
Well, we're gonna see we're gonna see on what's gonna happen in Game 2. We'll make smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free game grade with Smart, free games for all. We're gonna go into the first banning phase of this second game between Cignal Ultra and Blacklist International. For the people who just came in right now, Blacklist International already won Game 1. And they're gonna ban out the Selena, something that they already banned in Game 1. Meanwhile, for Cignal Ultra, they're adjusting. They're gonna take out the Mathilda away from Oh My Venus.
Yeah, and also look at the second ban of Cignal Ultra Warriors here in Eve. They don't want to play with the Eve, and they don't want to give the opportunity to play the Eve pick here for Blacklist International. And also for Blacklist International, there's no way that you can give the Selena. We are protecting our mid lane, we are protecting most of our heroes, and we're not giving you any opportunity to get some vision out of our play here. And also the comfort hero of Janus here with the Lancelot. I think it's a big deal for Blacklist International. They can go for more of a glass cannon core hero, such as Granger, as we see earlier.
Yeah, and
they had a very difficult time penetrating the box of Blacklist.
And Cignal Ultra, they're going to ban out the Granger after that Lancelot ban. A lot of great marksmen and assassins still inside this game. We do know that Weiss loves to play that YSS, and YSS could be potentially the marksman to be picked up by Blacklist International, but I think for Blacklist International, we need to wait on what kind of support they're gonna get. They're one of the more famous picks that they have is the Estes Rafaela, but we haven't seen that for quite a long time. So we are opting to see a Popol and Koopa. Let's see if they're gonna get a Popol and Koopa.
Yeah.
The Selena is already banned. The Selena is already banned. That means a Popol and Koopa would be the only one to be able to place traps.
Indeed, and with that vision from the Popol Surprise can really mess up the composition of Cignal Ultra here. And well, as I said earlier, Oh My Venus loves to play Popol and Koopa. And the well, as you mentioned earlier, the nice one baby meta, the double support combination or the double support combo is being introduced by Blacklist International itself. So, however, look at this again, one of your best heroes here, Womi.
Well, Cignal Ultra right now, they're gonna steal away the Estes from Blacklist International, and I feel like for Blacklist International, they've already moved on from the Estes and Rafaela. They've been showing a lot of other picks, and even if Cignal Ultra got the Estes, I feel like Blacklist International won't even doesn't even want to play the Estes anymore, considering a lot of other teams in other regions as well, in Indonesia, has been playing a lot of Estes Rafaela because of Blacklist.
I see.
But Blacklist right now, they're gonna take the Edward special with that Benedetta.
Benedetta plus maybe a well, let's see here, maybe a Uranus, or they can go for the Yisun Shin. Okay.
Yeah. They're going for comfort in game 2, definitely. Edward on this Benedetta, and YSS going to Weiss. It's going to be a comfort game 2 for Blacklist International. And for Cignal Ultra, how could they pair up heroes that would go well with this Estes?
Well, for the Estes, we've seen a lot of core Bruno here. Again, with the domain of the Moon God, he can use it to slow down in an AoE, and that's a good opportunity for the Bruno to use his volley shot and hit those crits. But let's see here if, because Blacklist International already provided information to Cignal Ultra that this will be our core hero. So a Harith, I heard a Harith here, which is really good. They have a lot of slows, but they need to get a good or a hard CC or a stun that can at least possibly stop Edwards Benedetta from moving around the map here. Maybe an Atlas on top of it. Oh, they will
steal
pick up
away.
the Popo.
They're stealing away Blacklist's draft, and Cignal Ultra, they're taking heroes that Blacklist International would most likely play.
Yeah, comfortable.
Estes, Popol, and Koopa now gone. Blacklist International, they do have the Benedetta and the Yizun Shin. What else could Oh My Venus pick? The Rafaela still
is
open
good,
here
yeah.
if they want to match the sustain. But looking at a YSS plus Edward, I don't feel like they're gonna go and match the sustain. They have the option to draft an E, draft a Farsa that could potentially amp the range damage, but they're gonna go for the Lu Yi instead.
Diversion plus the rotation combo, dispersion can probably stop the movements of the Harith here, but the question is, will it be enough? I think Blacklist International needs to get another hero who can possibly stop maybe an Akai or maybe a Kufra for Blacklist International as their tank. But the advantage of Blacklist International here is they can use the diversion to access the back lines of Cignal Ultra, which is, if I'm looking at this, the back lines of Cignal Ultra is really squishy. It's a very good target for Benedetta to cause havoc with.
And not just that, the ultimate coming in from Estes, correct me if I'm wrong, Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Blessing of the Moon Goddess.
Blessing of the Moon Goddess tails, I guess, like, puts up a string around, or a tether. Tether. Tethers the whole team, potentially. And a good rotation combo coming in from the Lu Yi could definitely just make a big vacuum and apply debuff, especially with an early Necklace of Durance. This Lu Yi would potentially be a great pick against this Estes, and I feel like this Estes pick on a priority pick seat, this was a first pick Estes. Not the smartest of ideas.
Exactly.
When you have heroes like Lu Yi and Kagura that could just build Necklace of Durance and basically counter your whole kit.
Just rip off, and that's a good opportunity for Blacklist International to move forward. And we're talking about AoEs here. Electro Final Blow, the Mountain Shocker, again the Dispersion Rotation combo as you mentioned earlier, Womi. I completely agree there. But look at the bans here of Cignal Ultra. They will remove the Hayabusa and also the Diggy. They don't want to play with those kind of heroes who can mess up the position and also get the reverse time that can pull back the Harith and also the Time's Journey there. The Blacklist International, yes, they do have almost all of the AoE combos that they need, but they need to get another side lane who can possibly stop, or at least a static lane, if I may say, for Blacklist International here, to at least maintain or have a lane that can at least stop the Harith if they will go for the side lanes here.
Well, facing the Harith would be a very hard task to go up against. They need someone mobile and someone with range. And definitely the Atlas is the answer out there. And this is a big, I just have to say, Cignal Ultra, they're desperate for a win. But right now, Blacklist International is outdrafting Cignal Ultra Warriors. A lot of the things that Blacklist International is focusing at right now directly counters on what Estes and the Popol and Koopa could do. And Blacklist International, the more they draft like this, Cignal Ultra needs to find a way out. They need to be able to find that hero that could snap basically the strategy for Blacklist International right now, because Cignal Ultra, they're losing the draft quite heavily. The last two heroes will be the biggest choices Cignal Ultra has to make.
Maybe an Akai, I believe that is a good tank here for Cignal Ultra, or maybe a Bruno. They will secure it because that's the hero that they need on top of it, and they will get a Yuzong as their offlaner for Cignal Ultra. Okay, so if you want to fight, or if ever there's an opportunity for a dispersion rotation combo, there's also a way out, or can possibly mess up the composition. But look at this, Blacklist International. If you don't want to pick the Atlas, we will get it instead. And I think that is necessary for them, because if you have an opportunity to go for, or at least vacuum the 5-man of Cignal Ultra, there's another Fatal Links that can also answer and give opportunity for Blacklist International to move forward.
Goes vice versa too.
Yeah.
If the Atlas finds an opportunity to get 2 or 3 people, the combo coming in from Lu Yi, that vacuum combo, will just be massive for Blacklist International. Now we're entering game 2. on my end, I really do think that Blacklist International drafted better than Cignal Ultra Warriors, but at the end of the day, it has to be paired up with good execution. And Cignal Ultra, they have the damage by late game. That Harith and Bruno will hurt by late game, but they need to reach late game. And Cignal Ultra has been good in dragging games. It's time to be legendary. We're going to be entering the Land of Dawn in a few moments. It's Cignal Ultra versus Blacklist International Game 2. Up by 1 game is Blacklist. That's my inner Yoda speaking. And Cignal Ultra needs to find a win in this Game 2 to extend this series to a full Game 3. This time around, Cignal Ultra, do they have anything that they could do in the early game?
Yeah, that's the early game. That's the name of the game for Cignal Ultra here. Again, we're talking about the Estes domain and also the Bruno's volley shot here to get that early momentum for Cignal Ultra. But will it be enough? That's the big question. And Cignal, maybe Aquaboy, if he can get his power spike, his level 4 as early as possible and remove the turret away from Alice's lane, I think that is enough for them to control. Because you did mention earlier, Womi, from our first game, apply pressure on the Alice's lane. But look at this. Janus and again, the rest of the crew here, Imba DJ, going for the middle lane here, trying to go for early rotations. But let's look at the tri-cam here, top lane, Edward and Rhea up against each other here. We're looking at a lot of mobility there, and also Rhea as well. With again, with the Sha Essence, he's trying to get his HP back. But look at the bottom lane here, Aquaboy trying to apply pressure, forcing Oheb to move back with his flowing blood.
And Esson's just going to provide protection for Wise here. Very standard play coming in from Atlas. Luyi will be anchoring down the mid lane against, I think this is going to be Kekadot in the mid lane together with Imba DJ. Those are the slows coming in, and this is just the damage that the Luyi could do immediately by level 2. It looks like in the bottom lane there's going to be a short 1v1. Just might be too dangerous for Oheb right now. Cignal Ultra, if they let Oheb push a little bit, it's going to be a big rotation from them.
Indeed, and look at this. Synchro Fissions trying to pull Oheb away from the lane, and that is really necessary because we're talking about the souls here, the blood orbs for Alice's. He needs to get his orbs as soon as possible, but it's really difficult for him to reach that orb because of if Aquaboy were able to see another opportunity to use Synchro Fission, he can move forward and stitch it out with the chrono dashes, and that's the most difficult thing against Alice. But look at this here, Synchro Fission, get another kill, get another minion kill here, and force the reaction of Blacklist International to go bottom lane. And Ethan and also White's also there.
Eason trying to find an opportunity for Blacklist, but I feel like Cignal Ultra was able to communicate that the Atlas was lurking around the corner. But that Cignal Ultra, this is good. Cignal Ultra with a proactive play.
Diversion.
But this is the diversion coming in from the Luyi, but that's just a fake one. And looks like Turtle will go to Cignal Ultra. I like this. Cignal Ultra with a proactive play. Finally, they're taking the driver's seat. They know how to respond. This is different Cignal Ultra. I already feel it. I hope this continues for them.
I agree, because they really need it, and they need to get that point up and running. But look at Oheb here with the Blood Ode, trying to clear all the waves first before going back to the base. But at the top lane, Rhea and the rest of the crew from Cignal still applying pressure against Edward here on his Benedetta. But against the Benedetta with the mobility, I really think that they need to move around or maybe apply pressure on a different lane, such as the mid lane here. Look at this.
All right, Edward trying to go for the 1v1 against Rhea, but this is a Yuzhong that we're talking about in a pure 1v1 setting, especially against a Benedetta.
Yeah.
I would put the Yuzhong ahead, considering that Cha energy is a more reliant source of healing.
Yeah.
But then again, in a 2v2 scenario, it completely changes it. Blacklist International, a 4-man rotation here. Rhea, despite being in trouble, but the Black Dragon form will be able to save him from that scenario.
And look at that, that was a nice opportunity there, or information gathering for Rhea. He saw that the Fatal Links has been used, so the rest of Cignal Ultra can now move forward and play aggressively.
Taking a bite, that's a stun. First blood going in for Cignal Ultra Warriors, and as I told you earlier, TDZ, this is a different Cignal Ultra. They are going in for the driver's seat in game 2 here. Eson trying to get one back. Wise won't be able to Retribution steal it, but that was the first blood going to Cignal Ultra.
Yep, and this is the strength of Cignal Ultra's draft here. They're more of an early game composition with the strength or with the snowball potential of Janus and his Bruno. Again, those volley shots plus the wave of the Dream, again, his ultimate, he can just easily rip out the rest of Blacklist International. And the only side here is they need to keep up that momentum.
Oh, wait a minute. Diversion used here. Massive diversion. The Alice is in the backside, but Harry will pick up the Atlas instead. Turtle will be reset here. Great vacuum coming in from Oh My Venus, but it won't actually do a thing. The healing coming in from Impa DJ. Will Impa DJ go down though? Demon Shoes pick up by Oheb here, and that's a stun. Nothing. Oh My Venus. The Koopa is down, but the Turtle will go to Cignal Ultra instead.
Nice positioning there from Cignal Ultra, pulling the Turtle on their side and also making it difficult for them to move forward because of Imba DJ's Blessing of the Moon Goddess. They can sustain every damage at all, and they knew that Isan is down, and now they will try to go to the bottom lane. Blacklist International to the chance to get to go for the attack position.
Oh My Venus, this might be in a tough spot here. That's a stun letting in from the Koopa, but that's a vacuum. Little bit buying him time. That's a flicker. Burnt. Isan still kiting out Aqua Boy, but Aqua Boy damage is just too real. He's gonna dash away to safety. Finds Oh My Venus. The shield is there, but he only buys him time and not his life. That's gonna be a kill for Aqua Boy, and Cignal Ultra actually get 2 kills in that one fight. Cignal Ultra ahead by 2,000 gold.
2-4-0 exchange in favor of Cignal Ultra, and that was a nice position from Keke Dot with a Popple Surprise. He prevented, he prevented Oh My Venus to step on it, but Isan stepped on it instead. But with a slow, Harith, Aquaboy able to catch up with the rest of the crew and also punishes both of the members of Blacklist International. And this is what I'm talking about, Uomi. 5-0 at the moment, and the early game of Cignal is way too strong, and as I can say, this is a possible snowball for Cignal Ultra. If they can continue this, there's a really good way for them to to win this series, or this game rather. But again, we're talking about Blacklist International strengths here as well. Again, they're more of a team fight oriented, they have a lot of AoE, so when it comes to mid game to late game, Cignal Ultra needs to make sure that they need to keep an eye on their positioning, because if there's a small opening for Blacklist International, especially for Isan, they will go for it, and that will mess up the momentum of Cignal Ultra.
Isan has to stay careful here. Going back to your point though, I love how Cignal Ultra is just going in for the aggressive plays early on. Kekadot really feels like he is in his element right now on this Popol and Koopa pick. And right now the turtle is going to be started by Cignal Ultra Warriors. They already got the first 2 turtles. Will this be a third one? I guess Blacklist will be giving this away for free. And that's 3 turtles going to the hands of Cignal Ultra Warriors. But Blacklist, they have other ideas. Aqua Boy, he's alone. And no ultimate, no Fatal Links will land. White, he's going to kite it out. Aqua Boy still alive. And he's going to be surviving that fight as Cignal Ultra Warriors will go in. But DJ, there's no vacuum just yet. Isan already down 100 HP and still gonna be alive. Janus in the backside. That's gonna be a kill on Wise. Oh My Venus looks to be next, but Oh My Venus, he buys safety for now. That's the kill on the Atlas, and Janus will be able to pick up his first 2 kills of the game.
My goodness, look at the cut there from Janus. He saw that the rest of Blacklist International are retreating, but he just cut out the wave and stopped the path of Blacklist International. And with this, Edward tried to move forward here.
Edward will go for the aggressive play. Oh My Venus potentially trying to turn that around, but 3 people are in the top side. Make that 4 people. This might just be a big fight if they go and pull the trigger, but there's no objectives. There's no point of actually trying to get kills. That's the Mounted Shocker getting burnt.
Oh, look at the discipline there from Cignal Ultra. They knew that there's the rest of Blacklist International already converging at the top lane, but look at the rotation of Janus here. Okay, you want to play aggressively, we will just play defensively and then steal your buffs away while on the process. But they're going for the sneaky play here. Oheb with the flowing blood, but the positioning of Blacklist International, they are really having a difficult time looking for that position, looking for the right opportunity to initiate. Because of Imba DJ again with the domain of the Moon God, he's really difficult. Oh, Eson uses Fatal Links.
Eson burning a big ultimate out there. Cignal Ultra, they have the edge there, but great setup coming in from Oh My Venus will only be just poking them around for that push. Aqua Boy will face check. That's too dangerous. The Salmon Force is there. He's going in. This is a 5v1. This is unheard of. And Aqua Boy, he's still alive. What the hell was that?
Oh my goodness. With the zone out from the Zaman Force there for Aqua Boy, prevented Blacklist International to do something about their push. And now Cignal Ultra is really... Oh, he just missed the timing there. Keke Dot unable to attack the turtle. Now it morphed into a Lord. Aqua Boy still moving forward here. well, I really love how Aquaboy played his Harris there.
True.
He hasn't used it to play defensively, but he used it aggressively. He's trying to focus on Wise, pushing him back. They understand that that Wise is the key for Blacklist International to win this series. And well, he does have the BOD, the Blaze of Despair, but Cignal Ultra had the opportunity to take the first Lord of the game.
Well, Cignal Ultra getting the first Lord of the game. This is a level 1 Lord, still a boost nonetheless. 6k gold ahead. This is looking like Cignal Ultra taking the game.
Yeah, I completely agree there, possibly. But 7-0 at the moment, almost 10 minutes in. And yeah, 2 core items advantage for Cignal Ultra. But look at their position. Look at the discipline of Cignal Ultra here. They knew that one possible catch from Eason could change and could turn the tide here. Kekada moving forward, trying to go with Oheb.
Oheb stunned. Will use the blood flow defensively. That's a great vacuum coming in from Oh My Venus, and Edward still trying to stay alive. Aquaboy will be using Zaman Force to survive. And this is just the heals coming in from the SS. It's just not gonna be. Oh my god, that was almost a kill for Wise, but that's the heal coming in from SS. Imba DJ keeping his team alive. Esson getting slowed. He's looking for the opportunity. It's still a 1 or 0 for 0 as the siege continues.
Yep, as the siege continues, the Lord already marching into the bottom lane. Black Dragon form has been used by Rhea.
Rhea trying to find something here. Cignal, they're gonna go for the defensive here. Eason will almost go down. Still no kills on the board here. Aquaboy, what the heals coming in for Estes here. And they are just sieging this bottom side. No deaths coming in from Cignal Ultra, and Blacklist takes Oheb down.
I saw what you did there, but it was indeed a very good healing from Imba DJ. And we will get a pause. Ladies and gentlemen, this is like an awakening for the Warriors. Cignal Ultra getting that early lead, 8-0 lead up against the undefeated Titans.
And this is very much different from Game 1. If you look at Game 1, you would think Cignal Ultra Warriors are out of this. But you look at Game 2, it feels as if Blacklist didn't win Game 1. And right now that Cignal Ultra Warriors has the lead, they need to take care of it and make sure that they end this game. Because I think the pre-show panel discussed this.
Yeah.
They're really good at dragging games. They know how to pace. They know how to literally just drag the game, but ending the game has always been the problem for Cignal Ultra Warriors, and now they're ahead. I hope they end this, because if they don't end this, this is going to be another sweep for Blacklist International.
I agree, because then again, this is the opportunity, this is the scenario that they are hoping for. The early lead, Bruno taking most of the damage, providing a lot of damage, outer turret damage as well, destroying all the outer turrets, but we also need to respect the team fight capability of Blacklist International there. But Eason really having a very difficult time here, going for the perfect execution, because every single time the Cignal were able to get an opportunity, but just like as I was saying,
Edward.
the rest of Cignal Ultra were just going back, just go for the objective and then get out.
Yeah.
Go for the kill, get out. Not overextending every single time, and that's the key of Cignal Ultra here. No outer turrets left for Blacklist International. The bottom is also exposed, but look at the turrets of Cignal Ultra here. And well, on the con side of Cignal Ultra, there's still a lot of opportunity for Blacklist International to catch up.
And speaking of catching up, Blacklist International, they need to secure at least one objective, or at least one good team fight for them, because their drafting is something that requires them to go for team fights. And if they don't go for team fights and aren't able to set things up, it's not going to be good for Blacklist. Having the superior draft is one step, executing it is another. And Kekadot and the gang, Cignal Ultra right now playing out of their minds, wanting to get a win out of this series.
Oh, look at that. Koopa there. Rhea giving the Black Dragon form, isolating Blacklist International.
Already low in HP, just might be the first kill, and Edward goes down. That's the Benedetta special already going in. Still, Rhea at the backside goes down. That's a 1-for-1 for now, and looks like Blacklist International, they find one kill, but that's turret going down in the top side.
Look at this, Cignal Ultra willing to trade, to go for the trade. Okay, yeah, Rhea is already out of position, but we will just focus on the main objective. The turret at the top lane has been destroyed, and this is what they're waiting for.
Aqua
Boy!
With a great Zaman Force in front of 4 people. That's the Lu Yi going down immediately. Esson looks to be next. Esson still alive, and the damage is just too real coming in from Janice. And things are looking bad for Blacklist International. Yet to find more than 1 kill. That's a stun. Running down on Oheb. Imba DJ just anchoring everyone with the heals. It looks like Oheb is next as that is used. The mega kill for Janice here. There's no vacuums, there's no setups, only the damage coming in from the Mountain Shocker, and looks like Janice will fall down. A successful defense from Blacklist, but all the turrets are now gone.
Oh my goodness, a nice opportunity for Cignal Ultra to end the game, but Blacklist says no. We still can end or defend our base. Esson tried to go for the Fatal Links, but unfortunately they got controlled by Cignal. But here's the next
This
objective.
might be massive. Esson trying to find Aqua Boy. Aqua Boy will not get stunned just yet. Still with a big shield in the backside. Imba DJ might just fall down. But look, this Weiss was left alone. And that's going to be a kill on the core of Blacklist International. Aqua Boy just going insane. Edward will be dashing away to safety. And safety is the only thing that he needs right now. Oh my Venus, trying to set things up. He won't be able to survive for too long. That's going to be another set of big damage on Rhea. But Rhea is just surviving with the Cha energy. Esson looks to be next. Esson will not be able to tank it down. And looks like that's 2 people down for Blacklist International. Diversion will be used defensively. Edward will be back in base, but that's 5 people pushing down, sieging down. Oh my Venus, you are gone. The Queen has fallen, and Blacklist International, they're gonna defend 2v5. Miracles won't happen, and Oheb will go in for the suppress. And Edward will be there. Only half HP left. The set, unstoppable. That goes. A lot of kills coming in from Cignal Ultra Warriors.
Oh my goodness, Jan is still not done yet. Trying to go in, trying to end the game now, but there's no minions. Blacklist International might go for another one here.
Wow, this game is too long, and looks like the defense is successful once again. This is the curse of Cignal Ultra Warriors. They can't end games. They can't.
Oh no. They can't indeed. They had a very difficult time there, and they saw Eason going in, moving forward with the flicker plus the Fatal Links combo. And with a surprise again, diversion play!
Oh, this is a massive turnaround coming in from Blacklist, and they just caught Cignal Ultra Warriors out of their positions. What happened there? The Queen with a massive gambit there. Kekadot only alone, a 5v1. Miracle, he will want to get this Lord away from Blacklist International. This
Rhea.
is Rhea entering, but the Lord has already been secured for Blacklist International. Kekadot looks to be next. Kekadot already low on HP, 100 HP left. Weiss is going in for the kills, but Rhea will try to absorb a little bit of damage, but he will go down in exchange. That's going to be a kill for the Atlas, and a massive turn of events gives Blacklist International the lead.
What is that? Blacklist International able to defend, able to get another massive play using the diversion of Oh My Venus, and then went for the Lord. That's how fast Blacklist International were able to catch up. And talking about catching up, look at the net worth here, ladies and gentlemen. Almost close, 100 gold lead, almost 100 2k gold lead, or 200 gold lead there for Blacklist International. Now they're moving forward. They are looking for revenge here. Turret after a turret. Now they can move forward with its flowing blood here, and Eason does have the Fatal Links, and they need to keep an eye on this.
Edward, a little bit too aggressive there. You give Blacklist an inch, they're gonna take a meter. Look at the gold lead right now. Blacklist International ahead by 1k gold. Their base is already exposed, but they're just marching down the Lord in the top side.
Oh my goodness, here comes the Lord, is marching in. Rhea moving forward with the Black Dragon form.
This might just be the final fight, but looks like they won't go for it. They want to be able to secure all lanes first.
Oh my goodness, Blacklist International, they're not getting out of the way. Edwards now moving forward here, Aqua Boy with his Zaman Force.
Zaman Force will be used defensively, very out of position here. Blacklist, they might be choking out here, but look at that. In the middle of the fight is Imba DJ, already half HP. Suddenly, this is a Blacklist game.
A full 180 turnaround for Blacklist International. Now, Electro Final Blow will be used here, but look at Rhea here. He's just waiting for his ultimate to go in, but with the strength of Koopa biting the back, the behind of Blacklist International, forcing them, please get out of the way. We need one more fight, but if we're talking about team fights here, we mentioned it, we talked about it earlier, Blacklist International is currently had that advantage.
They equalized the gold lead. That was a 10k gold lead they equalized in one big team fight. And now, they're gonna wait for the next Lord. 80 seconds from now or 90 seconds from now, the next Lord will be spawning, and that will be the game-breaking objective of this game. Cignal Ultra Warriors, they led this game so good in the early game. Could have finished it, but Blacklist found opportunities.
Yep, and opportunity they will find. Rhea, he does have the immortality, so they should be going in by now.
Esson trying for a 3-man Fatal Links. This is massive disarmable force as this is immediately down. No more healer for Cignal Ultra. They're gonna go in though. Oheb backside. The Hybrid is down. And Cignal Ultra Warriors are just falling one by one. Kekedot looks to be next, but Oheb is just tanking everything. And Blacklist, they take down 3. 2 more people defending Cignal Ultra Warriors against 4 from the Blacklist. The agents are rejoicing. The base will fall down.
Whoa.
A 3 for Blacklist.
What a game! Blacklist International go for a full 180 game, man. Oh, their main inhibitor is just really close, a quarter HP left. But with just one Fatal Links from Eson, turn things around, able to stitch every objective out of the way, and this winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moments. Thanks to Head and Shoulders, 100% dandruff-free, NH-free, now mas pinabango pa. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the opportunity, man. Just an inch, they will take a mile, a meter.
You know what? It doesn't matter. You give them a small chance, they're gonna take everything away from you. Blacklist International remains undefeated in this day. Cignal Ultra Warriors remains winless, and it's just gonna be a sad day for Cignal Ultra, but they almost ended it. The base was exposed, man. The base was exposed.
They had it. They almost had it. Just an inch, man. Oh my goodness! I was really confident that would be a W for Cignal, but let's look at
things just happened, and maybe Midnight could explain everything that happened in that crazy game. Midnight, take it away.
Mission impossible ang nangyari dito for Blacklist International as they break their own code. Nakita naman natin na Cignal Ultra, they had this idea against Blacklist na laruin natin kung ano yung nilalaro ng Blacklist. Pero the Queen and her agents have prevailed. Welcome back to The Understand. My name is Midnight, and ating i-breakdown kung paano naka-comeback or naka-bounce back ang Blacklist International dun sa game na yon. Tignan muna natin yung post-game stats. Nahatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. If you're gonna look at the lineup of Cignal Ultra, napaka-importanting presence dito is yung Estes, the Popan Kupa, and the Harit. Why is that? These 3 heroes are really key against Blacklist International. Yung first pick Estes, it's not opening up a lot of potential picks here for Blacklist, and it's good against the upcoming picks din ng Blacklist International. So Cignal Ultra, medyo telegraph nila dito yung draft ng Blacklist, and napakaganda rin nung insertion ng Harit sa lineup ng Cignal Ultra kasi alam nila na wala na yung Granger, so YSS na lang ilalaroin ni Wise dito. So essentially, nakuha nila yung mga picks na gusto nila makuha against dun sa mga palabas na picks ng Blacklist International. Essentially, para silang outdrafted dito, no? Pero syempre, the draft does not tell us the whole story, as makikita natin mamaya sa ating highlights kung paano ba nangyari yung turnaround dito for Blacklist International. Pero bago lahat, check nyo muna yung live watching rewards natin. Scan nyo yung QR code na magpapop up sa screen natin, and fill upan nyo yung form para may chance kayo manalo ng in-game rewards na ang worth ay 599 diamonds. Again, check nyo yung lalabas dito sa screen natin, no, yung live watching rewards. There's a QR code and the website. Fill upan nyo yung form, and if you're one of the first 30,000 entries, may mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards na skin worth of 599 diamonds. So, fill upan nyo na yan, guys. Bilisan nyo na hanggat maaga pa. Fill upan nyo na. Again, inuulit ko, fill upan nyo na. Okay? So, moving back to Blacklist International, no, panoorin natin kung paano nila sinira yung sarili nilang code. No? Meron silang mission dito. Should they choose to accept it, is to break their own playstyle and yung code. Tingnan natin kung paano kung paano binalikan ng Blacklist International ang Cignal Ultra dito sa ating game highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Cignal Ultra, sila yung nakakapag-establish ng dominance earlier on because of the presence of the Popol and Kupa. Tapos countered pa sila ng Harit. If you think about it, yung lineup ng Blacklist International, there are 3 heroes on their side na kina-counter ng Harit. No? Number 1 is the YSS, number 2 is the Alice, and number 3 is the Atlas. Kasi naka-purify siya rito and superior yung mobility ng Cignal Ultra. Pakatong pa natin dyan yung presence ni Bruno sa lineup na to. So, immense objective pressure ang dala ng Cignal Ultra against Blacklist International. Kaya parang nakita natin na Blacklist hindi sila nakahinga nung early game. Sunod-sunod yung pag-take ng objectives ng Cignal Ultra. And pagdating kasi sa team fight, hindi natatakot ang Cignal Ultra dito kasi nga sila yung superior because of the Yuzong and the Harit. Actually, yung Yuzong naging malaking problema din to for Wise kasi YSS versus Yuzong, it's not happy to play YSS against this matchup, no? Janus, nag-snowball din siya rito with the Bruno. So, nakuha ng Cignal Ultra lahat ng pwede nilang kunin ng early game. Pero, the immaculate defense from Blacklist International started with Eson pulling off a very good ulti onto 2 heroes. No? Nakakuha sila ng kill na fend off nila yung Cignal Ultra from pushing. And second time around, Cignal Ultra, sabi nila, sige, try natin ulit. Makakakuha naman tayo ng pick-off, napatay natin si Louis. Pero the thing is, wala silang Zaman Force dito. No? So they can't really force the issue against Blacklist International. Oheb is just clearing the waves. Kahit namatay siya rito, wala siyang pakialam. As much as possible, take down all the minion waves na papasok sa base nila. And Cignal Ultra, they try their best to finish the game. Problema is, it's really hard to finish the game without minions. Kasi nga, may defense yung base ng Blacklist International. Hindi mo ma-output yung damage output mo talaga. And then again, Eson started the fight with an incredible fatal links on to the Bruno. Kaya nahuli yun. And ito, sabi ni Venus, tara, labas tayo. Dito niya na minobilize yung kanyang mga agents na gulat. Actually, si Estes dito, no, napatay kagad si Imba DJ. And this is where things started going south for Cignal Ultra kasi Blacklist International, even though pantay naman sila ng late game potential, it's just that yung chasing potential and yung team fight presence ng Atlas at ng Louis, maximum, kumaga peak performance na for the side of Blacklist International. And I really like Blacklist playstyle dito, no? Hindi sila nagle-let go ng momentum. Nung naramdaman na nila na sila yung nasa lead o sila na yung nasa driver's seat, no? Isa-isa na nilang pinipitas yung Cignal Ultra. No hesitation. Kapag may nakita silang tao sa harap nila, ginugo agad nila. Kasi as much as possible, they don't want Cignal Ultra to be grouped up and prepared for the team fight. Props to Oheb actually, no, for pulling off these team fights for Blacklist International. Kapag wala ng team fight presence, si Atlas, or kapag kailangan muna ng team fight, si Oheb lagi yung maaasahan ng Blacklist International. And ito naman kasi yung playstyle talaga ni Oheb. Gusto niya nag-i-initiate for his teammates. Even using the flicker, no, para makalabas. And ginagamit niya rin yung perfect timing ng truncheon niya. And Blacklist International then prevailed against Cignal Ultra. MVP of that game brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. The Atlas of Eson. Actually, napakaganda yung idea as to why they picked the Atlas. It's a bypass against the Popol and Kupa and the Harit. Although medyo counter, no? Medyo counter naman talaga si Harit kay Atlas. Pero the thing is, as much as possible, they just want a hero that can bypass the team fight of Cignal Ultra para kapag nakapag-set up sila, ang daming follow-up. May Benedetta, may Alice, and may YSS pa. So Blacklist International just utilized the hero to its maximum potential on the back of Eson's performance. Napakalupit actually ng binigay sa atin ng mga teams natin. And I'm excited for more games today. Pero that's it for the first series. Balik muna tayo sa ating mga casters.
Well, the first match of today certainly is one of the more exciting ones. Let's see if match 2 and match 3 would keep up because, man, match 1 gave us a big taste of the MPL Season 7 action that we want to see. Anyway, before we end our post-game discussion, TDZ, do you have any last thoughts about that series?
Patience is a virtue. Even though you're behind, still be patient because there's still an opening that you can look out for, and that's the opening that Blacklist International are waiting for. We really thought that that's the end of it, that that's the winning push, but Izan says no. Flicker pulled the rest of Cignal Ultra and then backed him down, completely demolished the momentum of Cignal.
And Blacklist International just securing that comeback win in Game 2 gives them another sweep 3 points for MPL Philippines. And MPL Philippines this Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. This has been a very spicy series to watch. The comebacks, the plays coming in from Blacklist and Cignal Ultra Warriors remaining winless. They need to be able to break that cold streak, snap that losing streak, and finally find a series win. Let's see if they're gonna take that in the future episodes MPL. We're gonna go to break real quick.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf, and this is all my Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila V-Wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL mismo.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other? Lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang, yan normal na kamustahan lang, yan how was your day? Miami!
Oh no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizi?
Di siya naliligo.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world. Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory! 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 Victory for nature! Together! 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 Possible!
From nothing. If it's fun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches.
Don't listen to music, feel it. Born in sensibility. I rap, therefore I am. Everyone can be a leader. I must win.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart Free Games for All. Nakasali na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? May makikita kayong QR code just right over here. Punta kayo doon para masagot ang ating quiz kung saan pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo at mamaya mag-a-announce ako ng mga winners para dyan. Sana isa kayo doon. And we also have our live watching rewards. Just for watching, you get a reward. Regalo namin yan para sa ating mga loyal viewers. 30,000 per day makakakuha ng ating treasure chest. You see this code right here? Quickly scan it and fill out the form. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# and download the GigaLife app and choose free games. Ako po si Mara Aquino at makakasama ko ngayon dito sa panel. Once again, ang inyong paborito si Midnight and ang ating first series shoutcaster si Womi. Welcome to the panel, Womi.
Thank you for welcoming us. And game 2 was the big bang of that first match. Grabe yung ginawa yung Blacklist doon. Hanggang ngayon medyo hinihingal pa rin ako.
At syempre, mamaya makikita mulit natin si Midnight doon sa ating analyst stand. Ang unang laro natin, ang unang second series natin dito, we're about to start the first game with Bren and LPE. Etong Bren at LPE, Bren sa Group A natin, meron silang 10 points ang Bren, currently at the number 3 spot. Etong LPE naman, currently at the number 5 spot. Recently, both teams suffered a loss, fresh from a loss kahapon lang. Pero ano nga ba ang pinagkaiba ng dalawang koponan, LPE at Bren Esports?
Actually, I think it's fair to say na parehas pa nga sila ngayon. Kasi I think Bren Esports, you only have Flap na parang yung nagbabalik form. And it's the same with LPE. Parang si Ryota yung naging standout sa kanila. Although may lamang ng konti si LPE because of BMO. Yung pag-standout ni BMO for LPE, I think that's the advantage na meron yung LPE against Bren.
Akin naman, feeling ko after that loss ng LPE kahapon, medyo kailangan nilang mag-mental reset sobra. Dahil napaka-dramatic ng entra ng NXP doon when NXP got Renegade back in Game 2. Tapos si Yawi just went into God mode. Grabe yung akay niya doon. And when you face a defeat like that, LPE really needs to just get their mentality up straight again. Especially they're facing the world champions right now.
Yeah.
Siguradong nag-reset na ang ating dalawang koponan at ito ang ating defending champs, Bren Esports. Ang Bren Esports, nimulan nila ang ating Season 7 3-game losing streak but binawi nila with a 3-game win streak pero nahinto ito kahapon but they still have a chance to end Week 4 on a high note. How will they do that?
I think with all redemption arcs, kailangan mo talaga mag-step up. And again, nasabi ko nga kanina, si Top PZ pa lang yung nakikita ko nag-step up, no? Kasi si Few, he's been very consistent eh. So parang alam mo, pwede mo na tanggalin sa equation si Few kasi lagi namang Few is Few. Okay? Pero with Rebo, Carl-TZ, I think those two players needs to get back in shape. Kasi si Carl-TZ nakita natin yung Lancelot niya, 'di ba? Ang ganda naman ng performance, pero it's not the typical Carl-TZ that we've been seeing. And for the longest time, ang problem ni Bren is medyo naiipit sila sa draft. So I think they should address that going against LPE kasi LPE is a very classic drafting team na alam nila kung paano laruin yung draft battle between two coaches.
Yeah, in LPE, especially with the Benedetta on Ryota, nakita natin yun nung Game 1 kahapon. Napaka-effective ng LPE in trying to secure early heroes in the first rotation picks na makikita mo kung bakit talaga nila kinuha yun in the first rotation. And this is a key example on how you draft well.
Sino nga ba ang maglalaro ngayong araw na to para sa Bren Esports? Nandyan si Lusty, Rebo, Carl-TZ, Few, and Black-TZ.
I think this lineup, again, all-star, talagang literal na all 5 positions, you have 5 of the best mechanical players out there. No? Si Carl Tizzy, undoubtedly, siya talaga yung main jungler ng Pilipinas. No? Actually, ng buong mundo na nga eh. Buong mundo. So, there's the presence of the skill. No? Again, they're in a professional setting. Iba ang level kasi ng professional gameplay. You have to understand that there are multiple drafts that goes up against each other. And for the longest time, Bren Esports, I think their issue is that they can't close the game, not because of their playstyle, but because of the draft. So again, medyo ano pa rin eh, naglilin towards pa rin ako dun sa yung laro ng Bren, napakaganda, although needs a little fixing, pero yung draft talaga para sa akin. Yung draft talaga tinitignan ko para sa Bren Esports.
Makakalaban ng Bren ang isang koponan that's currently number 5 sa ating Group B standings. And they need today's win to strengthen their playoffs hope. Ito ang Laus Playbook Esports. Currently, ang LPE, meron din silang 2 panalo ngayong Season 7. Womi, do you think they can pull off an upset against our defending champs?
I feel that they could. Kung titignan natin ang laro ng Bren Esports ngayon, as you said, Midnight, hindi pa sila bumabalik sa form na talagang kinakatakutan ng lahat ng tao. But for LPE, that's pretty much the same. Only Ryota and Bimo are the notable players right now based on the current games that they have in Season 7. But based on the things that we've seen from LPE, I think one more person that has to step up in this scenario would be Aspect.
Oh, yeah.
If Aspect were to able to step up in this series, matatapatan niya si Carl Tizzy na wala pa sa form and eventually try to get that upset win.
Sino nga ba ang magse-step up today mula sa LPE? Ito ang ating lineup: Jake the Dog, Aspect, Arvs, Ryota, and Bimo.
Yeah, honestly, you address the elephant in the room. No? Aspect's performance has been really shaky. May mga games tayo nakita na medyo okay naman siya, specifically against NXP. Game 1, Game 2, he did well, pero natalo sila ng Game 2 because they lost sight of objectives. Pero yung mga past performance, naalala natin yung Roger, diba? Yung 0-8. We always go back to that instance na even though it's a hard Roger game, most junglers would not succumb to that kind of pressure. So I think dito lumalabas yung ito yung sinasabi nating rookie, diba? Yung rookie experience na parang hindi pa enough yung matches na meron sila sa professional setting. So ang hirap pang mag-bounce back. Pero I think with the performance na nakita natin kahapon against NXP, yung composure medyo nakikita na natin. It's just that they have to be more consistent kasi sayang yung buhat factor na meron sila. Nandiyan si Bimo, nandiyan si Arvs, napakalaki sana ng pressure na ina-amount ng LPE against any other teams.
Yeah,
pero kailangan lang talaga mag-step up ni Aspect.
And buti na address mo yan dahil as I said and as you said, if Aspect were to step up, yun na yung pinaka kumbaga three-headed dragon na yun eh. Ngayon kulang sila ng ulo.
Yeah.
The moment they get that third head in their three-headed dragon setup, makikita na natin kung ano ba talaga ang laro ng LPE. So right now, all eyes on Aspect. Hopefully, matapatan niya si Carl Tizzy mamaya sa match natin.
This match is between MPL rookies and MPL defending champs, and this head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Ito ang ating game story for today. Experience versus youth. Mapapakita kaya ng Bren Esports ang kanilang dominance and experience dito sa ating sere na to kontra sa bagong koponan that really is aiming to make a name for themselves and they want to rise in our standings?
Ito yung actually sobrang hirap to for LPE kasi sinabi na nga natin youth against experience, and if you have experienced players, even if you're even if you're facing the best team, nandiyan pa rin yung composure. LPE, you're now facing the world champions. Kahit pa sabihin natin losing streak si Bren dito, you're still facing Carl Tizzy, you're still facing Rebo. So kakabahan talaga yung mga players dyan. So you have players like Arvs, Ryota, Aspect na kailangan pong pakalmahin ng coach nila. But I don't think na kaya naman nilang gawin yun kasi they have Coach Panda naman. And Panda has been known by the community to be a very consistent coach, in terms of in-game and outside the game perspective.
Lalo na, naging coach sa C-Ball. So makikita natin dito kung paano nga ba mag-a-adjust ang LPE sa Bren. Ito ang ating statistics. Ikumpara natin ang mga numero ng Bren Esports and LPE.
Well, looking at the stats right now, it's quite obvious na lamang ang Bren in every category possible here. Kung titignan natin, lamang na lamang sila in terms of KDA as well. Malaking difference yan. But these are numbers. Ito, hindi nagsisinungaling ang mga numero. But at the end of the day, these numbers could be deceptive as well. Pwede mong sabihin na yung LPE mas mababa ng ganitong category, pero hindi ibig sabihin nun that happens every game because every game is different. This is a short average of what they do inside the game. The numbers don't lie, but you still need to watch out for the execution the moment game time starts.
When game time starts, magpapakitang gilas talaga itong dalawang kumanan. But who will be head and shoulders above this competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #itcha-GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. Ito ang team key players mula sa Bren Esports, Carl TZ, Few, and Flap TZ.
Well, yan naman yung sinabi natin kanina, yung 3 pillars ng Bren Esports, Flap TZ, Few, and Carl TZ. These 3 players, they're what composes Bren. Ito yung literal na kapag okay yung game nila, dominant tong tatlong player to, hands down. So I think it's fair to say na if one of them steps up, no? Especially Carl TZ and Few, kasi si Flap nandun eh, 'di ba? So si Carl TZ at si Few, pag nag-step up sila, this is gonna be a hard game for LPE.
At ito naman mula sa LPE, syempre, hindi sila magpapahuli. Ito yung mga team key players nila, Aspect, Drake the Dog, and Ryota.
Well, looking at these 3 players, ang kailangan nating tignan talaga si Ryota dahil yung Benedetta pick talaga nila on the hands of Ryota is very dominant. And si Ryota pa lang pinag-uusapan natin dito. They have other talented players as well. But then again, it seems like they can't channel that talent yet. And hopefully in this game, makita na natin doon. Ryota will be the catalyst, but the others need to keep up.
Ipagtabi natin ang ating mga manlalaro, and these future players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo. Flap, TZ, and Ryota, yun talagang lagi nating binabanggit itong dalawang to, pinagtabi.
Yeah, alam mo, ito yung super interesting actually sa matchup na to, no. We've said before, I've said before na lesser form ng Bren yung LPE, no. It's just that Bren Esports does everything better. Pero there's a stark difference with how their offlane plays their game. Si Flap TZ, sa kanya nagro-rotate ang Bren Esports. Come level 4, turtle timing, dun pupunta yung Bren. Sa LPE baliktad. Si Ryota yung umaalis ng lane niya. So dun natin siguro makikita yung difference between the playstyle of these two teams.
Yeah.
Ngayon makikita naman natin ang ating laning prediction. Ito na ang mapa natin ngayon.
Well, nakita naman na natin na Flap TZ tsaka Ryota talaga yung papanoorin natin dito. And buti nabanggit mo yung key difference nila in how they play their rotations because this is gonna be very important to take note of. Yung ginagawa ni Flap TZ na sa kanya pumupunta, which means binibigyan siya ng kapangyarihan ng team niya na bumuhat. Meanwhile for Ryota, siya naman yung nagbibigay ng kapangyarihan sa team niya na bumuhat. So it's still gonna be a rock paper scissors scenario for these two teams. They're very similar, pero kailangan mag blow by blow sila doon sa offlane na yun.
Eto na, youth versus experience. Sino ang may mas malakas na kapangyarihan? Bren Esports versus Laus Playbook Esports. Bakbaka na, Shoutcasters, pasok!
The world champions now putting their best foot forward as they're currently standing at top 3, and also LPE hoping to go for an upset, currently standing at top number 5, as both of these teams are aiming to get more points and to get that W after their last series losses. Welcome to the English broadcast of the MPL Philippines Season 7. We are your casters. My name is TDZ, and along with me is Rockhard. And as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shields, hand sanitizing, and also making sure that everyone is safe. Sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying home as much as possible. Let's all do our part and stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Rockhart, how are you feeling today? It's good to be back here at the caster's desk.
Yep, it's great to be back, and of course we'll have to find out whether or not the Young Bloods got what it takes to come up against world champions in this matchup.
And let's see if who will make the smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And here we go, second series, LPE versus Bren Esports. LPE at the blue side and Bren at the red side.
That's right, and again, right off the bat, you can expect heroes like the Paquito, like the Selena to be kind of denied for Bren Esports. We saw yesterday, or I think that was yesterday, where Bren was being given heroes like Selena. Somehow they kind of fell off the cracks. I don't know what happened yesterday. it was very intense. I know you were here when you think about the games yesterday. I think we have to focus on that for Bren.
I completely agree there. Again, Selena is one of those picks or highly banned heroes here completely, starting from week 1 to week 3, but after the week 4, or within the week 4 rather, we're starting to see most of the teams here trying to play around with this hero. But unfortunately, again, there's another hero who's currently shining, other than the Selena. I think that's the Popol and Koopa.
Right.
Almost the same when it comes to the mechanics. It can provide vision, also have the traps, but other than that, those two are really most of the time priority pick for most of the teams here. But let's see, as the Laus LP here trying to go for their first pick.
That is also a big possibility in this draft, right? Because Bren Esports Lusty really likes to pick that up.
Yeah.
Laus Playbook Esports, I hope they're ready to deal with it. Whether or not that's going to be the case here, I mean, who knows, right? Because they do have first pick priority. A lot of good picks are up for grabs, but they decide to go for Eve.
Yep, Eve here with a massive crowd control, using the real-world manipulation, can easily separate and provide a good standing for the team who will pick it when it comes to sieging towers and turrets. Yes, as you mentioned earlier, as predicted, Rockhart, we're looking at the Popol and Koopa, and I think you're surprised with this. Why?
A little bit, actually not surprised by the Popol and Koopa, more about the Uranus, because again, these are not really picks that you go for the first rotation most of the time. These are picks you can leave behind on second or maybe on third pick, but not first. But so right now, Bren Esports, they do have comfort picks with the Uranus. This is actually quite easily dealt with sometimes by Esmeraldas, which is not banned out.
I see. And well, that's a very good point, Rockhart, because we're starting to see most of the counter heroes for this hero is the Esmeralda, as with the Frost Moon Shield will soak all the shields dry out of this Uranus. And LPE here securing another good hero on top of the real world manipulation, other than the Harriet 7 Force, is the Granger. I know Rockhart is one of the best Granger players here on our casters. What are your thoughts about this? How will it be good for LPE combined with Eve and Harith?
I wanted it to be good, but at the same time, Bren instantly locked in Lancelot. So I kind of feel bad for this guy. It's really easy to counteract the linear attacks of a Granger with the sidesteps of a Lance, obviously with Puncture. So it's going to be up to Jake the Dog. Obviously, Jake the Dog is going to be the one to pick up the Harith because he has such a good win rate on this hero.
I agree.
So it's going to be up to either Jake the Dog and, of course, Arvs around the mid lane to kind of control that here. And they need to round this up with someone that can keep the mid lane in check. So, Bimo, good luck. Are we thinking about Grox here?
Well, I think that's the reason why Bren Esports banned the Grok right there.
Wow, okay.
Well, the thing, we saw Bimo with his last performance using the Grok there, the flicker, then the wild charge combo. Completely shattered the team composition there. But I think that's a key point for Bren Esports. No. We're not going to see that today.
No, not actually, that's the thing. Because Bren Esports, I'm sure they have their eyes locked on the Bimo. So they're thinking about, okay, what are the good picks that we can think about that Bimo can really shine with? We already removed the Jawhead. There's already no Grok. What else is out there?
I think an Atlas is really good there, or maybe throwing it back to the Natalia, or rather the surprise Natalia pick. We're not sure yet, but as we look into
it
is also open. That's a good point. But as we see here at the draft, LPE is trying to buy their time here, or rather, Bren Esports trying to get their last ban up and running. But I heard. Oh, okay.
All right.
A Barrett, since again, one of the best counters for a Lancelot. Lancelot wants to dive in front, going to the back, and with the Detonis welcome from the Barretts, I think that's a very good ban here for Bren Esports.
Yeah, that actually stops the Popol and Koopa. It also stops the Lancelot. But something that they haven't banned out completely is the Sylvana. I'm wondering if it's going to come into play here.
That's true. Again, one of the solid, really flexible hero here as a Sylvana with a divine, again with the comedic lance with a very good stun, can probably stop and wait for Carl Tizzy's Lancelot after the Thorn Rose. A very good way for them to stop this, and it will also force a Purify spell for the rest of Bren Esports, or rather LPE if Bren Esports decided to lock it in. But LPE here removed the Chang'e of Rebo with the recent performance of Rebo. They're getting the MVP twice. From week 3. We're not really surprised that they will ban it out. But Rockhart, what do you think is the best combination here? They already have a good frontliner with Uranus. They also have a good core with the Lancelot, especially a Carl Tizzy comfort pick. But what else do you think they need here for
I would
LPE?
not be surprised by a Loyi, but they go for Farsa instead, because if you notice, a lot of teams are really favoring that combination of Eve and Farsa.
Yeah.
They really like that lately, although I think it's only won like twice so far.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of faith in that, so maybe we'll see that maybe later. But right now, Bren Esports, they're aware that it's a possibility, so they removed it from the equation. So aside from obviously some of the best Farsa players, either Rebo or Few in the game, that's on Bren. It also serves a double purpose of denying it.
Exactly. Since we've seen it earlier from our last series, that even the Farsa combo, that's a good point,
Scary,
Rockhart.
right?
It is scary, and really thought that that they will win that out, but there's a lot of ways for them to control it. Oh, whoa, okay. Another juicy pick here, surprise pick for LPE. Coach Panda really reinventing the current lineup or the hero pool of LPE here. Now we're looking at I'm offended AoE control here from the Ruby and also the Deadly Thorns, which is a really good control when it comes to DPS heroes from Bren Esports. What are your thoughts about this, Rock?
So I'm thinking about the last time we saw a Belleric. I think that was way back M2.
Yeah.
With RRQ Lemon picking that up all over from Indonesia. Obviously, it worked out 50-50 in that tournament. I wonder how well it's aged, right? Because right now I feel like it's in a place where it's great for certain scenarios, but it's not a proven thing. It's not tried and tested. So LPE, I like the bravery of pushing this kind of lineup against Bren Esports here.
Well, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. LPE and Bren Esports already had their heroes locked in for our Game 1 second series for the day. But yeah, I was really surprised. I think that Belleric is a good counter for a Lancelot, maybe. I think that's what LP is thinking right now with the crowd control. Or maybe it's more of since they lack team fight and they need to have another hero who can secure their position if they got caught inside the real-world manipulation. But let's see here how both of the teams will execute their plan and work their way out to get that W for the series.
Yeah, big W is very important here for Laus Playbook Esports. At the same time, you know what's something that we have to add here that isn't really on the board? Cignal Ultra.
Oh, yeah.
They're getting close to really getting off the, almost impossible to come back on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
So they're really hoping that Bren Esports needs to lose 0-2 here. Otherwise, Cignal might be out of contention already.
Yeah, so it's all about the other teams.
A lot of people are watching,
Yeah, for sure,
Very important match today.
Indeed, and as we go to the Land of Dawn, this is Game 1 of our second series, ladies and gentlemen. LPE versus the world champions and the defending champions of Season 6, Bren Esports. And look at this, Rockhart. Bren Esports are now really playing aggressively as Lusty trying to invade the jungle, and is really being contested by BMO. As we look in our tri-cam, all lanes, top lane, Ryota against Flapteezy, Jake the Dog, and Rebo in the bottom lane. And the tri-lane here, or the tri-mid lane, is now being heavily contested by Bren. And Lusty is also going for those invades as Aspect move towards the purple, the buff, and probably secure his own buff.
So there's just a little bit of a timing here that Bren Esports can that LPE can actually kind of take advantage of. That's the time where the Lancelot doesn't have the Phantom Execute yet.
Yeah,
Phantom
so the power spikes.
Yeah, the power spike of Bren Esports around level 4, level 5 around the mid lane. And that's the time where LPE can do stuff on the map. But it looks like it's going to be a different story here because LPE is the one getting pressured on the side lane.
As I agree, as there's a lot of traps there from Popo being thrown at the bottom lane and forced Jake the Dog to TP in and recall to get his life back as normal. As we look into the top lane here, we're looking at a concussive blast plus an ionic edge trying to force back Ryota, but Ryota is way too tanky. Look at this, the deadly thorns and also the ancient seed healing, just giving a lot of time for LPE to sustain that lane.
Yep, again, LPE is going to have to be really careful with Aspect. We've talked about Aspect before. Oh, big team fight here.
Oh, again, with the Phantom Execution, not enough damage. Again, the last bullet from Aspect's Dead Sonata is will not gonna connect, but will we see the aggression of Bren Esports here, just really aiming to get that opportunity to play aggressively. But LPE with their current draft, I think it's really difficult to burst it out, since we've talked, as you mentioned earlier, Rockhart, the timings of their core heroes. Carl Teasy is already level 4, and we all knew how aggressive Carl Teasy is once he's able to get his comfort hero.
Yep.
He's really showing the finesse of this hero right now.
One of the most aggressive junglers in the whole
I agree.
world. I
I
think
agree.
the panel talked about that. Again, he is the benchmark. He is the golden standard.
Yeah.
So if they can keep up with Aspect, I believe this mid game is going to be a lot of fun for us to watch. Bren Esports though.
Void Crystal being placed into the Feathered Airstrike plus the real manipulation. They will take the first blood. Ryota will take it in. Arbs with a nice flicker out, trying to disengage, but Lusty with Popple and Koopa. They will take another revenge kill. 1-for-1 exchange for both teams. But look at the position of Bren Esports right now. Just really waiting for another opportunity as Aspect moves forward with the Rhapsody here. A little bit off the mark, but BMO is there to help him out. Be nice. Oh, again with the I'm offended. Lusty locking him in inside the tier 2 turret with the taunt from the recall.
BMO, again, he is the guy that you gotta watch out for. He can do some really unexpected stuff when you give him an opportunity. And I'm really liking this here for LPE. The thing is, Aspect, you gotta keep those trigger fingers in check, my man. The angles are
The angle is
off.
currently acute.
Yeah,
Acute
a
angle.
few degrees lower maybe sometimes. Maybe it's just the nerves, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But that gave them an opportunity to get back on the track, as LPE currently on the lead right now when it comes to KDA. But look at the net worth, 10.3 here, as Feathered Airstrikes now being used by Few, trying to force back LPE away from the turtle, as Flap TZ and Lusty trying to defend the turtle cave. Ryota moving forward here. BMO taking a lot of shots there, plus the curse wheel manipulation again, trying to catch out Carl TZ, but Carl TZ with the movement from the puncture is able to get out easily. But Flap TZ here moving forward, a lot of ionic edge stacks here, and also from the Radiance, as again the damage from the Curse Crow from Few, taking one in. BMO will take another kill here. 1-for-1 exchange, as LPE and Bren Esports still aiming to get that turtle at BMO, trying to run away. Be nice.
Oh, Koopa?
And the Koopa is way too tanky.
Man.
Oh my goodness. Look at how the itemization and also the emblems build up from Bren Esports there, really at its full potential.
Yeah, the one thing I don't really like what LPE is doing is they're grouping up a lot.
Oh.
You don't group up against a lineup like this. There is just so much potential for Flap to do damage. Same with Rebo, same with View. It's a Farsa analysis.
Yeah.
They don't stick together as much as possible, but they're choosing the fights around these areas where it's just so compressed.
Yeah. So they really love us. Jake the Dog with a Zaman Force. Forced Rebo out of the lane, and also Aspect with a Death Sonata. But look at this, Bren Esports, Curse Crow into the Feathered Airstrike. BMO half HP, needs to run away, but the last strike from the Feathered Airstrike is enough for him to go down. Ryota as he flickered out of the fight, and the turtle will be taken by Carl TZ.
They're giving in Carl TZ's wishes. He is getting everything he wants on the map so far. Bottom lane is also an easy target, so expect this goal to balloon even further.
Yep, as we can see, as the Bren Esports move forward, Phantom Execution, not enough to take Jake the Dog out, as the dog from the other side on Bren Esports is also trying to catch his behind.
Jake the Dog being chased out by a dog.
By a dog, yeah. That's, wow, goodness. As Bren Esports able to take the first turret out of the way, as LPE trying to fight into the middle lane with the Feathered Airstrike at the behind of Bren Esports. But BMO and the rest of the crew, LPE, still trying to get their footing up.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it just feels so difficult at this point for LPE to get back in this one, just because of You know, the pressure that's being given by the Popoling Koopa.
Yeah.
Lusty almost single-handedly controlling the map for Bren Esports, while the rest of the team just wants to go in and anytime he wants. Like, Lusty's the one who's making the zones happen, and I like the performance here so far from Bren.
That's true. And look at this. Again, you've been talking about Lusty.
This guy.
You just went inside as the turret will hit Flap TZ out of the way. The Rhapsody a little bit or half of it will connect.
Seriously?
But the Death Sonata from Aspect did not connect as Flap TZ with the emotes trying to taunt LPE.
Why?
Oh my goodness. You're really surprised about that. Rockhard, what are your thoughts about that, man?
The angles were so off. Like, literally. Oh my god.
Oh my.
He was hitting dirt.
Or
He was
maybe is
hitting
it because
grass.
of the jukes of Uranus with the additional movement
I
speed?
guess that's also
another
a bonus.
factor.
Move speed, heavy targets are difficult to hit, but
Yeah.
come on, it was so far.
Oh yeah, man.
Ah.
Oh my goodness. As the feathered airstrike will land onto the
bad.
top of the heads of Aspect here, force him to move away and disengage from that fight as the turtle will respawn, and also Carl TZ just in time waiting for the next turtle. And Bren Esports occupying the top lane as LPE still trying to get their farm.
Yeah. So the only upside I can see for Aspect right now is at least he's not dying.
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
He's not dying. He's getting some of that farm back. But of course, Bren Esports all over the map, they're getting small advantages, slowly but surely. And over time, if this continues, it's going to be insurmountable. This Uranus is going to be unkillable later on. You cannot reach the Farsa for sure. And Carl TZ, he's going to assassinate the Granger. So time is of the essence here for LPE.
It's all about time and positioning. As Rockhart is pointed it out, they need to capitalize on their advantage as soon as possible because they went for Aspect, and Aspect KDA is not that good, but he's slowly getting there when it comes to items. He already was trying to go for the Blade of Heptasis here, get that additional armor penetration on top of the Raptor Machete. But when it comes to stacks, for sure, Aspect had a lot of time to get that 15 stacks up and running, as Bren Esports now moving towards the bottom lane, trying to go for a catch as BMO trying to hide himself. Arbs, look at Arbs here, just one more strike, but that is still enough. Able to run away, but no, 23 seconds on the sidelines, and also LP get an exchange as well. Flaptizi again trying to move away and isolate Jake the dog here, stunned, now get punished by Carl TZ. Rhapsody, where's the normal attacks? He will be secured, the Carl TZ kill here as a wipeout on the side of Bren Esports. 5-for-2 exchange, but look at Bren stitching their objectives out of the way as they take the bottom turret as well.
I feel like Carl TZ didn't even need to die there, but he chose to stick around, tried to wait for an opportune target. Customized, but again, the wipeout is something very difficult to deal with here. For LP.
Oh, look at that. The I'm Offended ultimate from Ruby did not connect. And Flaptizi just abusing the fact that he's way too tanky right now, controlling the lane equilibrium in the bottom lane. And this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999.
Yeah, I could really hear you when you were saying like, ooh, look at that, arms almost going down, right?
Yeah.
I could feel the crunchiness of the feathered airstrike. And at the same time, the rest of Bren Esports were collapsing in a very tight area, compressed again. They baited out LPE for like how many times already in this game?
And that's a choke point, right?
That's a choke point. You don't fight Bren in those areas, but LPE, they went for it. Bren baited them out very nicely, netting them that wipeout.
Indeed, and as we go back to our live stream, a fight actually happened and Lusty went down. 8 seconds for this young guy. As we look into the items here, and this battle is now being queued by Carl TZ on top of the Blade of Heptasis plus the Raptor Machete. And for the Alice, Calamity Reaper going for the Holy Crystal. Just needs a little bit of gold at 430 as he went for the Impure Rage rather, instead of the Mystery Shop.
Yeah.
So LPE now still trying to get the momentum up and running as we look into our kill scores 6-8, but look at the net worth, man.
Net worth is just rocketing, skyrocketing. Like I said, it's slow, but it's sure.
Oh! Again, the I'm Offended surprise, getting Arbs a kill. With the real world manipulation, that's a good start here for LPE. Carl TZ trying to taunt him out with the Thorned Rose plus the Puncture. He's trying to get away as Rebo moving at the back lines here. Blood Oath slowing him down, plus the Blood Oath combo, flowing blood as well. But he went back to control the rest of Ryota and Bimo, and he will be punished, or maybe not. He does have the Winter Truncheon trying to get out, and he will, as the rest of Bren Esports now trying to get the missing members or the low members of LPE. 2-4-0 exchange for Bren Esports. How did they manage to do that?
I think that's just because of, again, sacrifices by Flapteasy. He's doing a great job in zoning out the opposition, despite that great pickoff from LPE, which they should have been really doing for a long time now.
Yeah.
They were able to really get into a position where, you know what, we can lose one guy, we can keep up. We still have enough damage on our other members.
Yeah, just trading it out as Bren Esports is now occupying the jungle area of LP, making it difficult for Aspect to get his buff up. And as the Lord is now being taken by Bren Esports, Flapteasy is just zoning the rest of LPE. You can't go near the Lord area as I boxed them out and zoned the rest of LPE out. As you can see, the Rhapsody even hitting Flapteasy, not damaging that much.
Yeah, you can tell. This is what I'm talking about, right? He can do this and more, and LPE is aware. So they're respecting Flapteasy so much, and he's giving the team so much farm just by being visible on LPE's vision on the map. So because of that, Bren Esports other members, you know what, we're gonna go have a little bit of a vacation. We're gonna go around and see the sights and sounds of the Land of Dawn, and we're gonna get some gold. And that's exactly how Bren is just ballooning to 10,000 gold.
Wow. 10,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, and the Lord is also marching into the bottom lane as the rest of Bren Esports are just trying to take their sweet time getting the farm and also stealing the buffs away from LPE and BMO and the rest of the crew now.
Yeah.
Real in tune. They're just really confident. They're still not afraid that they're on the lead right now.
Look at the mid. Fuse the guy cutting in front of the tower. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
And Gor's on the bottom, they will be able to deal with the Lord at least.
Oh, as Feathered Airstrike will rain from above with a nice I'm-offended hook, but he's able to run away with the wings by wings into real-world manipulation, not hitting anyone. Flapteasy is also there on the back lines with the Be Nice Wolf King here. Aspect just playing around with Flapteasy as Flapteasy is also playing the rest of LPE.
Single-handedly zoning them.
Yeah, single-handedly zoning them out and just trying to grab the attention of LPE as the rest of Bren Esports is converging at the top lane, going for another push.
Yep, and everyone, they're on the field trip, man. They're having a lot of fun. Here comes the pain, though. Itemization on the Farce is really immense. Hits Arvs a few.
Wrath of the Dryad is now being saved up and being queued by Ryota as the rest of Bren Esports and LPE trying to defend their own base to get that W for this game one as the last turret standing for LPE is now been destroyed. LPE needs to do and stop the bleeding as the Feathered Airstrike now again being used by Few here, trying to isolate Ryota. Ryota, half HP, is way too tanky, but that's still enough to soak the damage from Bren.
We're getting close to the end here, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, Bren Esports they've surgically, methodically removed all of the towers here, the inhibitors for LPE. And this is going to make the defense just so much more difficult here.
That's true. And Bren knew that they're ahead, and that's why they're playing it safe, as Rockhart mentioned earlier. And look at this, there's just almost 80% or 90% of the map is now being occupied by Bren. They're choking LPE inside their base, preventing them from getting any farm at all.
Oh man, Few with the hits on the Feathered Airstrike. Oh man, every bush that you approach, you're gonna have to assume that there is a Farsa or Lancelot waiting there. Either that or a trap.
Yeah,
you know,
just like a snake, right?
Just
waiting
like
for someone
snake,
to
slithering around the grass.
Oh,
don't show your feet or else you will get
beaten
punished.
out. Oh my goodness. Look at the items here. Even Lusty with his dominance eyes giving the enough slow for the attack speed and the movement speed of LPE, making it difficult for them to disengage. However, but look at this. Bren Esports now really confident with the recall and the emotes.
Yep.
Just waiting for the next wave here to come in and enter the territory of LPE as the Feathered Airstrike again starting things off. Thorned Rose did not connect, but BMO is way too tanky, still with full HP.
Yeah, Youngblood's definitely having a hard time against the veterans here in the league.
Oh.
The rest of the squad here, at least for Bren Esports, they're kind of respecting the possibility of the damage output. For LPE, they're not forcing the fight yet, so maybe they want to go for the Lord, a little bit more precision. If you have the Lord on your back, it'll be a lot easier for the push. So at least there is that respect coming in for Bren.
That's a good point, Rockhart. And so that's the reason why they're playing it safe. They're just waiting for the next Luminous Lord here. 7-10 at the moment. 13k net worth lead for Bren Esports. But look at the items. Look at how tanky Flapteasy is. Oracle, Brute Force Breastplate, Athena Shield, Enchanted Talisman plus the AC. That's how difficult. What do you need to do here? Maybe do you need more of a armor penetration for this gun? Because he's taking just all of the damage from LP and baiting all of their cooldowns.
Yeah, the thing is, LP already has the Necklace of Durance, right? The problem is, Flapteasy doesn't care. That's the thing. Like, he's gonna be able to regenerate just because of the amount of HP, base HP, and armor that he already has. So, good point. Armor Pen could do the trick, but Flap, he's not giving them the opportunity to use those items.
Yeah, exactly. And Flapteasy, look at how confident Flapteasy is as he's just trying to bait LPE's position. Come at me, bro. Come at me.
Come on.
Come on, come at me.
I got the stuff. You know you want it.
You know you want it.
But yeah, that's the thing. With 3 people constantly checking on Flap, the rest of Bren, again, can do whatever they want to do on the map.
Oh, look at the view there on the bottom right-hand corner as the Lord, the face of the Lord, is also streaming in. Real-world manipulation being used. And also the feathered airstrike. Who will contest? Arbs here in the bottom lane, but look at the view here. Arbs who's still able to get the secure kill on the real-world manipulation. Jake the dog still trying to get Flapteasy. Flapteasy still regenerating as the Alice is also using the Winter Truncheon to get that most of the damage here. Now the Lord has been taken out. LPE successfully defending their base against the strike of Bren Esports. Also catching one member out. Fuse down for the count.
Yeah, I gotta admit, that looked like it was gonna be a difficult defense, but the wave clear for LPE is actually pretty good, man. Yeah. They got Chrono Dashes for days, obviously with Zaman Force. You've also got the Eve with unlimited artillery in his hands. So the clear is gonna be really, really good.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's no offensive capabilities.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a good point.
The only win condition I can think of here for LPE at this point, with the amount of gold that the advantage that Bren has, is if we reach 20 plus minutes and someone from Bren just accidentally slips up.
Oh.
That's the only win condition I can think of. And then after that, maybe LPE can do a big push. But even at 4v5, it's still going to be a difficult uphill battle.
And I think that's a 4v6 because we also need to include Koopa there in the count.
Koopa has to be there. You got to add Koopa all the time, right? Because Koopa's always a great +1.
So, as you mentioned, the game plan for LPE here is to prolong the game and wait for the late game. Because since the recent patch, once we've hit the 20-minute mark, once you're dead, the death timer also was massive. Yeah. You can go for a TikTok while you're waiting, or maybe browse for a little bit, go for the alt tab. But yeah, I completely agree there, Rockhart. LPE just really had a difficult time defending, but they're really good defending the base, rather. That's what I was trying to say. So maybe that's the opening that they're waiting for.
Yeah, they do have the tools. So they have the tools to defend as long as they can keep pushing it out without the rest of Bren Esports diving on their backline, diving on the Eve. They can defend.
Yeah.
But the Eve also has to be super careful. Same with Aspect, because he's in a very vulnerable state. Because Rebo, he's not afraid to dive anymore.
I agree.
He's just going to go in. He has the Winter Truncheon. He's going to do some damage.
And we saw that earlier, right?
We saw that earlier around the base. So you got to keep your eyes open if you're Aspect and if you're Arbs.
Yeah, Arbs here and Rebo as we speak. Trying to use the flowing blood, trying to check the brushes out of the way as BMO able to get that Has Claws, additional lifesteal for BMO's Ruby. And look at this, LPE, they've been defending for quite some time now.
Yeah.
And we are looking at the starvation technique of Bren Esports here, just starving LPE inside their base.
It's the war of attrition. You cannot get any gold here. Only the minions, and of course at the same time while you're getting that, we're getting all your jungle, we're getting all the big objectives, not to mention you cannot get any towers. So as time progresses, 15,000 gold lead here for Bren Esports. Low kill count though.
Yeah, low kill count.
8 to 10. Yeah.
I think it's all about economy. That's what you're trying to say, right? And I think their turrets, they can still use their turrets for the next game, for the next series.
They got a lot of reserves. Yeah, for sure. But no maintenance required.
No maintenance required.
I like it.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at the items of LPE here. Well, as we go back to the game, I think the Oracle is enough for Arvs here, getting that additional shield once he uses his real-world manipulation.
Yeah, slowly catching up.
Yeah, slowly catching up, and Aspic as well. What are your thoughts about this? Do you think that they will go for the Blade of Despair, or they will go for the Hunters, or the Malefic Roar, rather?
Yeah, I actually don't know. At this point, I'm scared to find out. Alright, there you go. So I think the thing that we have to think about here is Hunter's Fury is already locked in. Aspect, despite being 0, 1, and 5, he does have the items, at least. So they'll be ready to go for fights when Bren goes for it. But they're going to be in a little bit of a disadvantage. Especially in terms of positioning, because the traps are everywhere.
Yeah, and look at how fast Bren Esports are taking out the Lord. And there's no way that LP can contest it. Look at Flapteezy here. It's just like a moving turret. If you get close, yeah, I'll soak all the damage, but you can't kill me.
Yeah, the armor is real for
yeah,
Flap.
for
And
sure.
Also, you can't really CC him for long because he has all of that anti-magic resistance. You got the anti-crowd control locked in, so you can't hold down the Uranus for much longer. And this is also a big reason why he is such a big pick in the previous season. I mean, right now I think it's only a few teams that are picking up the Uranus, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Compared to before.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe for our week 1, we've seen a lot of Uranus pick, but as Bren Esports going back to the game here.
For it.
Oh, they will go for it indeed. And look at Bren Esports, they're trying to focus fire on the main inhibitor, but the LP says no. But they still continue, and they will secure the W for Bren Esports. And this winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999. Rock, just a one-time surprise for Bren Esports with that last skirmish.
I think that was just way out of proportion. They fought under the base, and I don't think LPE expected that amount of firepower. They expected tankiness, but they didn't expect that Bren Esports was going to be able to dive in without any problems. So that's the big tilting point there is even the crowd control, even the area of effect skills of the Eve was not enough to slow down Bren.
Oh my! And once Bren Esports went inside the real world manipulation, that's the best opportunity that LPE can go for a strike back. We've seen it earlier from before that skirmish right there, but it was a hard fought game there for LPE. But as we look into our game, let's go ahead and throw it out to our resident analyst Midnight, and let's try to dissect the game one by one. Midnight, let's go.
Interesting draft idea for LPE, but at the end of the day, execution is what matters. Bren Esports, they pull off a win here against LPE. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight, and ating i-breakdown kung paano tinalo ng Bren Esports ang LPE. Tignan muna natin yung post-game stats dito na hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free-to-game great with Smart, free games for all. Bren Esports, sila yung nakakuha ng early game, pero kahit paano naman nahirapan sila pagdating sa mid-game, no? So they needed to adjust the items here on their side. Very crucial actually yung item pickup dito ng Uranus at pati na rin ni Alice, the Blood Wings and the Immortality. Yung Immortality syempre kay Uranus yan, and yung Blood Wings for Rebo. This is to sustain the damage output na meron ng LPE dahil may Haret sa side nila. And speaking about the Haret, no, Bren Esports, they picked up the Alice even though nakita na nila yung Haret. The reason why they did that is that it's good against Eve and the Granger. It's too good to pass. Kumbaga kahit talo sila sa matchup, no, sobrang hirap pa rin kasi palusutin ng Alice, no. Lalo kung ganito yung opportunity na nakikita nila, dalawang heroes yung maka-counter ng isang pick. So even though they saw the Haret, pinik pa rin nila yung Alice. Ang ginawa ng Bren Esports is in-adjust nila yung pressure nila. Instead of putting pressure with Carteezy, ang ginawa nila is tinulungan nila si Alice na lumamang against the Haret. Mamaya makikita natin yan, pero bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating highlights, check nyo muna yung ating live watching reward. So sa mga gusto manalo ng rewards dyan, scan nyo na yung QR code or punta kayo dito sa website natin, fill upan nyo yung form, And if you're one of the first 30,000 entries, remember guys, 30,000. So bilisan nyo, makakakuha kayo ng reward which is skin worth of 599 diamonds. So guys, bilisan nyo na, baka maubusan kayo ng slot dahil 30,000 lang yung makakakuha ng rewards natin. Punta na kayo sa website, fill upan nyo na yung form, and makakakuha kayo ng rewards. Okay, let's move on to the game highlights brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. LPE and Bren Esports, nagkaroon ng war of attrition, no? Yung control sa turtle. Actually, napakatagal nito. And it looked like LPE was pulling off ahead dahil 2 beses na pitas si Carl TZ on the Lancelot in the specific part of the map. But the thing is, napipigilan din naman yung LPE by Flap TZ. No? Si Flap lang mag-isa, pinipigilan niya yung objective taking ng LPE. So hindi naging problema for Bren Esports to kasi nakakapag-free farm pa rin naman si Alice on the site. Again, uulit sila dito sa laban na to. They set up for the turtle play, pero Flap TZ, still the Superman that he is, sustaining the damage output of LPE and allowing Bren Esports to finally get an opportunity, a window of opportunity to go in. But once again, napitas na naman si Carl TZ on the Lancelot. Kudos to Bimo for playing Ruby fantastically well dito sa dito sa turtle fight na to. But nung time na okay, na-hit na natin yung spike natin, nandiyan na yung damage from the far side and the damage from the Lancelot. Naramdaman ng LPE na parang na-delay na tayo dito and hindi na nakagalaw masyado yung Granger natin. Actually, very crucial to kasi they have an aggressive lineup din, no? They have an Eve, they have a Granger, and they have a Ruby. Pero Bren Esports, sila yung nagdidictate ng aggression against LPE. Ito, crucial actually, yung team fight na to. Very small mistake lang for Jake the Dog, no? Pero LPE, they needed to fight. They needed to fight the heroes that are in front of the Granger. Kasi wala na rin naman sila masyadong pang clean up, no? Pero Jake the Dog decided to go on the backline, which is very crucial kasi wala silang mapatay, wala silang ma-burst down, and they need to help each other, no? Yung Harry at Granger, kailangan mapatay nila kung sino man yung nasa harap nila. So, na-wipe out si LPE doon and Bren Esports pulled off ahead with a very huge gold lead. Kahit pantay yung kill score natin, the advantage is already on the side of Bren Esports. May late game factor pa rin naman ng LPE. This is still a Harit. Pero the positioning of how these clashes are setting up for LPE, hindi talaga gumagana, hindi pasok sa playstyle. Again, laging nasa likod si Harit trying to take down the Alice. Walang pamprotekta actually kay Granger, which is where Flap TZ comes in. Yung Uranus niya, literal na nasa harap lang ng LPE. Gusto magpasuntok kasi nire-regen lang naman ni Uranus. Ito yung sinasabi nating late game factor, no? Kayang-kaya nilang labanan yung heroes ng LPE. They still have a Harit and they have a good wave clear naman sa lineup nila. Problem is, kailangan lang nilang pumwesto ng tama, especially aspect no, on this Granger. He has no protection at all from Bren Esports. The range of the Farsa and the damage output of the Alice. Kailangan talaga mag-ingat ni LPE sa pwestuhan niya. And pagdating ng late game, ito na yung point na immortal na si Uranus dahil meron siyang immortality, mataas ang HP, mataas ang sustain ni Alice. And Carl TZ, actually, very nice play. May isa pa kasi natirang cannon, and ang ginawa niya, instead of fighting against LPE, dinasya niya na lang lahat ng minion wave and tinapos niya yung laro. And the MVP of that game, brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Rebo on the Alice, KDA of 303 in front of a Harith. Sabi niya, wala akong pakialam. Kahit counterin niyo ako, I will step up and be the nuance na kailangan ng Bren against LPE. Kill participation of 60%, but most importantly is his decision-making. Lagi siyang pumapasok sa backline, lagi niyang ina-assassinate yung mga kailangang heroes sa side ng LPE, and it made life harder for Playbook Esports. Sige natin kung makakabawi ang LPE or will Bren continue their dominance? Let's throw you back to our casters.
That's a good question, Midnight, our resident analyst. I think, based on the recent performance, LPE really had a difficult time going for an uphill draft. So I think the best adjustment for LPE there is to go for the early game. Do you agree?
Yeah, early game, go for the heroes that can take advantage of the early game, which they sort of did a little bit. Because the Granger, you know, the Granger's Rhapsody hits in the early game can actually take heroes from 100 to maybe 20.
Yeah.
As long as all of them hit. Oh my gosh. Aspect really I want to see this guy step up on heroes like this, or if you don't, you can't capitalize, maybe use a different hero that has more homing attacks. Maybe a Yi Sun Shin, maybe let's stick to that one. They had a great Yi Sun Shin game in the qualifiers. Let's go with that, but not what we saw earlier, right?
So go for comfort picks then.
Go for comfort picks. This Granger did not look comfortable at all. We saw so many off-angle shots, which again I hate to be hard on him, but it's just how it is. So
Facts.
these are the facts that you have to watch out for. If you Granger, you got to go make those shots count. If not, go for something else.
Yeah, go for something else indeed. So a little bit of an adjustment when it comes to the draft for LPE here. And I completely agree, Rockhard. Those are facts. And I believe that there are some changes that needs to be done. LPE, I guess this is just the LPE trying to experiment when it comes to their drafting.
Yeah.
We pointed out earlier that Ruby, I think this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that a team rather picked up a Ruby. Or I think the second.
Yeah, we saw one before.
Yeah, okay.
I'm having a hard time remembering who, but yeah, we did.
So we saw a Ruby, but it's not the hero that is always being picked on this current meta.
Quite experimental.
Quite experimental, but they really tried. We've seen the strength of the Belleric plus the Ruby picked up earlier on our early game as we speak.
It had potential, right? There was potential for it to really explode in a big team fight. The problem was Bren Esports also had some really good AoE.
Oh my.
Literally explosions from the Forza, explosions from Alice. That's just how it is.
Exactly. So it's all about AoE and a little bit of adjustments. But from that recovery, well, let's talk about the recovery of Bren Esports there from their early game. As Midnight pointed it out, that LPE were able to catch out Carl TZ twice from the early game, but a little bit of turnaround. What do you think excels most, or what is the point where Bren Esports did able to hold things out for them?
Yeah, they were able to really slow down the mid lane because that was where the pressure really was, supposedly, for LPE. And the passive play of the Popoling Koopa, by the way, just ban it out. If you, this is a great bannable hero for Bren Esports at this point. Functions almost exactly the same like the Selena. Right? And it's giving so much room for the rest of Bren Esports to really catch up, specifically their jungler, Carl TZ.
And talking about the room and the Carl TZ, as we look into Bren Esports here, let's see who will make the smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. Rockhart, we're looking at the Game 2 draft here. Selena again, now being not given an opportunity to show or to step into the land of Dawn, as the Diggy and the Benedetta will be removed by Bren Esports.
I mean, this is unsurprising, and also big respects, obviously, to Jawhead capabilities of Bren Esports. I like that LPE is just not, they're not letting any of these picks away. At the same time, also surprised by LPE not picking up the Sylvana as much.
That's true.
They used to really love that hero, and somehow, and they had good results with it, but somehow they're really kind of changing with the times. Maybe a little too much, because I really liked how they play with the Sylvana.
Perfect execution.
Especially ARBs, yeah.
Yeah, perfect execution for LPE. And I think, I completely agree as you mentioned earlier, that they need to go for their comfort picks. And you did mention that that Sylvana is a good comfort or a good pick for LPE here. Maybe they need to try it out again. Go with their go with their old play style. Go to the go back to their Playbook, as Playbook Esports though.
I see what you did.
And as Bren Esports going for the Mathilda ban and the Uranus, says LP Esports says, okay, we really had a difficult time with this Uranus, man. Let's just ban it out. We're not going to give any opportunity for Bren Esports to pick it out again, as Bren Esports will pick their first hero. That will be the Paquito.
Alright, another huge comfort pick here for Flap TZ, and not to mention, there's just so much firepower when you pick it up and control, which again also is a deny pick for LPE.
Yeah, that's true. And we've seen LPE played out the Paquito before, one of the best side laners as the current meta. Well, I've tried it earlier, Rockhart, while we were playing, or before we played earlier on the backstage. I tried Paquito, and the sustainability from this guy. Especially once you're able to pick up the Berserker's Fury, or rather the Bloodlust Axe, plus the Festival of Blood, it's really difficult for you to kill it out.
Yeah, and I think this is also one of the heroes that you gotta have to keep on the ban list, which I'm surprised LPE didn't.
Yeah, that's a good
point. They put the Uranus on the bans instead. I'm not sure if that's a great idea. At the same time, LPE is trying to pull off a Bren Esports lineup here. Lusty, usually so good at the Popol and Koopa, this time around they're gonna be the ones to pick it up. And of course the Claude here. which
Yeah.
is going to be very interesting whether or not they want to push it on the jungle or if they want to put it on a gold lane instead.
Yeah. Well, recently, as we have observed from week 1 to week 4, I rarely see a Claude going to the side lanes, but it is okay. It is okay as a side lane. He can easily recover. But most of the picks, whenever someone or a team is going for a Claude pick, is probably a core. But do you think that this is a really crucial draft for LPE? The reason why I said that is they're already showing their core hero.
Yeah, this is risky. I mean, it's not necessarily the jungle pick yet, but it's actually quite risky. And despite seeing LPE actually use the Claude very well in previous matches, it's very easily counterable by heroes like locking in Chos. Like if you have a Cho, hard to play Claude. If you have a Sylvana, also very hard to play a Claude. So this is a disadvantage. At the same time, it could bait out a few picks.
That's true. I completely agree there because again, information is the key when it comes to drafting, and also execution is different. But let's see if since LPE is really comfortable with picking up their Claude as their first pick, as they stabilizes their draft with a good frontliner. Barrett is already on play, and Barrett's up against the Eve and also the backshow of Bren Esports. I believe, Rockhart, that they need to at least go for a flicker here for the Barretts. We've seen the Barretts pick earlier from our first series. It is effective, maybe because of the Matilda pick on top of the Barretts.
Yeah, I think this is not bad at all because we did see Edward play very well in the last series.
Your team is banning.
You also have a lot of control with the Popolin Koopa, so you can combo it.
Your team is
you can
banning.
stun someone, you can root someone, while Detona's Welcome is being procced, so that's an easier route, and that's almost a sure kill most of the time.
That's true. Because sorry, go ahead.
These are single target hits, so the AoE is going to be a little bit more difficult to hold down since a lot of their skills are single target holds. So the advantage here is going to be Bren Esports. The moment they group up, when you go for the team fights, that's also the time that they're going to be great.
That's true. I completely agree. That's a very good point there, Rockhart. And again, this duo, we've seen LPE play this one out, and also the other teams play this one out. The aggressiveness of Lusty on his Popolin Koopa. He's just easily cutting up the waves, and also letting Koopa soak all the damage for Popo. So that's a very good point, Rockhart. As LPE removing the Kagura out of the play here, and also aiming to remove the Farsa, while Bren Esports again remove the Valier. We rarely see a Valier pick here for Bren Esports, but I think the thoughts of Coach Ducky here. Okay, LP loves to play a little bit of uncommon or unorthodox kind of draft, so I think that's a safe ban here for Bren Esports.
There you go. They're getting ahead of the curve, and I think this is what I predicted as well.
That's good.
Not a Claude jungle, it's a Claude gold
Side
lane
lane
with the Harley for early game burst on jungle. So they banned out the Valier just because the Valier can actually quite easily push back Pakito and stop the aggression as well of the Baksha. And of course, Bren Esports doesn't want that, which means they could also go for something a little bit similar to what we saw before. We could see heroes like the Bane, for instance, heroes like that who don't like being pushed back, who can provide a lot of burst if you give him a good position. The Ling as well, again, melee. We're going to be looking at melee heroes here for Bren Esports.
So they love to shove out the lane and control the lane equilibrium here for Bren Esports. That is indeed the key, as they picked up the Chang'e and also the Ling. So Chang'e with the Meteor Shower, we've seen Rebo pick this one up.
Yep, side lane split pushing Chang'e will be able to clear up the minion waves, not necessarily around the mid lane. So that's going to be the role of Few in this one.
And I think that is, well, I believe that Barrett is also a perfect pick here for LPE, since Cartesi with his Ling loves to jump inside the box of LPE here within their territory. And let's see what will be the last pick of LPE here. Akaja to cancel the real world manipulation, possibly.
Wow. Alright, so I like what LPE is doing here. They said, you know what, we can't deal with the 5v5s. Let's not try to go with the 5v5s. I want to go for single target hits. Divine Judgment on one guy. Detona's Welcome on one guy. Koopa Bite on one guy. And then finish it off with Aspect assassinating those targets. That's their game plan. That's the whole game plan. 5v5, no thank you.
No, thank you.
No thank you.
So it's all about pickoffs versus team fight oriented draft for Bren Esports right here. And yeah, I don't want to predict. I want to see how they will execute this one out because it's quite risky. But as I was observing, excuse me, rather the draft of LPE here, they're more of a early oriented draft.
Yeah, they're putting all their eggs in the early game basket.
Yeah.
I don't know what I think about that, but if it works, I'll be happy to just recommend this lineup to anyone who plays.
Yeah.
But it is against Bren Esports. There is a small window, like I said, as usual, with heroes like this, with heroes like the Ling. You gotta wait for your first item, second item before you fight. That's your window. Those are the times where LPE can do whatever they want to do.
So it's all about the momentum and the positioning as LPE will try to stop the momentum of Bren Esports with the single pick off as we reach into the land of dawn. Bren Esports onto the blue side and red for LPE. Rockhart, look at this, might be possibly a 1-3-1 setup, lane setup as well.
Yep.
And Cartesi and Lusty will be easier to clear out the orange buff as he picked up the Shield of Spirit instead of the Shield Unity. And to the bottom lane, we also have Flapteezy with the Paquito.
So as Bren Esports, you want to maximize Carlteezy's jungle time. And if you are LPE, you want to maximize staying together and getting kills as early as possible. That is the only opening that you have. Otherwise, later on, obviously Carlteezy is going to have a field day. He's going to be able to assassinate heroes like the Claude. He's going to be able to assassinate heroes like, of course, the Popol and Koopa.
The Popol and Koopa,
right? So
yeah.
that's your window. So Bren Esports, luckily Carlteezy's not getting hunted down yet, which is, again, a wasted opportunity if you ask me.
Oh, talking about hunting down, LPE here, moving towards the bottom lane where Carlteezy is. But one thing that I saw here is, Deadly Magic will be used to Rebo. Rebo trying to sidestep out, but he does have the shield there for this Chang'e. But as I was saying, the triple Avarice setup for LPE.
That's going to be a lot of gold later on in the early to mid game. That's their focus.
Yeah.
So one big fight here. Carlteezy, of course, has level 4 Tempest of Blades available. First blood will go over to Bren despite that.
And that is a surgical start there for LPE since Jake the Dog, their gold laner, the position 1, or rather position 2, is already going in with a, again, ultimate from Carlteezy here. Did not connect with as BMO flickered it out, and the rest of LPE is just waiting for Arv's level 4 to start things off as Aspect ultimate, the Deadly Magic, is already on cooldown as the rest of Bren Esports now trying to converge near the turtle area.
So interesting because earlier we saw the attempts of LPE to assassinate Aspect, procs Deadly Magic, but he doesn't cast Poker Tricks right away. So he's waiting for the reaction.
Oh, flicker into Divine Judgment. Where's the damage? There is the damage as Aspect will secure the kill here as Lusty getting another one in return. Real world manipulation trapping Aspect inside the chessboard as Lusty moving forward trying to take down Jake the Dog, but Jake the Dog doesn't have the DHS yet as BMO with the Popol Surprise did not connect onto Few, and Few will reply with a Void Crystal.
Yep, and that's going to be basically just Bren Esports slowly but surely, again, picking the targets they can take. LPE, they have the hits. They have the tools to take care of this, right? They're already past level 4. They've got their ultimates. They can go for targets like they want to. But the problem is, again, Bren Esports not really presenting the opportunity as much as they can.
Yeah, so it's all about control here for LPE as they're trying to get as much farm as they can since they knew that Carlteezy is already level 6 and a little bit of behind for Aspect's levels, currently sitting at level 5 as Lusty moving forward with the Shield Unity. It will connect to Arvs, but Ryota is also there.
Yep, and again, Lusty is going to be the one to watch out for here. He's not as tanky as usual, but again, that's not a problem if the rest of your team, they're kind of juggling around and you get the big objective.
Yep, and talking about objective, Turtle has been taken by Bren Esports. Carl Teasy will be the ones going to secure it with the use of his Retribution, as LPE now trying to stalk someone inside the base, but the Void Crystal providing information. Someone is there near the left side of the brushes of the middle lane of our LPE, but Fluff Teasy still up against Jake the Dog. Look at the items here. Almost got his Demon Hunter sword plus the mana boots as the middle lane. Real world manipulation. It will connect to Arbs. Arbs will be locked down as BMO will flicker out again. As Ryota is kind of a little bit of a late in coming here. Missile Expert will not connect. And that is the call for LPE to disengage as Arbs will respond within the next 2 seconds. I think Rockhart, they're still looking for the opportunity for a Divine Judgment, but Bren Esports is not giving it them.
It's funny because it's supposed to be LPE doing the assassinations, but Bren Esports are the one taking LPE by surprise each and every time. And that usually shouldn't happen. That's the thing about this lineup.
Yeah, LPE here, and Aspect will be securing this purple buff. Ryota with the so-called teamwork, trying to get his big boy, big stacks. And Bren Esports still trying to be on their comfort zone as they converge to the top lane, and LPE doing the mirror moves here, trying to catch out Rebo with a Crescent Moon, getting additional shield here, but here comes the Divine Judgment for ours, but the damage is enough. Yes, it is, as Aspect will secure the kill with his Deadly Magic. Ryota also there in the middle lane trying to control the Lethal Wanderer, but Carl TZ is there. No way, Jose, says Carl TZ. Oh, rather, it's Ryota. It's Ryota stole that.
That's absolutely fine. I mean, it's not super consequential at the same time. It's great. It would have been great to have vision there for Bren, because you know what? LPE likes to go for the surprise. You need as much vision as possible.
Yeah.
Which again, the vision is denied because they deny-picked the Popoling Koopa.
Yeah, that's true. And also the mana regeneration on the hand of Carl TZ is a good thing. He can just move around the map here, not thinking about his energy, as LPE trying to secure, going for another bait play here as Arbs, Flicker, and the Divine Judgment is available. Flap TZ trying to get a little bit of close, but the main target will be Flap TZ. Okay, Rat Sanction, pull back with the Lightning Bombs, but look at the ultimate there from Link, from Carl TZ, deleting Arbs there out of the way, but Ryota will also get the exchange kill. Rebo will go down as Few, getting trapped inside the wall there. Carl TZ trying to get for a better aim. Lusty trying to absorb most of the damage. Missile Expert will be dodged by Lusty and Carl TZ, as Lusty will go down as well. Carl TZ standing by the smart logo as it's looking as their tower is now being eaten out by Koopa, and LP now respond for another objective, trying to stitch it out, going for the top lane.
That's a 2 for 4 there, and Bren Esports lost a lot more than they could afford, only leaving Carl TZ behind, which might have been best case scenario for them. But because of that, LPE are now ahead in goal by a little bit, which is saying something considering they've been behind for a big part of the game.
Yep. And look at the turtle here as Bren Esports. Detona's welcome into straight to the wall. Deadly Magic, but Flap TZ with the control and also with the sustainability. The lowered cooldown from the Detona's welcome is enough, as the top lane will be destroyed by LPE here. And the turtle has been taken up by Carl TZ, I believe. Yes, he is. With the golden staff pickup for Jake the Dog. We're expecting a lot of hits once he uses his Blazing Duet.
Yeah, great timing on Flap TZ as well with the flicker. He bought a lot of time and also bought the cooldowns of Aspect with the Deadly Magic. Baited it out, allowing the rest of Bren Esports to walk around on the bottom side of the map.
Oh my goodness, talking about the bottom side of the map here, LPE still trying to go for another pick off. Arbs' Divine Judgment is already on cooldown, as well as the Flicker, as Ryota providing information for LPE. Yep, the rest of Bren is here. Just go to the bottom lane, guys.
We got you guys. It's on the radar. You watch and you hit. Huh?
Yeah, you watch and you hit, huh?
Okay, so I think this is it. big team fight possibility for Bren. They kind of can sense, right? They kind of sense that someone's on that bush, and now it's gonna be the fight.
Oh, Jake the dog with the pull. Few, is it enough? The shield will protect him, but not that much. As Carl Teasy will secure another kill here. Few will take another one in exchange. Flap Teasy will take them out of position for LPE. 3-for-1 exchange. Got caught inside the choke point, the territory of Bren Esports. They says no way that you will camp in our base as they move forward and look for another objective.
I can think of a meme, like, I ain't gonna lie, they got us on the first half, but right now Bren Esports is showing that the second half is a lot better.
It's a lot better.
Not gonna lie.
Not gonna lie.
They had us in the first half.
Oh my.
That death bush on the buff area was supposed to be a dead Bren Esports member.
Yeah.
They only lost one. And they got so much more. And that's why Bren is so good, right? Their counter engage is just off the charts. You try to go for them, you fail. You gotta be ready for the repercussions, and they bite back hard.
Yeah, and talking about batting hard there, Bren Esports just looking really strong when it comes to their team fight, and also look at the positionings as well. Lusty just hiding behind or hiding inside the brushes there, while LPE is also doing the same thing, but Ryota taking a lot of damage there. Glowing one also been picked up by Rebo, so we're seeing a lot of burn possibility here based on the max HP as Jake the dog starting things off, trying to pull the Lord on their side, but he's taking a lot of damage as well.
Lusty, I think waiting for a good time to go in as well, just scouting that information around the area, and we will see that everyone doesn't really want to go for it as of yet. I mean, the LPE might have a lot of single target bursts, but I also don't think that they have what it takes to take the Lord, especially on the big 5v5. Because we did see that earlier we saw a big 5v5 team fight. Bren Esports obviously are ahead.
Yeah.
The only advantages of LPE's lineup is that they can get those pickoffs relatively quick, especially with Divine Judgment.
With the Divine Judgment.
But with the 5v5s, they don't want to go for it. And that's smart. If you're LPE, yes, please don't go for the 5v5 if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
But the problem is you can't take Lord if that's the case.
That's true, because you need to pick off the composition of Bren Esports before starting things up. Because again, if you went for a team fight oriented draft, the strength you're in an advantage if you're trying to go for the objective kills, such as the Lord, the Turtle, because more of a team fight. Most of the time, it will always be a team fight that is happening inside that Lord cave right there. But with the strength of LPE, as you mentioned earlier, Rockhart, that they're good when it comes to picking off targets. So I think if they will try to go for the Lord, they need to start things off with a pickoff.
Yeah, you gotta wait on the bush somewhere, which is what they were doing in the mid. But Bren, they know.
Yeah, they know. There's a lot of ways that they can check it out. We're seeing Lusty here with the Shield Unity just roaming around all the brushes, just checking things out. So it's really difficult, and he's tanky right now. And most of the damage from LP is all magic damage most of the time, except for the BMI rather. And also the Deadly Magic. We've seen the strength of the Deadly Magic, not that much yet since we're talking about the early game, but when it comes to late game, it will be astonishing. But with the control, all about timers for Bren Esports.
Lusty's actually the guy who's like always in danger at this point.
Yeah.
He's like the sacrificial guy. Like, all right, Lusty, go check the bush, please. If not, if there's no one there, good. If there's someone there, yeah, good luck. Because there's not really much we can do aside from Rebo's Meteor Shower, obviously, and the real-world manipulation. And we don't want to use our ultimates if it's not a big 5v5 team fight.
Indeed.
We only want to use these ults if we're sure that there's a target.
Oh, he got hit by the Lethal Wanderer. Deadly Magic has been applied all of a sudden, but not that much damage as LPE will disengage.
That is huge there for Bren Esports. They baited out a big chunk of damage from LPE because of that. And now Bren Esports looking a lot more confident, goes for the chase on a BMO. BMO, though, not really going to go for anything. He knows that I don't want to force a fight here. LPE, the rest of them, they're getting ready to fight, to engage. They just want to pick off the Heaven, but that's just not going to be the case here. Bren Esports, when we don't see anyone on the map, here's the game plan, fellas. Don't show yourself. Just let LPE waste their time while our own jungler, Carl TZ, gets jungle minions. He gets a lot of gold, and LPE is just waiting on the bush. Could be a big 5-5 here. If they want to go for it, Real World goes down on the mid, only used to clear low HP members here for LPE, but that's only going to be ARVs. That's not a problem. And now, Carl TZ, while all that was happening, while all of that commotion was going on, Carl TZ is nearing level 15. Actually, he just hit level 15 with a Windtalker locked in already. He's 2-0-4. He's very healthy on itemization. Bren Esports, they are ready to fight. So I was saying, Carl TZ, he's 2-0-4. I think they could actually go for this soon.
Yeah, as Lusty here starting things off, going for the shield unity. It will connect to BMO, but that not the right target though, since he's really tanky with this and he can't deal that much damage. Flap TZ with a knockout strike, starting things off. Oh, but look at Arms here, trying to exchange his life for that nice pick off. Few will go down as Few was still able to secure 1 kill here as Aspect taking out Lusty. But look at here the bottom lane, or rather the bottom side of the screen. Ryota trying to push back Flap TZ and Rebo, and LPE will secure a very good position near the Lord Cave. But Flap TZ is still not done yet, looking for a knockout strike onto BMO. That the magic will be applied, but the poker tricks will not connect that much. With the knockout from the Lord here. Flap TZ is still trying to be annoying, trying to disrupt the take of LPE here. LPE almost half HP into the Lord here. Winter Stretching will be connected or will be purchased, but the detonus will come. No target right there. Carl TZ will now jump in. Going for the strike with Aspect. Trying with with his mobility, able to run away from that. But Meteor Shower, Flap TZ controlling two with another knockout strike, killing spree for from Flap TZ. Again, the damage from the real world manipulation, the HP of the Lord will take out. Look at the Lord still by Arms. Oh my goodness, what an exchange of skills, mechanics, and again the minds of these heroes right now. The damage from the Wrath Sanction and also the lightning. Oh my god, the ring of punishment. Oh my goodness, man.
Everything just blew up. Oh, and the Lord with the assist on the Carl TZ didn't really clean up LPE, but they bought enough time for the rest of Bren Esports to get in position.
And this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only $13,999. Look at this. I want to see the Ring of Order steal there from Arbs with his Kaja, Flap TZ. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was a baited out play. Bren looked so good, but as I said, no retry, no retry. Ring of Order last hit. Beautiful there for Arbs.
Nasty last hit there as LPE along with the Lord tried to push forward. Real world manipulation getting Arbs out of the way. 34 seconds as Carl TZ with his ultimate trying to get him. I was dishing out of damage. The blazing duet from Jake the Dog still trying to catch out Rebo, but he BMI out as LPE will just go for the discipline. Get out of the way. We already had a pick off here, stopping the streak of Carl TZ.
My, how the tables have turned here for Bren Esports, now on the defensive completely around their base. They're trying to maximize the use of those minions to be able to go for the push, but of course Bren does have pretty good AoE damage, so I don't think that they're going to be able to get anything done as of yet, but that is a great sign for LPE.
I agree.
Sign of life for the side on the red.
Yep, look at the net worth. 42.6 against 43.3. 15-12. And LPE slowly catching out the momentum that they need up against the teamfight composition of Bren.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want. You want to have the Lord there. If you are the pick-off lineup, you want the Lord on your side so that there's someone on the front absorbing some of the skills. After the skills are used, it's going to be so much easier to go in, use Divine Judgment, use any of their pick-off skills, and go for the kill, which did happen. We did see that happen. I think 2 Bren members, Bren members, almost free, actually got taken out in that exchange.
Wow. That's LPE here trying to stabilize their lead for a little bit. And look at the items here. Sky Guardian helmet and Curse helmet, Brute Force breastplate, plus the Thunderbelt for Ryota. And I think it's slowly going for more of a tanky with a little bit of annoyance here for his Barretts, but LPE and Bren Esports trying to go for that choke point and to start things off. Void Crystal trying to force LPE away from that brush.
Yeah, I like what Fuse doing there. Again, use those Void Crystals to spot out bushes that could be a possible death brush here for LPE, and we know that they have a lot of single target potential here for the pickoff, so they need to capitalize on these. And again, vision is going to be a lot more important in this later part of the game for Bren Esports.
Yep, and they're checking all the brushes really carefully here. And as you can see, almost all of the brushes, BMO here, got hit by the Shield Unity. Concussive Blast will also connect, but the purple will be secured by Call TZ here, but Ryota on the back lines, flicker out for few. And look at the damage here! There's a DHS! BMI is available, but look at the damage from the knockout strike! Call TZ will secure the kill, and Jake the Dog, as Lusty with the Shield Unity will secure the kill for BMO as well. Call TZ flying in with a jumping technique. Oh, Aspect, he might be able to get the return kill, he will! As the Divine Judgment, as the Divine Glaive will be purchased. But look at Flap TZ here. You taking out our core hero, but you can run away from him. Again, Missile Expert will be used by Ryota, but that is not enough to control since 4 members of LPE has been picked off in exchange for 1 hero for Bren Esports. 28 seconds to the sidelines for Call TZ.
That's always why it's so fun to watch games with the Ling. You see the Ling flying anywhere that there's a low HP member, you know he's gonna go there. And he did. Carl TZ done it beautifully as well.
Oh, Ryota inside the real world manipulation, just taking his precious time. Missile Expert perfectly pushing back Flap TZ away from the main inhibitor as the rest of LPs now respond. And also the bottom lane is already pushing in as the Lord will respawn.
Yep, that is huge here. And definitely we want to see a replay of that later on. But yes, I believe that it looks like Bren Esports is just on the cusp here. It looked like LPE was going to go for the big GG push. But again, Bren, they are just not... you're quite even on Bren. And when you're playing on even against Bren, they're going to be able to win team fights because they are so good at the sync. And they took out Jake the Dog as well.
That's true. And Jake the Dog, that's the main priority for LPE. So they need to protect Jake the Dog every single time. Make sure that no one from Bren Esports will go into their box. And Jake the Dog is still trying to go for the Lord here as Lusty moving forward with the Shield Unity. Able to hit on Arvs. Arvs here with the Lightning Bomb. Sith trying to get away, but there's no mobility and left anymore as Flap TZ will secure Arvs kill. Jake the Dog with a Blazing Duet trying to go for Lusty. Taking a lot of damage here. Flap TZ as they take another one here. Or rather, I think that's the Koopa as Ryota with the Detona's Welcome hitting 2, but there's no much damage as Arvs has already been taken out. Jake the Dog BMI outed of that clash at the team fight, and Bren Esports, they will try to take down the Lord.
I think that's possibly it, right? There's just no way that LPE is going to be able to contest this Lord at this point. So, but LPE, they should. It's improbable, but they should try, but yeah, that's not the plan here. Lord going over to Bren.
Yeah, and look at this. Another swing here for Bren Esports. As we look into the items, a lot of tankiness for Flap TZ here. And Queen Swings and Brute Force Breastplate, or one of the key items here for his Paquito. But we've seen the damage, man. Well, I've seen you playing Paquito before. Do you really want to go for these items? But he's really still hitting like a truck. It's like it feels like he has at least 1 or 2 core items as an attack items rather.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising. Sometimes it's gonna take you by surprise, and I really like that when Paquito players do that. So this is one of the reasons also why LPE is just having a hard time. This Paquito is just so deceptively powerful in terms of AoE.
I agree, completely agree there. As the Lord already marching in, Flap TZ, Arms will be punished. And he doesn't have the immortality, so he'll be down for the count. 56 seconds as LPE will try to defend their base. 2 bubble traps have been popped out as BMO and also Ryota. Where's he canceled it out with the Winter Truncheon.
Hero as a player, oh my god, that was a bait on Detona's Welcome.
Detona's Welcome indeed. And Call TZ, Jake the Dog with the Blazing Duet trying to go for Call TZ. Does have the BMI, but the damage still not enough though. But look at the main inhibitor as Flap TZ trying to juggle it out with the knockout strike. Lusty, Ryota still moving forward here, but he's really tanky. The tankiness of those two heroes, Barrett and the Paquito, just buying time for the creep wave to move in as Bren Esports are trying to reload again for another strike.
13 seconds onto Arbs, though. Will that be enough? Another ultimate will be cancelled here, and that's a signal to fight.
Signal to fight indeed, and BMO taking a lot of shots here. The Tempest of Blades will not connect that much, but Jake the Dog taking a lot of damage. He needs to run out, and he will. He will get out of that. Oh, almost! With the glowing wand, he almost got killed there, but with that reply, LPE took a kill there. Lusty, 54 seconds down the count, and we're already experiencing the 20-minute punishment whenever you kill, or whenever you die. And look at this, Jake the Dog.
And yeah, on both of those occasions where LPE was on the brink of extinction in this game, Jake the Dog was a guy who timed the Blazing Duet perfectly, who was able to repel both pushes of Bren Esports in that exchange. And it's just difficult to deal with the Claude at this point in the super late game, even if you're a Ling.
Yeah, I completely agree, because again, that Blazing Duet will still hit you if you're still on at the top of the wall. So yeah, I completely agree there. We've seen 3 members from Bren Esports absorbing the damage of the Blazing Duet. What more if he's able to sustain those 10 stacks from the Art of Thievery?
Yeah, and that we'll see a lot of that, especially those stacks. They're almost instant.
Yeah.
Oh,
another fight here. Lusty, knockout strike. BMO will surely go down in the hands of Rebo as the rest of Bren Esports already still moving forward, looking for more arbs here with the Divine Judgment. The damage from Jake the Dog, but that will only pop the immortality. No, he still survived that. Oh my goodness, Flap TZ. And the damage from Jake the Dog is still not enough, even after purchasing that Demon Hunter sword. And Flap TZ just moving around with the Pakel skin there. Oh my goodness.
Oh, man.
But Bren Esports knew and understood that, okay, with that engagement, we're really confident to go in for the next strike.
Yep, and again, this is going to be the big crux. This is the weakness of the LPE lineup. The slickness of a Paquito is just very difficult to handle here.
Yeah, it's really slicky. And look at Lusty trying to check all the brushy.
Doesn't want to.
LPE, yeah. With the Cyclone Eye. Now. I'm not going to go there.
Just a little bit of... he's trying to force them to go out, but LPE's not fighting.
Yeah, look at this. The damage of the Meteor Shower just completely gave the Lord to Bren Esports, as LPE will now disengage from the top lane, trying to control the lane equilibrium. But do you think that was a wise choice, Rockhart, that LPE did not contest that?
Yeah, this is all or nothing for me, at least as a guy who would want to make the shot calls. I would just want to go for that, because that's something that Bren probably would not expect to.
I think so too.
And just playing passive in that one just gave them a big disadvantage.
And this is the last hurrah of LPE, as the Lord already went to the middle lane, and the rest of Bren Esports jumping, starting things up with the real world manipulation. Blazing Duet, Jake the Dog got isolated, got knocked off by Flap TZ, and that's it. BMO trying to run away, but the main focus, this is the main inhibitor here. He's taking a lot of shots. There's no minions. There's no minions, and LPE going for a strike back. He got punished. LPE still going for more aspect, real low, but few here with the deadly magic. The damage still not enough, as the next minion wave will go ahead and strike in. Kaltese trying to jump into the main inhibitor and taking the advantage that there's a lot of minions there, but Kaltese going for the lifesteal, going for the Meteor Shower, and that's it.
That's game.
Bren Esports will take the series away from LPE with a 2-0 sweep, and this winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moments. Thanks to Head and Shoulders, 100% dandruff free and itch free. Now, mas mabango pa.
Yeah, that's just how you do it. And Bren Esports, they're back, slowly getting back on the form, despite that series actually.
Yeah.
That game actually was super close. I mean, I could feel that LPE were ready to jump back with just 1 to 2 kills. It was happening so easily in the early game. In the mid game, they were able to get a lot of pickups. In the late game though, Bren Esports, they read what LPE's game plan was. They did not give opportunities for them to strike.
No opportunity at all. as we checked into our analyst stand, and let's see what will Midnight will say about this game right here. Midnight, let's go ahead and pass it down to you.
Sobrang daming clutch moments, but the story of the game is Bren Esports pulling ahead against LPE in getting back in their shape. Once again, welcome back to the Understand. My name is Midnight at ating hati-hatiin kung ano ba yung nangyari dun sa game na yon. First of all, tignan muna natin ang post-game stats. Hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. Ito, makikita natin, napakarami. Actually, super interesting nung item build-up ni Carl TZ dito, no? Even though meron siyang Demon Hunter Sword dito, kanina, ang una niyang binuo is Endless Battle to Berserker's Fury. Kasi kailangan niyang ma-burst down yung hero sa side ng LPE. Yung Demon Hunter Sword sa later parts of the game niya pakakailanganin yan. And after ng Endless Battle, Berserker's Fury, he went for the Windtalker. Faster movement speed kapag nasa baba siya, and at the same time, higher burst rate. Kasi mas mataas attack speed mo and yung damage output ma-amplify palalo. So yun yung first adjustment na nakita natin from Carl TZ. It helped, syempre, Bren Esports on fighting early game against LPE. Actually, sobrang crucial din ng mga pickups na nakukuha ng LPE dito, no, on the back of Arvs. Yung Calamity Reaper into fleeting time niya, this allows LPE to pick off potential heroes on the side of Bren Esports. No? Napaka-importante nito for them kasi ito yung laman ng teamfight nila. No? As you can see, may mga pang-invade din naman yung Bren Esports pero napakahirap gawin yan against LPE. Kaya most of the time, ang ginagawa nila is nauuna si Lusty just to provide enough vision and then may follow-up with Eve's ultimate. So yan yung naging plano ng Bren Esports. Mamaya makikita natin kung paano nila in-execute yan. Pero bago lahat, tignan muna natin ang ating live watching rewards. No? Sa mga nag-aabang ng in-game rewards dyan, eto na. Check nyo na yung QR code natin. No? Scan nyo na yan or punta kayo dito sa website tapos fill up nyo yung form. If you're one of the first 30,000 entries, remember guys, 30,000 yung entries na makukuha natin for today, may chance kayo manalo ng in-game reward. A skin worth of 599 diamonds. So kung gusto nyo ng skin, gusto nyo ng pabalat, check nyo na yung live watching rewards natin. So tingnan natin yung ating highlights dito sa ating game. Hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. Bren Esports, Carl TZ on the link. Very comfortable on playing the hero. Rotating towards the top lane kagad para pahirapan yung Claude, no? They know na may late game potential din kasi ang LPE. So as much as possible, kapag nakukuha ng Bren Esports yung timing nila, lumalaban talaga sila. LPE, however, they have an answer of their own. Si Aspect, pag once na-reach nila level 4, naghaharap din sila ng pick-off. And actually, napaka-threatening din ng level 4 ng LPE. Again, because of the presence of the Kaja. May Divine Judgment, may auto -1 kagad for LPE. But Bren Esports, sabi nila, okay, sige, kahit nangyayari yan, labanan natin. We have an Eve, may punish tayo pagdating sa teamfight. Itong teamfight ito, actually, napakaganda ng execution ng LPE. After getting a pick-off on the backline, Dick the Dog used the BMI and the Flicker to eliminate the backline of Bren Esports. Kaya nanalo dito yung LPE kasi nabigla yung Bren Esports. Na-delete kagad yung mga heroes ng Bren bago sila makarespond. Arvs, tinangki niya yung damage output ng Eve dito para lang makahuli sa backline, no? And that resulted into 2 immediate kills kagad in favor of LPE. Problem is, hindi sila nag-reset kagad dito, no? They chased for more, so that gave Bren enough time to contest the Lord second time around. Dito naman, again, may war of attrition na naman, no? Paunahan na control kasi to. Carl TZ tried to go on the backline, almost taking down Aspect, pero with the blink out, nakalayo si Aspect dito and napatay pa siya, actually. So that puts Bren in a very, very dangerous position. But then again, the combo of you and Lusty, no? Yung combination ng Baksha and Eve heavily punishes LPE. Hindi nag-reset na naman, and this is the problem. The inherent problem of LPE, hindi sila nagre-reset. Pero Arvs saves the day with the proc of the passive. Ginamit yung kanyang first skill, yung Ring of Order, and then hinahataw niya yung Lord para makuha nila, para masecure nila yung Lord dito on the side of LPE. Napakagandang timing niyan for Arvs. And nakakuha pa sila ng space against Bren Esports. At this point on, parang equal na yung game natin. Lamangan na lang talaga sa clash. Pero Bren Esports, they have all eyes on the Kaja. Tinitignan talaga nila kung saan pwesto si Arvs. And Flap TZ, very consistent. Every single time na may lalapit sa side ng LPE, sinusuntok niya kagad. Tapos mag-follow up kagad si Lusty on the backshot, tapos secure ng pag-establish ng box with the real-world manipulation. Although na-outplay ni Aspect dito si Carl TZ, it wasn't really enough to stop Bren Esports from punishing the mistake of LPE. Ryota was able to hold the base once more for the side of LPE, but this time around, sabi ni Carl, okay, tama na. bibili na ako ng Immortality tsaka Demon Hunter Sword. Dive ako ng dive. Might as well buy defensive items for myself. Actually, si Ryota rito, no, ang daming gustong bilhin. Bumili pa siyang Demon Hunter Sword, bumili pa siyang Windtalker para lang ma-amplify yung damage output ng LPE. Kasi napakaraming targets sa side ng Bren Esports. Pero Flap TZ with a crucial knock-up on the Claude. Hindi in-expect actually ni Jake the Dog na mangyayari yon. And that secured the win here for LPE. Although nakakapag-defend pa rin yung LPE, no, they still have fantastic wave clear on their side kahit patay na si Claude dito. The thing is, kulang na sila ng firepower kasi wala na yung Claude, wala na yung cleanup. There's not enough damage for LPE to burst down the heroes of Bren. And then after that, the next wave of minion wave, clear na lang nila ang base ng LPE. And the MVP of that game, of course, brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Flap TZ, the Superman, super consistent din from game 1 to game number 2. Kung ano lang yung trabaho niya, yun lang ginagawa niya. And he was the threat to the Popol and Kaja combination of LPE. Literal na gusto nyong gawin to, although nagagawa naman ng LPE, pero most of the time nung late game, lalo nung late game guys, hindi na niya hinayaan makapwesto si Arvs, and that secured a lot of room or space for playmaking capabilities sa side ng Bren Esports. Napakalupit na ginawa ng Bren Esports, and finally, redemption arc na ng Bren Esports. Meanwhile, LPE ay kailangan pang mag-struggle pa rin sa pagkatalo nila, and that is the second series for the day. Meron pa tayong susunod na series. So guys, huwag kaya alis as we will be throwing you back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Midnight, for that great analysis. And here we're back again, TDZ and Rockhart. Rockhart, we've seen the strength of Bren Esports from first game to from our second game, and still astonishing. The mood of the world champions are back.
And the capabilities, obviously, to adjust, to deal with situations where, man, who's seen this? I think this is the first time I've seen a lineup do this, like purely pickoffs. And LPE did it.
Yeah.
It would have been difficult. It looked like it was dangerous at times. But Bren Esports, with a champion mentality, really sticking to what they want.
Indeed. And there we go. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. As we've seen our second series and move forward to our third series here. Rockhart, it was really nice. It was a great fight that we've seen earlier, great analysis as well. And let's try to think, or what will be our panel will say about that game right there as we move forward to Mara Aquino and the rest of the crew. Or rather, we will go to a break before, and I get excited. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, get your popcorns out as we go back to MPL-PH Season 7 later on.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf, and this is Ome Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila V-wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL mismo.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other? Lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang, yan normal na kamustahan lang, yan how was your day? Miami!
Oh no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizi?
Di siya naligo.
Wow!
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna
moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season, we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat. Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible. nothing. If it's fun out, you know I ain't stressing. I know you already know what it takes, so follow my lead, let's go. We can roll with the punches.
Don't listen to the music, feel it. Born in sensibility. I rap, therefore I am. Everyone can be a leader. I must win.
Serye ngayong linggo. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart Free Games for All. Nakasali na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? Dahil mamaya sa post-game mag-a-announce na ako ng winner para dyan. May makikita kayong QR code right over here at sagutin ng ating mga katanungan para manalo ng in-game prizes, skins, and diamonds. Meron din tayong live watching rewards na pwede nyo mapanalunan. Again, ulitin ko, first, 30,000 kada game day. Kahit nanalo kayo nung Thursday, Friday, Saturday, pwede pa rin kayong manalo today. Oh, meron na tayong winners pala sa ating mythical raffle draw. Let's announce the winners! We had 24,917 participants. Sino kaya ang 10 mananalo para dito? Yan, makikita nyo ang inyong ID number. At diyan, kung nanalo kayo, makikita nyo yan, you just need to wait para sa mail ng Moonton. Makikita nyo yan sa inyong app. So congratulations sa ating mga winners. Grabe, sila yung mga nakakuha ng pinakamataas na puntos dun sa ating quiz. Kung feeling nyo, madali lang yun, ulitin nyo ulit kada linggo para manalo kayo ng mas maraming diamantes. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great. With Smart Free Games for All, get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download GigaLife app and choose Free Games. Kasama ko ngayon sa ating panel, hardworking. Itong si Leo, kanina pa siya nag-work sa ating shoutcasting table. And Midnight, na kanina niyo pa nakikita, now back at the panel.
Thank you so much, Mara. And of course, Midnight, again, for your hard work. First time ko ulit mag-Tagalog cast. And again, kasama ko si Wolf, so at least it's a partner that I well know. But yeah, back into the matchup. This is going to be an interesting one. Work versus Omega. Very exciting. It's Championship Sunday essentially. Ito yung last match of Week 4.
Actually, ito yung pinakakaabangan ko. Kasi sa lahat ng series, I think ito yung imposible mag 2-0. Today, ito yung para sa akin, imposible mag 2-0. It's so close! Omega has a momentum and Work Auster Force, what? Top group? Diba? Top ng group nila?
Ng Group A.
Crazy.
Work Auster Force kontra Omega. Itong Work Auster, nasa number 1 spot sila. At kailangan nila itong panalo na to to secure the top spot dahil yung nasa number 2, yung Aura, unting-unting humahabol. Work is at 16 points. Aura is at 14 points. Now, sa kabilang panig naman, itong Omega, well, no end of Week 1, nasa last place sila. Week 2 and 3, second last at number 4 spot. At ngayon, coming into today's game, they are at number 2.
Yan mo, yan lagi yung story ng Omega, yung squad na yan. Parang first half lagi ng regular season nasa lower half. Tapos pagdating ng week 4, nakikita mo sila, ayun, nasa ano na. Diba? Nasa taas na.
Yep, and what's so cool about them this time around is they seem to be really creative. Alam natin ng Omega, sila yung fundamental, sila yung sabihin natin mechanically sound, sila yung scalpel precision na team. Pero ngayon, again, kakakita lang natin a few days ago yung synchronized dance floor.
Oo,
diba?
Parang zero delay, no?
Crazy. Parang iisa lang yung isip nila. So I'm excited to see how they'll compete tonight against Work Auster Force.
Now, a win from this team would strengthen their hold at the top spot. Ito ang Work Auster Force. A win for today, mas lalakas pa ang kapit ng Work Auster sa number 1 spot. Parang nagkaroon sila ng wake-up call. They were on a win streak. They lost 2 in a row. And then they got a sweep dun sa kanilang huling laban.
Yeah.
What kind of Work Auster Force are we gonna see today?
I'm expecting 5 individually crazy players kasi that's my analogy with Work Auster Force. Parang sa ibang teams, meron kang mga synchronized players. Work Auster Force, you have 5 individual players that creates their own world. Kumbaga, si RTZ may sariling galaw, si Unravel may sariling galaw, si Chu may sariling galaw, and it works well for the team kasi naggagamitan sila. Kumbaga, parang gumagawa ng play si Chu, gagamitin ni RTZ. Gumagawa ng play si Trim RTZ, gagamitin ng 4. That's what we saw nung previous series sila. Si MRTZ just maximizing Uranus. Sabi niya, Uranus ako, matibay sandigan ko, hindi ako mamatay. Then suddenly, 4 na heroes yung paakyat. So kumbaga parang may ginagawang play, itong taong to, let's use it. Parang ganun.
Sino nga ba ang gagawa ng mga plays mula sa Work Auster Force ngayon? Ito ang kanilang lineup for today. Unravel, True, RTZ, 3 Martizi, and Jose.
Midnight, nabanggit mo si Unravel. I love how he's currently evolving as a player, enabling True, 3 Martizi, Jose, and RTZ, specifically, kahapon meron silang moment na alam mo yung jawhead, tapos linigtas niya, tinapon niya palikod like, I gotcha fam, okay ka lang. After seeing them from the qualifiers, I think that was the first time watching them, sabi ko parang, bago yun
Alam mo, para sa akin, si Unravel nga yung standout dito eh. Kasi parang, yung 4 players, alam na natin kung gaano sila ka-capable, especially Chu and RTZ. Siguro RTZ comes up as a surprise, pero he has been known as one of the best mages kahit sa community ng Mobile Legends. Pero Unravel, ito yung mga tanks kasi na madalas din natin napapansin kasi super consistent. Kumbaga stable player siya for Work Auster Force. Ito yung pag pinanood mo lahat ng games ng Work Auster Force, wala ka mapupuna, pero yung highlights nandun pa rin.
Mga kalaban ng Work Auster Force ng isang kupunan ng paakyat sa ating standings. They suffered a 3-game losing streak and they decided they had enough and made smart choices. And eto na ang ating Omega Esports. Etong Omega Esports, they didn't have the start to Season 7 as we expected. Very slow. They started from the bottom, now second. Paano nga ba ito nagawa na unting-unting umaakyat?
I think this is just the trademark Omega. Again, this is a team that we can say are journeymen in essence, fundamentally speaking. Matagal na sila magkakasama, kilala nila ang isa't isa, and when it comes down to the grind of ML, studying the game, practicing their mechanics, hindi na yan bago sa kanila. So again, starting from the bottom, as you mentioned, coming up to second, and even if they suffer a loss here and there across the weeks of MPL, I feel like nakaka-recover naman sila. And again, of all the season in MPL, never silang nagtapon.
Oh yeah, definitely.
These two teams are grinding, and this head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A9. For silipin natin ang lineup ngayon, Hayes, Hajizi, Curtizi, Kenji, and Toshi.
Alam mo, yun nga, sabi mo kanina, mechanically sound, no? It has been, nagiging meme na nga to sa Omega. Yung parang, yung sinasabi naman Gin na na-download yung replay. Whenever they lose game 1, they always have this answer on game number 2. Kasi nga, mechanically sound na sila. So, one reason why Omega lose game 1 is that they're unprepared. Pero may backup sila na parang baon because they're mechanical sound. Ang gagawin lang nila adjustment is sagutin natin kung ano yung dinala nila ng game 1. Kaya usually yung Omega pag natatalo sila series, no, they lose game 1, pag natatalo sila, they lose game 1 and then they bounce back on game number 2. So parang ang hirap kasi kalabanin ng ganitong team na kahit anong dali mong baon, may sagot kagad ng game number 2.
Yeah, para silang again, ang bansag sa isang core nila, si Hajizi the Machine.
Yeah.
Para silang AI na parang coded
Di tao no?
Parang if so then pak 2 and 3. That's definitely what I think Omega is as well.
Sino nga ba ang mas handa ngayong araw na to? And this head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A9 IV. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A9 IV. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Etong game story natin, battle for position. One is fighting to keep that number 1 spot. Ito naman Omega, nasa number 2 spot, and they really want to climb up.
What this reminds me of is essentially how Group A and Group B are in essence. Yung Group A, git-gita ng malakas, sa totoo lang. And then Group B, parang Wild West.
Hilahan,
so, parang...
Ako dyan!
Dito! Kasi Blacklist,
Good luck! Kaya niyan, guys, kaya niyan!
So again, battle for position, I definitely agree. And whoever wins, whether it be through a sweep or 3 games, will definitely cement something. Parang mas lilinaw ang path nila towards the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
Kumpara natin ang ating stats. Now, itong Work Auster Force, they're ahead of Omega by 1 game in their respective groups. Pero, tingnan natin to, neck to neck sila sa mga key statistics.
Grabe, no? Yun nga, sabi mo neck to neck, no? Ang hirap i-describe yung ganitong klaseng stats. Kasi for me, it's different play styles, pero they're getting the same result. Ang pinaka-crucial lang dito is yung hero pool, actually, ng Omega Esports. They have a lot of heroes on their arsenal, especially when Kenji came in. Although may mga problems pa rin sila with other heroes such as Pakito, the thing is super flexible ng lineup ng Omega Esports. Even Hayes, napakaraming hero ni Hayes. Curtizi can play a lot of mages. Aside ng Work Auster Force, si RTZ at least 3, di ba? Chu at least 2. So yun siguro yung magiging key factor dito for Omega Esports. Work Auster Force has limited pool, but parang don't take it for granted kasi yung limited pool na yun, it's what works for Work Auster Force.
Meron tayong mga manlalaro na magiging key factors sa bawat koponan who will be head and shoulders above this competition. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #HGG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, maximum bango pa. Para sa Work Auster Force, nandiyan si Chu, Unravel, and RTZ.
Ito yung kumbaga yung pillar ng Work Auster Force for me. Kasi MRTZ and RTZ, na sila, stable na sila. What changes the dynamics of Work Auster Force is Chu, Unravel, and RTZ. Again, hero pool with Chu and RTZ. Unravel, if the playstyle changes, yun yung malaking concern eh. Kasi again, super consistent all throughout the series na nilalaro ng Work Auster Force. If that changes or if that falters against Omega Esports, that might break the team.
Yeah, again, it's all about pacing. Kung anong ginagawa ng mid ng Work Auster Force, yun din ang siyang susundan ng side lanes.
Ang Omega Esports nag 2-0 sweep sa kanilang huling kalaban. Ito ang kanilang key players doon, Hajizi, Toshi, and Curtizi.
Here you have, again, both members of the synchronized dance floor lineup. Ayan, yung si Toshi na naka-Farsa, and si Curtizi na naka-Eve. tawag ko courtesive. Na syempre kung sino yung mag-e-enjoy dun sa hinahain ng dalawang to. Si Haji. Di ba? I think, again, it comes down to how you take down one of these. Actually, itong tatlo dito, they're not essentially in the same lane, but they're the three core heroes. They're the three core players of Omega. So sa kanilang tatlo nanggagaling yung damage.
We're gonna show a battle between talented mid laners, and these feature player will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. Ito kahit mas maganda yung record ng work kumpara sa Omega, yung veteranong Curtizy mas maganda ang kanyang stats kesa sa MPL rookie RTZ. Well, so far.
I actually like this comparison. Again, it's a battle of two different play styles. RTZ makes a play on its own. Curtizy always sets up for Omega. Ito yung story ng Omega. Lahat ng decision making nila, again, parang isang utak. Kapag may ginawa tong isang tao to, there's a bigger picture that you have to see. Work Auster Force, medyo isolated yung laro nila. No? Kaya you'd see better stats on Curtizy kasi there's a play behind it.
Yeah.
RTZ makes the play. If it fails, wala, back lang. If it's good, then na-utilize.
I also like here the dynamic of both players in the mage role. Kasi si RTZ, man, live and breathe mid yan. RTZ mid, alam nyo na yan. Pero si Curtizy, kakalipat niya lang ulit.
Yes,
diba? He used to be an XP laner for Omega, pero ngayon, mid na siya. And he's doing alright, he's doing well. We'll see how RTZ shows him the way.
Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang predicted natin mapupunta sa gold, sa mid, at sa XP lane.
Yeah, honestly, the Curtizy and Hayes combination, wala nang surprise dyan. It'll be mid lane. Magbabago lang yan if they pull up a Digi strategy once again. Kasi si Hayes usually nagbe-baby ng gold lane yan.
Swap
Kenji,
sila.
actually, yung very crucial para sa akin is yung lane ni Kenji tsaka ni Martizi. This is a battle of mechanics and battle of better heroes. So, pagdating sa draft, this lane prediction, yung lane na yon, we have to look at the heroes of the both players, Martizi and Kenji. Feeling ko nga labanan yung Uranus to eh.
Actually, well, they could both play Uranus. Pero I guess what that translates to is how well either team can make use of the isolation play.
Yeah.
Kasi magkakakulungan yung dalawang yan eh. And if it comes down to that, sinong magte-take advantage?
They're battling for their position and who will remain on top. Omega Esports kontra Work Auster Force. Shoutcaster, pasok.
Will this be a day of sweeps? We have 2-0s for match 1 and match 2. We're gonna find out in match 3 between Work Auster Force and Smart Omega. We will be your casters for this spicy matchup. My name is Suomi. Together with me is Rockhart, and we will be the one delivering you this action-packed series. We're heading off to Game 1. What can we expect from this big matchup?
Well, I think I can expect a lot of action, and again, we have to also think about the teams.
Yeah, MPL Philippines is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. You told me that we need to expect a lot of great things from both teams here. What are these great things?
I think the biggest thing is that, of course, we got two of the biggest rising stars in their own brackets, Work and Omega. Omega, who has had a bit of a weird middle of the, I think, week 3.
They actually went down from 2nd to 4th.
Yeah, and then they're on the uprise again. And Work right now, obviously one of our rookies of the season, showing up strong as well.
Yeah, and who will make the smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. We're entering the banning phase of the first game between Work and Omega. Looks like the Eve and the Diggy will be banned out from Work. Meanwhile, for Omega Esports, they're gonna take out the Paquito and the Jawhead. Anything interesting here?
We got some teams that are starting to really have high regards for the Eve, even stopping banning out Selena sometimes just to make sure this guy doesn't get onto the battlefield. And I think that's also a possibility here, where we've seen basically maybe 3 weeks of Selena almost being permabanned. Now it's gonna be Eve. It's either 100% pick or ban so far.
Well, a lot of Eve players would really love to play that Eve, but last match actually we saw an Eve pick that didn't win the game, and maybe right now Eve is super strong, but you still need to have the optimal strategy to make use of that Eve. Now, going to the last bans of this game, last bans of this rotation rather, The Uranus will be the third ban for Work Auster Force. Meanwhile, for Omega Esports, we're still gonna wait on their third ban. This Uranus ban, I think the pre-show panel mentioned that both teams really loves utilizing this Uranus.
That's right. And again, Paquito's also a possibility, would have been a great possibility, except it's now banned out. So that leaves a lot of heroes actually open on the field right now.
Your team is picking.
Selena, yes, no,
the
maybe
Benedetta.
Benedetta instead.
Well, Work Auster Force has the priority pick right now. They could definitely secure one of the more advanced or one of the more strong heroes right now. And they're gonna lock in this Mathilda. I think it was Unravel who had a great game with Mathilda a few days ago.
Right. And again, you also have to think about the Mathilda being a big pick for not just Work Auster Force, but also other teams on the league. Specifically, I think it's also great with Blacklist, which is one of the tools they use to really secure that top spot.
Yeah, and speaking of tools to secure the top spot, Work Auster Force also used the Selena to secure their top spot in the groups. RTZ, definitely stellar on this hero. Let's go to the Omega Esports side once again. What will they pick, or what could they possibly pick to go up against this Lapu Lapu?
It's so interesting because Lapu Lapu kind of serves almost the same purpose as the Paquito, except in a different linear way. Lapu Lapu is basically all in, Paquito's kind of bobbing and weaving, rather.
Beautiful.
So basically they do kind of take that, and in the hands of Work Auster Force, Paquito's actually quite great. Sorry, Lapu Lapu's actually quite great. Now, to answer that, I think Omega's gonna have to kind of draft someone that can have more AoE control. I want that crowd control to be somewhat similar to an Atlas that we saw earlier, so they can deal with this. At the same time, you also have to think about the early game potential of the Mathilda. That's also something that Omega has to deal with, and they're not drafting any heroes for it. They're just doing their own thing.
Maybe Omega Esports have a very particular plan. And speaking of particular plans from Omega Esports, we have to recall what they did with the Eve, Farsa, and Granger combo. That was very particular in terms of dealing damage before fights even start. But looking at Omega Esports right now, they have a Harith. This Harith has risen in popularity for the past few days. What makes this Harith so strong in the gold lane and sometimes even on other lanes?
I think it's players like Oheb, players like Jake the Dog, who played the Harith in such an aggressive way that sometimes they can dominate the gold lanes even before you get those 2 item picks. So early on, you get the level 5, you look at level 4s, you get a kill on Zaman Force, you rotate quickly, you don't need the items. And that's also a reason why players are starting to specialize on heroes like the Harith.
Yeah, and Harith definitely one of the bigger and better heroes that could make an impact even with almost small items, and the Zaman Force definitely a force to be reckoned with, especially in areas that are very open and allows the Harith to just dash and get some kills, basically. So we're gonna go back to the banning phase of Omega Esports versus Work Auster Force here. Farsa would be the next ban, together with the Claude for Omega. Meanwhile, for Work, they ban out the Kagura. A lot of mages being banned out right now, but the Barretts would be the last ban for Work.
I was about to say that. Actually, I noticed, what's up? What did the mages do today? Anything outstanding? I don't think so, but that is the focus of both these teams on the bans. And despite them actually having a lot of their mid lane mages locked in already, Omega is the one who actually suffers because of the Farsa ban.
Yeah.
So maybe they're thinking about Loyi, something similar to that.
Yeah.
Right?
Still a lot of mage options out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Haven't seen a lot of Valier lately.
Valier, that's
but
great.
Chang'e is still open, actually. We've seen a lot of Chang'e lately.
That's the reason why I am super surprised to see these mage bans, because there's just so many pick options here for both of these teams in terms of mages.
Yeah, but looks like Omega Esports would want to secure the Baksha
Okay,
first.
there you go. That's not bad.
Alice is still open,
Yeah.
but I think Work Auster Force, they need to secure a solid side laner. Kosei definitely would want to be on that Alice, but who knows? Maybe Omega Esports is trying to bait out that Alice from Kosei, because you know what? Did I hear the right?
It was. Yeah, there you go. An excessive amount of mages in this game. What the heck?
You know, Harley. Let's talk about Harley a little bit.
Yeah, Harley, I feel like that's a pick that has been highly popular with players like Carl TZ, And there is a good reason for that. Obviously, there's a lot of burst potential coming in from the guy, but you compound it with heroes that also have big burst, you can get almost an instant kill on Deadly Magic, which is, I get the reason. If someone gets hit by a Deadly Magic followed by a trap or either the Wisps from Mafilda, that's almost an instant one-off. And that's what Work Auster Force is working towards. Which again, these heroes can kind of be controlled by heroes like the Baksha. So this is so linear. I wonder what's happening here.
Well, for Omega Esports, I think the response for them is sustained. Deadly Magic does have a delay before it pops out. Maybe the Estes could potentially save lives before they ended with Deadly Magic. But Omega Esports, I feel like this is a more reactive draft coming in from them. I feel like the Estes does not fit that well, but correct me if I'm wrong. I really feel like Omega Esports has drafted to counter Work Auster Force rather than sticking with their own objectives.
Yeah, it doesn't even make too much sense. You see these drafts here, they don't... I haven't seen them work together yet. Like, this is the first time I'm seeing a draft like this, and it does feel a little awkward when you think about especially the last pick, like where did this come from? But that's just... It's just an adjustment, I guess, when they're trying to deal with the early game aggression of a Harley.
Well, let's see if that adjustment works. It's time to be legendary. Let's enter the Land of Dawn. This is Game 1 between Work Auster Force and Omega Esports. If you just came in our stream right now, make sure to just cheer for your favorite team because this is already our last match for Week 4 and Day 4, and things are bound to get spicy here. We are looking at a very, I think, defensive start for most of the teams here. Not much aggression, no invade so far.
Yeah, hugely defensive. Triple food setup here for Omega. Kind of signaling that they're going to have to go quick between the lanes. They want to go quick straight into the buffs. And Work is on the side of, they're trying to win the lane.
Yeah, and looking at what's happening in our tri-cam, maybe in the mid lane, there will be a small trade-off. This is the power of having a very, let's just say, aggressive mid laners for both RTZ almost finding Kurt TZ in that mid lane. You know, a fellow TZ brother gets landed with a pistol arrow and it hits. First blood goes to RTZ.
It was massive, and that's exactly what this lineup is trying to accomplish. Get those early game pickoffs and allow your team to just invade after that, because that's exactly what they're trying to do. But you know, it's great that at least Kenji's on a good position, but if not, that would have been an easy steal or an attempt at a steal on the orange.
Yeah, and good that you mentioned that Work Auster Force is actually focusing on pickoffs here, and I have to agree, you have a Harley, you have RTZ on the Selena. If you get pickoffs again and again, you give room for Kosei to scale, and this is what Work Auster Force wants. Omega, I wonder how they could respond to this. Work Auster Force already 3 people in the top side.
Yeah, this is going to signal a big fight here coming in for Work. No minions though, so I don't think they're gonna go for it.
Yeah, this is a little bit too risky to take for Work Auster Force, and they do call to back off. Omega did smell that coming, so I feel like there's still not going to be a fight here. Look at that. Just the damage doesn't land coming in from Rhapsody.
And again, Unravel is always so good at decision making, especially in the mid to early game, where he knows when he has to go for the fight. He knows just how long of a distance he needs to walk before you get to the target. And that enabled, obviously, Work Auster Force to go with an early turtle here.
Yeah, and not just an early turtle, quite the safe turtle as well. You saw that both Kosei and Unravel just covered all the spots while Chu soloed that turtle. What a great take coming in from Work Auster Force, but let's see on how Omega would respond to this, because it looks like Omega has already been shell-shocked after that first blood, and now they're down by 1k.
Man, we saw the lollipop appear on the screen here for Kosei. Lots of free reign there for the guy who, if he also has Demon Boots, that's probably a sign of a good farming Alice.
Yeah, 2 minute 40 seconds clock of destiny is insanely good for Work Auster Force, but a 2v1 here. 3 Martisi with the shields. Braves Warrior going in. Hayes still alive underneath the turret, but looks like they're gonna have the turnaround. 3 Martisi, low on HP. Kenji trying to find him. That's the shield. Gonna bash him space, but flicker will be there for Kenji to try and save his life. The SS will heal him up back to almost full health. Unravel, half HP. The slow is there. He's going to stay alive. No kills for both teams.
And you, ladies and gentlemen, you just saw the reason why you drafted an Estes. Such powerful amount of healing, which is also a reason why it's also been drafted in a lot of ranked games recently, right? So I don't blame him. And that's why they drafted, probably.
And this Estes is proving to be a great pick for Omega. A lot of defensive options because of this Estes, especially right now in the early game where Work Auster Force is obviously very hungry for kills.
Yeah, so hungry for kills right now, and they really want to utilize that poke, but what's the poke going to do if you've got a healing? You got Moon Immersion coming in from your enemy.
And right now, we are 4 minutes in, and Work Auster Force is ahead by 2k gold. That first blood really gave them a lot of zone control. The big fight might just happen here. Chu still farming quite effectively. It's a level 7 Harley compared to a level 6 Hajizi Ranger.
Yeah, we're going to have a big one here in Ravel. Maybe force a flicker on out of there. Make sure you got some space to work with. Kosei with the dive in.
Curtizi might be already half HP here. He's going down with the Zaman Force though, buying some time. And that's Kosei going back out. The Harley picking out the Estes. No more heals here, but Unravel will go down as well. The Turtle will be going to Omega, or I think that was Chu securing the Turtle. Fight isn't over yet though. Bravest Warrior used here. Stunned. Kenji needs to go out. Still a little bit tanky. The Harley trying to find a kill. He won't. And that's just a 1-for-1 plus the Turtle for work.
I love what Chu's doing. He's literally just walking up on the side. You get a card, you get a card, everyone gets a card, and he's untouched.
I mean, Chu right now really is positioning quite great. And for Hajizi, he just needs to farm up a little bit more. Still no deaths for Hajizi, and that's great. Already securing the orange buff. Oh no! That's the Abyssal Arrow landing, but Hajizi is thankfully there.
Yeah, again, these arrows are making their mark. RTZ showing. This is how you do it. You don't leave the Harif out.
Oh, wait a minute. Unravel just might be in trouble here. The stun lands, but the SS would find him instead. Chu will be safely hiding underneath the turret, but that's a free kill going to Omega.
Yeah, they did not expect 4 people in that bush for sure, and Work Auster Force lost 1. Some aggression on the bottom side of the map just kind of equalizes the gold push. And overall, Free Martizi is just the guy that you want to wait for if you're Work. You want to wait for this guy to make the call to go in, because if it's just Unraveled, you saw what happened.
Yeah.
There's a lot of possibility that for him to get picked off.
Yeah, and as of now, Unravel isn't really in a position to tank a lot of damage to begin with. Granger starting to hurt, 0-0-2. Still, a lot already. I think no Raptors. There's a Raptors Machado already, but 2v1 here in the bottom side. Kosei will just blood flow out. Easy escape from that 2v1.
And Free Martizi's the only one confident enough to go under the turret here.
3 Martizi in the same scenario, but he won't fight underneath the turret. Looks like Work will be rotating 3 people here in the mid lane.
And that's exactly what I meant. Unravel does that, he's dead. Free Martizi is fine, you know? And they're gonna go for another big turtle here.
Yeah, Turtle. 2 out of Turtles already secured for Work Auster Force. Let's see if Omega will be able to secure this. 3 Martizi going in the back line. Toshi immediately goes down by the Harley, and that's the Harith gone. And the other side of the map, though, RTZ will be focusing on Kenji, but Kenji is still very tanky. Turtle will be secured by Work Auster Force, and that's 3 additional kills as well. Hayes wants to get revenge, but Unravel and 3 Martizi will just be walking away. That's the Turtle, and 3 kills for Work Auster Force.
This is starting to look like a really clean game here for Work. They're going in and they're backing off the moment they got what they wanted. And that is a good sign of a team here for the rookies of the season.
Discipline is key. I love how you mentioned that. And Work Auster Force, after their TPTP blunder from 2 weeks ago, looks to be very matured right now.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly they actually did improve in a short amount of time. We saw them. They looked like they were just fresh off the ranked games on week 1 and week 2 and week 3. A little bit of a boo-boo, but this time around on week 4, showing up strong.
Yeah, sweeping all of their games as well since the last time they played. So Work Auster Force really in a healthy pace right now. Looking at that I think that's a 6k gold lead for the side of Work Auster Force. Meanwhile, for Omega, they need to find more defensive opportunities, and you can't have defense here. Arteezy with these arrows, man.
Hits are making it work. They don't get the kills, but they are enough to get the carries low enough. It makes Hajizi fall back. It makes even Toshi fall back, which is big enough in itself.
Yeah, and that's just pressure for Omega here. Zaman Force used defensively. He will be dashing away, but Unravel will be following inside the turret. That's a lot of damage going in to the Mathilda. Chu looks to be next, but Chu will be go back. And that's the kill on the Estes, but that's just a trade-off for now. Looks like Hajizi's having fun. That's a double kill for the Granger. Might just be a triple of 3. Martisi falls down as well. And looks like the Baksha will take down the Lapu Lapu. Kosei in a bad position. This just might be a wipeout, boys. That's 3 kills coming in from Granger. And that's a 4 for none, or a 4 for 1 for the side of Omega.
And right there, you saw the exact reason. You also pick up Popolin Koopa just works so great against the Abyssal Arrows when you use it correctly. I'm actually surprised it only happened today, like right now.
Yeah.
Should have been happening so many minutes ago. Right now, though, big fight under the Lord turret. Lord pit.
Unravel gets stunned. Zaman Force is used, but the Poplin Koopa goes down. Lord is still alive, and Harith will be the one to take the kills. Mathilda will be going down. RTZ still alive, but the Lord will be slain by Omega, and Omega finally shifted the gears and now ahead by a. Actually, not ahead in gold, but the Lord. They do have the Lord.
They caught up. They are going to be ahead in terms of map control, probably. And that is exactly where you want to be. If you're Hajizi, you want to be able to have a lot of free roam and get these turrets. And because this is the time they're probably going to get ahead, right? Not yet? Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know.
Just a little bit.
Almost there, evening out the gold lead. Kenji might be in trouble here, but you know, this is a Baksha, really tanky Baksha to begin with. Lord will be marching down mid lane, and Work Auster Force, they need to regain composure because Omega, they're poising to take down mid.
They dropped the 7k gold lead. That is massive here.
Massive.
And again, their lineup is starting to fall out.
And speaking of falling out, that's the second tier turret in the mid lane falling as well. It looks like they're going to go over 3 Martisi. 3 Martisi using Bravest Warrior to flee. Quite the irony out there, but effective nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, their early game power spikes, they're starting to really plateau. And they gotta get back here. They gotta make those assassinations happen again. Because it's been a while since I've seen Work go for one of the big plays, and they're just playing passive.
Yeah, and this is not what you want to see if you're running a pick-off composition. You would want to see aggressive kills, perhaps forcing mistakes out of Omega, but Omega has been very composed, very calm, and waited for the perfect opportunity. Now Hajizi is 4-0-4.
4-0-4 and not showing any signs of slowing down. This Granger starting to get its physical penetration items. And that is not where you want to see an enemy Granger at right now, because the Rhapsody hits are going to start to make you work for your HP. So keep your eyes open. Hajizi, especially on that new skin, should be easy to spot nonetheless. You got to make sure that the setup is more visible here.
Yeah, and Hajizi right now sitting in a comfortable 4-0-4, definitely the carry that Omega needs. Omega versus Work Auster Force entering the mid game. We are looking at quite even game rather. 4 turrets to 5 turrets, and Work Auster Force, they lost their early game lead. As you said, Rockhart, they dropped a 7k gold lead, and that was massive for Omega.
Yeah, and Omega should start to get into in more of a hunting position soon, but somehow Work, they still control the map. This is so confusing for me. It's probably because of Selena, right? They want to stick together as much as possible so that they don't get picked off by the Selena, which does open a lot of areas of the map available for Work to take.
And Chu right now though, great pickup on the Divine Glaive. Might just be the big item that he needs to pick off one big member coming in from Omega. But Omega are playing this quite safe. Their positioning has been stellar for the past few minutes, but it's quite defensive as well. As you said, Work Auster Force still controls around 70% of the map.
Yeah.
And that's a very important note to take note of, because 3 Martisi has been very good in just anchoring that lane.
Now, I like the early game assassinations of Work, but can they team fight?
Yeah, can they team fight? Unravel almost dying immediately there. Hayes going in and Unravel. No, the Harith. Oh no, the Harley goes down. That's 2 people down immediately for the side of Work Auster Force. And 3 Martisi looks to be next. Looks like it's going to be another 3 for none as RTZ is forced to back out. Kosei all alone in a 5v1. And will he fall down? Looks like the blessing of the Moon God will be enough to bless him away, the demon away, from that fight. Work Auster Force looks like they finally threw away once again their lead.
And I really love how the moment I said it, like they answered the question right away. It's like, nah, not really. Not ready for a team fight as of yet.
Yeah, Toshi was the key player there. He immediately went in for the kill. RTZ will not be recalling back. That's the stun landing. The Lord plus the kill on RTZ. Omega with a sudden shift in the tides of battle. Now we are seeing that this Omega squad is looking to wipe Work Auster Force.
Yep, and they're getting all the tools necessary to go for the big push. You've already got the Lord. It is enhanced. It's level 2. And it is just going to be so difficult for Work to actually clear up these waves because of the heroes that they have. They only have like the Harley. And Unravel, his magic damage is just almost single target.
Yeah, and the only person in the side of Work that could actually have a lot of AoE is the Alice, and you do not want to be in melee range of this Lord or of the minions here. Let's see on how Work Auster Force will defend this Omega push. But speaking of Omega push, Kenji immediately goes in. Half HP already on the box shot, but the heals are coming in from the Estes. Looks like they're going to try to get a kill on E Martisi here, but Kenji is just regenning a lot of life back. That's 2 turrets down. Going to the top side, Kosei will defend it, but it's a little bit too late. All lanes are now destroyed, but the Popol and Koopa goes down. 3 Martisi with a brave wrist warrior. Curtisi's the next target here, but Toshi goes in with the Summon Force as well. Chu will be forced to back off. The damage is just going real. That's going to be the Harith going down. The double kill for the Harith. It looks like they're going to wipe off Omega right now. Curtisi looks to be the next target here. Curtisi a little bit too tanky, but he falls down as well.
One by one, they fall.
Member is Hachizi, and he's the only one alive with Kenji. Kenji is looking to be the next one. 5-0. A trade that the killing spree actually goes. That's a 5-4-1, and Omega, they failed to push. 3 turrets are down.
Are
and
you
5 people
kidding
as
me?
well.
How do you even do that? Oh man, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, and that was a long team fight too.
Huge team fight, and again, advantage goes over to Work. Buying some time, of course, Ace is going to be back on the field. He's going to be able to slow down the push a little bit, clear this out with the Curse Helmet Crocs. He wants to, but there's 3 people here in the middle for Work.
Yeah, 3 Martisi has to escape here. If 3 Martisi gets caught, it's going to be bad for Work Auster Force, and RTZ has been caught out as well. And Work Auster Force, I feel like they're crumbling a little. That was a nice defense, but they can't afford to die.
Cannot afford to die and cannot actually afford to also push. That's a problem. It's going to be so difficult for them to make any pushes at this point, but you just got to look at where we are at the items.
Yeah, and right now, at the items, we're seeing that a lot of the core members of both teams here have already secured the items that they need, but not a lot of anti-heal coming in from Work Auster Force. But then again, a fight breaks out here in the mid lane. 3 Martisi just might be in trouble here. Zaman Force will be used offensively. 3 Martisi tanking a lot of damage, but that's no kills landing so far. Omega with a failed attempt to assassinate Work Auster Force.
Yep. Omega, I feel like they're just waiting as well for good opportunities. I don't blame them, to be honest. But if they're slowing this down, it's actually okay. It's fine. Like, there's not much late game power anyway on Work Auster Force aside from the Alice. Everyone else on Omega's side is just gonna scale. Even their main tank support, the Popol and Koopa, is gonna be able to scale so hard with items. And don't forget, that's always multiplied by 2 because of Koopa.
Yeah, and right now, Omega really still has the driver's seat here, despite Work Auster Force gaining, again, a gold lead against them. The Lord will be spawning 20 seconds from now, and this might just be the biggest fight that would dictate the game.
Yep. Next fight should be it, actually. I won't be surprised if you see one initialized by Omega. I think we have to look at Omega initializing or starting off the team fights first, because they do want the team fight. You saw that Work are not really optimized for team fighting, for the 5v5s. So Omega wants that as much as possible.
Yeah, but looks like RTZ will Drop Kenji down for just a little bit of health. Lord will be started by Omega though.
Nah, they're not gonna push it. It's a trap. Is it a trap? Oh, it is!
Yeah, it might just be a trap. 3 Martisi already stunned up, but will be dashing away. Unravel might be checking that brush.
Look at
But
the
looks
base.
like Lord... Look at the base though. Yeah, you're right. The
You gotta
base
keep your eyes.
slowly pressuring down the base.
Yeah, and of course, while all that's happening, that's also an opportunity. Should have been an opportunity actually for Omega to fight, but they decide to slow it down even further.
Yeah, and slowing down the game looks to be the call for Omega. They want to keep this as slow as possible, give the pressure back to work Auster for, especially with the Mega Minions from all around the map.
Yep, Missile Arrow is actually putting haste very low.
RTZ gets stunned, has to flicker out, and RTZ already in trouble here. He falls down to Harith, and this is just massive. Unravel looks to be the next target here. Kosei still hiding around the corner. Might just be massive. The Mathilda goes down as well. He has to flicker out. Kosei already very low in HP, and everybody inside of Omega is still very healthy because of the Estes. They're going to take down the Lord. They're going to try to take this down. 3 Martisi and Cho might just be the miracle play here. Zaman Force on the backside. That's a mega kill on the Baksha. But the damage is just so real. They're going to go for the comeback kill here. Kosei, he's going to go back in. No snare just yet. But look at that. The damage. He's going to use his Winter Structure to buy some time, buy some HP. But the damage coming in from Hajizi is just too much. Stun on 3 Martisi. Look at the backside. Hajizi going in. 4 people down for the side of Work Auster Force here. Omega, they're going to go for the push. 3 Martisi is just buying time on the Lord, but they're going to end this game. Omega taking down Work Auster Force in game 1.
Wow, in the end, it was literally the veteran. They had to rely on their veterancy to manipulate the map, go for the fight. And again, once again, we see that Omega's not that happy.
Well, I think it was just a still frame, but that winning moment nonetheless is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now only for $13.999. That was such a great game coming in from Omega. Work Auster Force did make a great start, but what happened there?
I think the biggest thing is, again, this is Omega utilizing their veteran status, knowing when they have to go for the team fight. Admittedly, that was cutting it close. That was almost so close. It would have been worked out in favor of Work, but the thing is, again, Omega knows that they can just bait it out. They can just slowly but surely force Work to respond and then do a push of their own, which happened. And that's it.
Yeah, definitely that Estes pick was understood. The reason why that Estes pick was a pick is mainly because of the heals. It was quite basic, but I'm quite sure Midnight has a lot of things to say for that game. Midnight, take it away.
Sabi ng Mega Esports, na-encounter na namin tong problem na to before, and sila naman yung naka-address this time around. Once again, welcome back to The Analyst Time. My name is Midnight, and ating i-breakdown paano naka-comeback ang Omega Esports. Essentially, comeback against Work Auster Force. Pero bago lahat, tignan muna natin ang ating post-game stats hatid sa atin ng Smart, official tournamental co-partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Makikita natin yung lineup ng Work Auster Force, puro magic damage, okay? And Omega Esports, na-encounter na nila to nung kalaban nila Execration on their first match on week number 1. And ang sagot is Athena Shield. If you look at the lineup of Omega Esports, essentially may 4 na Athena Shield dito. Number 1 kay Popol, number 2 kay Baksha, number 3 kay Haji, kay Granger, number 4 kay Estes. Si Toshin hindi niya naman kailangan bumili ng Athena kasi may pamalit naman na Oracle for additional sustain and additional shields, no? Yung regen na amplify. So, essentially, yung lineup ng Work Auster Force reduced kagad by significant value because of these 5 items, no? So, ito yung na-encounter ng Work Auster Force. Parang kinukulang sila sa burst damage on the late game, and yung scaling nila ay na-limit talaga. Sa side naman ng Omega Esports kasi kalat yung damage output. You have physical and magical. So, medyo mahirap talaga pagdating sa late game yung pag-scale ng damage values ng Work Auster Force. And syempre, dagdag na rin natin dyan yung sustain na meron si Baksha, which allows Omega Esports to actually invade the box or yung teritoryo ng Work Auster Force. So yun yung nangyari dito sa ating itemization. Napakagandang adjustment from Omega Esports. Literal lahat sila. Alam nila na ito lang naman yung sagot. Tingnan natin yung mga highlights natin. Pero bago lahat, check muna natin yung live watching rewards natin, no? Sa mga gustong manalo ng in-game rewards na skin na worth 599 diamonds, all you have to do is scan this QR code. Ito nasa baba natin, or go to this website, no? Fill up nyo yung form natin. And guys, again, first 30,000 entries yung mananalo ng reward. So, bilisan nyo na, last series tayo for the day. Bilisan nyo na pag-fill up para para kayo din ay manalo ng in-game rewards. Now, let's look at the highlights here for our game number 1, brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Work Auster Force, they have a Selena, and they have a Harley. Essentially, gusto nila makuha yung early game. And they did. They did so against Omega Esports kasi napakahirap naman talaga depensahan ng napakahirap dumepensa para sa Omega Esports against Work Auster Force kasi napakarami ring invasive heroes. Nandyan si Alice, nandyan si Matilda. Dagdag pa natin din yung presence ni Lapu-Lapu versus the Haret, no? So Work Auster Force dito, essentially, they had the early game already down for their lineup. But again, they have to take objectives kasi all you need to do to win games is continuously take objectives. And Omega Esports, yun yung naiintindihan nila ng sobra-sobra. They just need to protect their objectives or their towers against Work Auster Force kasi pwede naman tayo umabot ng late game, which is sila yung lamang kasi meron silang Haret, meron silang Ranger dito, and yung itemization nila will effectively reduce the impact of Work Auster Force's heroes. Nagsimula yung turnaround ng Omega Esports with this dive from Unravel. Very natural for Unravel to play aggressive against Omega Esports, and yun na-punish ng Omega. Sabi nila, tara guys, dikit-dikit na tayo, nakakakuha na, meron na tayong damage dito, ito na yung timing natin basically for Omega Esports. Even Kosei tried to fight against Omega pero hindi enough kasi yung damage out nila dito. And again, the team fight will always be in favor of Omega Esports because of the presence of Haret. Yung Zaman Force niya rito, napakalaking threat niyan for Work Auster Force. Ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, no? Yung pag-invade ng box ng Work Auster Force, it's always done by the backshot. So Work Auster Force dito, parang nararamdaman nila, pag nakita nila yung backshot, we need to back off kasi kailangan nating setupan yung team fight natin. Kailangan may tawan muna ng pana or kailangan kita natin yung heroes ng Omega. But the thing is, every single timer ng Omega Esports, no, yung Lord, paspon pa lang, 10 seconds pa lang, yung timer, pasugod na kagad si Baksha. Omega Esports, again, they feel and they realize na sila yung lamang sa late game. So they're always trying to fight against Work Auster Force. Pero syempre, nandiyan pa rin naman yung punish, no. Napakaganda pa rin actually ng timing ni Kosei on the Alice. Lagi niya nauhuli by surprise si Toshi. And kahit pa sabihin natin may purify si Toshi dito, the thing is, kailangan lang naman ma-hold down for a single or 2 seconds lang yung Haret, then kaya siyang i-burst down ng Harley. Si Kenji actually dito, no, gumagawa ng napakaraming play for Omega Esports. Kapag natatalo sila, somewhat na isi-save ni Kenji yung team fight. And this is where you see the system of Omega Esports. Willing silang i-reset yung Lord to commit for specific team fights kapag nagko-contest ang Work Auster Force. Kasi bakit nga naman makikipag-contest ka sa Work kung kaya mo naman i-reset yung Lord kasi kayo yung mas malakas sa team fight. So essentially, parang nilalabas lang nila yung Lord para mabait yung Work Auster Force lumaban ng 5v5. Then, babalikan nila yung Work Auster Force kasi it's team fight type, no? Kumbaga, yung Lord, literal na ginagawang bait lang. So, every single time, Omega Esports, ang nasa isip nila, laban. Okay? Pag nakita natin yung Work Auster Force, lalaban at lalaban tayo. And that is what happened on the last clash. And nakita nila yung minion waves pushing sa may bottom lane, tapusin na natin and ended the game against Work Auster Force. Now, the MVP of that game brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Haze on the Popper and Kupa, napakalaking punish nito against the Selena. Actually, nakita natin nung last clash, no, si RTZ, he tried to go for an aggressive play against Omega Esports. Tinamaan ng pana si Haze, pero sabi niya, ops, walang kawala. It signals or calls the reset for the Lord take ng Omega Esports to transition into team fighting against Work Auster Force. Napakaganda na pinapakita sa atin ng Omega, especially Haze, no? Knowing when to take advantage of the team fight. Kaya naman sila ang nanalo dito sa ating game number 1. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi ba ang Work Auster Force ng game number 2. So casters, back to you.
Will Work Auster Force work their way towards a Game 3, or will Omega Esports just end it all in Game 2? Let's find out as we enter Game 2 of this best-of-3 matchup of Omega Esports versus Work Auster Force. We'll be your casters for this game. My name's Suomi. Together with me is Rockhart, and we just witnessed a Game 1 where the Estes pick proved to be great. What happened in Game 1?
Well, apparently it was just an early game lineup that ran out of fuel. You know, they had a huge lead in the early game, but their potential was not completely realized because after they had the spike, they suddenly lost like 2 to 3 team fights where they almost got wiped out. So Work was not able to recover after that. It was just Omega capitalizing corner after corner after corner. Every time they see an opening, they will go for it. And that's exactly what you do against a lineup like that in the first place anyway.
Yeah, let's see what will happen in Game 2. Who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game grade with Smart, free games for all. Omega Esports, they're going to start their banning phase with a Paquito ban. Meanwhile, for work, an Eve.
Yep. As usual. Are you even surprised at this point? Seeing the Eve there. And you also have to think about the Farsa. Obviously, people love pairing those two up. Someone's gonna get jealous. So
Your team is banned.
Wait, who's that someone?
You know that Farsa's a companion is I think is her husband.
Wait, Farsa has a husband?
Yeah, the bird.
The bird. Oh wait, the bird is.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I actually haven't checked the lore.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's interesting. I'll check out the lore. But you know what's interesting here is the Diggy ban wasn't present in the first game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but now it is.
Yeah, it is absolutely. Obviously, with the Selena, Omega realized that. Oh man, that was a hard game. And bans out Selena. Yes, please do it. Please do it. That's just the easiest way to stop the early game from last game happening again.
Yeah, but let's talk about Unravel's Mathilda performance in that
Your
game.
team
I
is
feel
banning.
like the turning point for Omega Esports was when Unravel initiated a very big fight underneath the turret that gave them 4 for 0 kills. And I'm not blaming it completely on Unravel, but Unravel didn't have a big blunder in Game 1. Hopefully he has recovered for Game 2 because Work Auster Force, they're facing a potential sweep from Omega Esports.
That's the thing. I feel like I can actually count that. So many times where Unravel goes in and then realizes, wait, I'm all alone. I circling eagled into a target. I got 3 people around me. I don't blame you. I mean, that's just what we saw, right? So that just has not to happen again. That was too many.
picking.
I think that was 3 to 4 times where I saw that happen. I don't blame him. Again, before the match started earlier, we were complimenting Unravel for knowing when to go in.
Yeah.
That game was not an example of that, obviously.
Well, he did have an MVP performance on that Mathilda a few days ago, but definitely that last
Your
game
team is
wasn't
picking.
reminiscent of that Mathilda performance. But looks like Omega Esports will be the one to pick up Mathilda instead, and Work Auster Force will be forced to not use this Mathilda and go for the Jawhead
Your
instead.
team is
Jawhead
picking.
has showed a lot of good plays for the past few days, paired with the Benedetta, so immediately we're seeing a lot of potential aggressive maneuvers coming in from Work Auster Force, but they could still scale up by mid or late.
Yep. Again, you still have to think about scaling when you draft lineups like this around the Mathilda. That was something that didn't happen earlier. They were so focused on the early game, they forgot, hey, we need someone. I mean, was Stream Arteezy enough as a scaling hero? I don't think so.
Your team
Which is the
is
reason why I
picking.
really like it when teams kind of balance it out. This is, I think Omega's trying to do something similar to that with this. They got a lot of damage.
Your team is
obviously
banning.
from the Mathilda. Also, I get good damage from the Harif on the gold lane. But they need to kind of balance it out.
And balancing it out will be the task as they enter the second banning phase and the second picking phase in a few moments from now.
team is
Granger
banning.
plus the Harith. Immediately a lot of damage to pair with that Mathilda. Meanwhile, for Work Auster Force, they
Your
get the
team is
Lunox
banning.
paired with a Jawhead and the Benedetta, which means they
Right.
already have a solid anchor on the mid lane. A very safe pick. This
Your
Lunox
team
definitely
is banning.
could potentially scale up well by the mid game. We have seen our fair shares of Great Order of Brilliances that are both aggressive and defensive. So let's see if Work Auster Force could use that. But when I say both aggressive and defensive, one player comes to my mind. I think it's Kyrie,
Right.
who played
Your
a
team
great
is
Lunox game in on it.
Massive Lunox game. I mean, he wasn't even supposed to be the main carry of that game, but I think he might have went 8-0, 9-0 in that one. So very reminiscent of stuff like that from the previous games.
Yeah, and we are entering the second picking phase. A lot of support bans coming in from Work Auster Force. They're going to take out the Estes and the Rafaela, leaving only a few healing options for Omega Esports, but I feel like Omega Esports aren't even gonna go for a healing lineup anyway. But let's see, maybe this Estes and Rafaela ban is more of a we just don't want him here type of ban, and Chang'e will be the next pickup for Work Auster Force.
Now I feel like they're a little bit overboard on damage here. Right? I mean, these are heroes you pick when you want to go for the kill, and only having Unravel on the Jawhead actually is great, but this is such a squishy lineup.
Yeah, speaking of squishy, they do need someone that could potentially enter and survive in the back lines. Again, Kosei's Alice is open once again, but the problem is Omega Esports has been leaving it open on purpose for Work Auster Force to take. And Work Auster Force, will they be able to, or will they want to take this Alice once again? This Baksha pick is already a counter to that Alice healing. So let's see if they're going to go for the Alice once again. For Omega Esports though, they're going to go for the Kagura plus the Baksha. Already a solid front line on this Baksha, but almost everybody else are glass cannons.
Yep. And, oh, wow. I love this.
Hayabusa. What about it?
I mean, I love this because they're just... What's a tank? What's a frontliner even? We don't care about that. Is that edible?
Tanks?
Are tanks edible?
I don't know, man. Like,
what is this word? I am not familiar with this word.
Tanks maybe aren't in the dictionary of Work Auster
Yeah.
Force. I mean, they are the youngest team here in terms of physical age, and we do see a lot of kids in their age group not play tanks, you know?
Yeah, you know what, why
an
not?
all-assassin lineup. How about we all pick up Retribution as well? Very reminiscent of your ranked games back when you were still playing your early years in ML. But, you know, going back to the game right now, Omega Esports definitely in the driver's seat in this series. It's time to be legendary. Welcome to Game 2 between Omega Esports and Work Auster Force. This just might be a sweep if Omega Esports gets another good game before Work Auster Force. They want a Game 3.
Okay, so going for broke here? that's the term that's coming to mind here when we see the game load up, and you see that this is very interesting because we have seen some regions kind of bring out tank Lunox. It's a very high... It's a Lunox that's focused primarily on regeneration.
Wow.
I've seen that before, like way before M2. It was theorized to arrive at M2, but didn't. So I don't know, maybe they're trying to do something similar to that one. Something that can control the mid lane alongside the Jawhead of Unravel. But that is a reach. That's a reach for sure.
I mean, you'll never know. Smart Omega, very notorious in showing a lot of new things or new stuff here for MPL Season 7. They were the ones who, I wouldn't say pioneered, but the first ones to show how dominant Granger, Eve, Farsa lineup is.
That's true.
So this just might be another surprise for us. Omega, they want to go for the kill here in the series. Meanwhile, for Work Auster Force, I wonder what kind of game plan they brought here.
Just try and stabilize, I think. They just want to go for the super duper late game, stabilize until we can get itemization on Chu, itemization on RTZ, and free RTZ. Again, Benedetta with free items is quite scary already. And if you get that with your enemy only having 2 to 3 items as well, you're actually going to be in an advantage.
Yeah, and RTZ forced to flicker out. A lot of damage coming in from the Rhapsody. Death Sonata will be used to zone back out. 3 RTZ has to go back. Not yet level 4. No access to Electro Final Blow, and that was just a poking trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm quite happy to get that actually if I was Work. That just means I'm going to be forcing Omega to back off without giving any visual information about where my carries are.
Yeah, and Rival looking for Curtizi here. Goes to go with a flicker and check, and goodbye to you. First blood for the Hayabusa.
That was like
a surprise.
Oh, a surprise!
One of the more faster combos.
I didn't even see that happen. That was really quick there for Unravel.
Yeah.
Big props, and again, enables Work to go for the contest.
Yeah, but Unravel will have to make a play here. Kenji looking for 3 Martisi, already low on HP. RTZ there to provide some backline support. Hajizi will be dealing a little bit of damage from Rhapsody, and looks like Omega will be securing a better position around the turtle. Work Auster Force though, they just biding their time. They're going in. The turtle will be going to the Granger, but the kills are coming in. Baksha takes down the Jawhead, and that's a 1 kill plus the turtle going in for Omega.
Okay, that might have been an uncalled for dive there by Unravel, because turtle was already taken. Maybe didn't realize it. It was funny because from becoming one of the fastest movements in the game, he became like so sluggish in that exchange.
Yeah, maybe he just ran out of juice.
Yeah, ran out of juice for that one big play. And
perhaps he's back online, every other play. Maybe every other play would work out.
It's like a gun. Maybe he just needs to reload a little bit before he makes another big quick draw play.
And speaking of a quick draw plays, Flicker will be up in a few seconds. Might just be the time for Unravel to unravel Omega once again. And Omega will be just farming out the mid lane, and we have the turtle spawning 60 seconds from now. That's quite the long time. Let's see if Work would want to make a play.
Yeah, Hayes also has to be careful when he's trying to get those Wisp procs onto Unravel, because again, he can really do some crazy stuff. He's shown he can do it, so you gotta watch out.
Yeah, and definitely Kenji 1v1 with the Benedetta in the mid lane though. That's the Order of Brilliance forced out of the Lunox. That Sonata will not land on her, and RTZ still alive.
What I like about this is Hajizi, even though he misses some of his hits, I think he's like 2 to free at least all the time. 2 for free every time he shoots that Sonata. So that's more impressive at the same time.
He's going in for the kill, but it's a little bit too dangerous. Unravel in the bush. Zaman Force will be used. Force the flicker out for Unravel, and sadly for him, that was a defensive flicker.
Yeah, and again, Zaman Force already expended means Work can actually do some pretty good pressure on the mid lane without any problems from Toshi.
And right now, Omega will be still trailing by just a 100 gold difference, but they are definitely making the proactive plays. Work Auster Force, they're more reactive in this game, but still no clear winner.
Yeah, no clear winner. We still got Turtle going up here. Massive control coming over from Omega.
Yeah, Turtle already half HP here. Omega might just try to secure it. No steal will happen. That's the Granger securing it. Unravel getting stunned. Zaman Force used here. And the Hayabusa will take down the Mathilda. Kenji, though, is in the backside. Lunox trying to go for an Order of Brilliance here. And look at this. 3 Martisi stunned up a little bit, but Kenji, he's about to go down underneath the turret. A killing spree for the Hayabusa. 3-0 is the trade for Work Auster Force.
Yeah, cooldown there for the Umbrella actually means that Curtizi cannot go in with anything. There was no big ultimate coming in from the Kagura, and that slowed down the force here of Omega. Now they're behind on gold.
Yeah, Omega though, they did secure the turtle, but they lost 3 lives in that process. RTZ finds one. That's going to be the unstoppable force, but doesn't really get one. Kosei with a meteor shower. He's getting very low, but looks like the Order of Brilliance will save his life for now. A lot of damage on the Jawhead, and he goes down. Looks like that's a 1-for-1 for now. Actually, 1 for none. RTZ goes down. Curtizi with a yin-yang overturn to turn things around.
Umbrella plays. That's exactly what I was waiting for earlier. It just so happened that in the fight in the mid lane, they didn't actually have the cooldowns right. And now that they did, Curtizi, you saw how deadly he can be on that Kagura.
Yeah, that Kagura really dealt a lot of damage on that yin-yang overturn combo. Right now, though, Omega Esports are looking great. They have the turtles. What else could we expect?
I think I can expect Hajizi to just keep farming up on this point. He's proven that he's so scary when you face him head on, and that's something that I'm sure Work is going to avoid at all costs. Because right now, especially now that he has a turtle buff, it's going to be so much more easier. It'll be easier as well for Omega to transition into mid game.
Quick question though, how do you avoid a smart Omega that keeps forcing these scenarios with the Zaman Force? Do they have to go a very defensive position?
That's the thing. I feel like the Zaman Force placement is going to be dependent on where the Jawhead is. I think that's just what's on the mind of Toshi. It's okay for Toshi to get ejected as long as there is a Zaman Force on the ground where he's waiting for. So it's either he has to place it so far ahead, or just on a very off angle. So the timing on that ultimate is going to be so crucial.
Yeah, and speaking of timing, right now we are 6 minutes in, and Omega is behind by a few thousand gold, but Work Auster Force is still applying pressure around the map. They're starting to be more proactive. Earlier, it was Omega pulling off the stunts. But right now, Zaman Force in the top side, a 3v1. Kosei just might be in trouble here. Underneath the turret, look at the damage coming in from that Granger. That's going to be an easy kill for Omega.
It is. And there's no reaction at all for Work. They kind of just fell apart there in that call. And that was a misread on the map, obviously.
Yeah, and Kenji, though, already in a 2v1 scenario. Work Auster Force goes with a cross-map play, gets a kill of their own. 1-for-1 if you count the one in the earlier topside play. Choo, that's Sonata for ya. A little bit too spicy to take, has to back off.
That's Sonata I want to see, though. Although right now, Kenji not on the map means it's a 5v4. It's going to be big here around the turtle.
Yeah, turtle will be secured, or at least the position will be secured by Work Auster Force. In the backside, no, Electro Final Blow. That's a turtle going to the Hayabusa. And immediately, Hajizi goes down. It looks like next one will be the Harith.
Oh my gosh!
Down for Omega. That's
what a disaster!
Might just be a wipeout. Kenji has to go away, but he is so low in HP. 3 Martisi goes down, though. It's a 2v1 scenario right now. Look at the tankiness from Kenji. Stays alive, but that's a 4-for-3.
That was actually a disastrous play there. Being caught by Kenji at least on the back foot. And wow, they're all back on.
Yeah,
that was quick. What minute is it? Okay, it's not even 8 minutes. Alright, wow.
Oh, that Sonata will land a little bit. Zaman Force in the mid side. Another big fight here. But you know what? They just pull out the ultimates. A little bit of a chicken fight.
The flying brilliance orb there. Watch a replay here.
Yeah, this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only $13.999.
So as I was saying, this is a 4v5. Obviously, should have been a huge advantage for Work. But somehow I think Omega wanted to go for some cheeky play. Thought they weren't discovered on the bush. And that's when I feel like they didn't read or expect Unravel to go on the bush for the ejector. And once more, everyone just started collapsing. I don't know why they did, but everyone from Omega just wanted a piece of the pie.
Yeah, and Baksha actually in that fight, Kenji, it wasn't a 3v1 scenario for the longest time in that fight. But still, the tankiness from the Baksha just gave him a kill back, made the 4-for-2 a 4-for-3. Solid play coming in from Kenji. For Work Auster Force, do an even better job in securing the turtle and the kills. Let's see what's going to happen here in the mid side. Looks like they will not go for the fights, though. 3 Martisi will be backing off against Hoshi.
Yep, and 3 Martisi obviously is in a better position compared to where he was before. I think we should approach those 2 to 3 item break points, even though it's 9 minutes in. He did get a lot of assists and a lot of minion waves already.
And still, the mid lane turrets are very much alive here. One more hit, though, it will change for Work Auster Force. Chu might be in trouble. Kenji, it's too tanky, but he's just going to shadow out.
Of course, stickers flying off all over the map here, obviously. Chu actually, he's very reliable on the Hayabusa compared to usual Hayabusas we see.
Yeah, actually, Work Auster Force has been running this Hayabusa for several games already in MPL Season 7 and has always given them the comfort and the wins that they needed. So definitely, Chu is one of those Hayabusa players to watch out. And if you're a Hayabusa main, Chu just might be the example that you want to look at.
Yeah, because he just doesn't want to go in each and every time. He waits for the timing, he waits for the opening. That's the time you catch him, and he's going to be coming in from the shadows. He's in, he's out. It's clean, it's efficient. He's 4-1-2 right now against Omega.
Yeah, and speaking of 4-1-2, 2-1-4 is the Granger for the side of Omega. Brute Force Breastplate already out for Hajizi. This is going to be massive considering that it would block off a lot of the damage coming in from the Hayabusa and the Benedetta.
And maybe later on you can add it a little bit of wind chant there. A little bit, maybe to block off even more hits from the shadow kill. And those are just the options. You can either just go for immortality as usual. But either way, Chu's effectiveness in this game is just going to go lower and lower the more that Omega opts for team fights.
Yeah, and Omega right now They are still trailing behind Work Osterforce, but it seems like Work Osterforce can't find the big play, the big opportunity to just take over this game. It's still anybody's game at this point.
Yep, locked in there for the endless battle means that I think they're itching to fight. I feel like Work has been itching for a fight for like the past 4 minutes, but Omega just doesn't want to give any.
Yeah, RTZ in a prime spot to flank for Work Osterforce.
Oh, he spotted
Gets
out.
found out though. Unravel has to give safety.
Toshi!
Toshi just might be dead here. Zaman Force used, and he's still alive, but he finally falls down to the Hayabusa. Hayes looks to be the next target here, and they go both fall down. That's
Where's
a 2 for
Kenji?
1 for now. 3 for 1. A triple kill for the Hayabusa. Kenji still going in.
Man.
Oh man, you just said it. Work Osterforce, a 3 for 1. They're gonna go for the Lord.
Why is Kenji always just so far away? Like, this is the second time in a row already.
Well, those are questions that Omega has to answer, because right now the Lord will be going to the hands of Work Osterforce, and Work Osterforce, they're hungry for this win.
There's just gonna be more here coming in for Work with a huge wave building up already on the sides, and the mid lane is going to be the battlefield for the Lord. I feel like they will have a fun time. Although, of course...
Wait, is this a Luminous Lord? I feel like they didn't get it.
I don't feel like they did. Yeah, it's not.
Wait a minute. Why is there no damage to Kenji at all? Gosei gets immediately knocked out. And this is going to be the Zaman Force of a lifetime as the Lunox goes down once again. And Toshi is looking to be wild here. 3 Martini has to go away. Electo final blow plus eye for an eye will be used defensively. And Toshi, what a great play.
I mean, wow. You're right. What happened to Kenji there? Sturdy as a tank. Hayes also securing dominance ice. Like, the itemization here is just so curious.
Yeah, and Omega right now, they did pull out a great play there, but surprisingly enough, Work Osterforce is ahead by gold.
And despite that, of course, Omega still is... they got some grounds to cover up here in terms of items. So you gotta watch out for this team fight. There's still some good potential coming in for Team RTZ. Chu on the back as well.
Unravel looking for someone to eject. Chu in a prime spot to flank here, and the flank goes in. The Zaman Force goes out, and the Benedetta will secure the Mathilda. Looks like Omega will be falling down one by one. That's the Granger out, and the Harith as well. And this is just going wild for Work Osterforce. Kenji the only man alive, and it's gonna be a wipeout, boys. Work Osterforce go 5-4-1.
That is just... it's so beautiful to watch Work dive here. They know exactly what they want to do. They know their roles when they engage the fight. And it is just like clockwork. It's like watching dancers on the field.
Yeah, and it looks like they're gonna dance their way to that bottom lane. Curteasy 2 seconds, Toshi 5 seconds. They're gonna go for the end here. Hayes, shadow kill won't be enough. They're gonna go back to minions. They're gonna focus on the base. Will the base enough? It's gonna be too late. Zaman Force is there. They're clearing out Work Auster for Curteasy 6.
Oh my god!
It's complete, baby. Omega defends the base.
It was right there. Oh my gosh!
Oh man.
One more hit!
That's literally the same thing that happened to our first match where Blacklist almost lost. But looks like Omega was able to defend.
Though.
They're gonna go for the base.
Look at the base.
10 seconds on Work Osterforce. 7 seconds on Unravel. Kenji tanking a lot of damage. The minions are still alive. They're gonna go for the base. Zaman Force is there. They're gonna go for the base. The complete turnaround. Smart Omega for the sweep.
I can't believe what I just saw. I can't believe what I just saw.
Okay. Woo! Alright. Okay. 2-0 for Smart Omega. What a game.
No one expected that to happen that fast. Oh my gosh.
What a game that was. Smart Omega sweeping Work Osterforce, and Work Osterforce literally inches away from that win.
Alright, again, that game-winning moment was brought to you by Head and Shoulders, Dadder-free and itch-free, and now must be nabango pa. I was...
Man, we didn't even see the winning moment. Everyone's shocked. I just have to say, for everyone watching right now on their screens, if you are watching MPL Philippines live in this arena now, everyone is shocked.
Everyone doesn't know what... Everyone is like, what happened, guys?
Yeah, what happened? You know what? Midnight has Midnight, you better have answers for us. Midnight will be analyzing what happened in that fight. So Midnight, take it away.
Grabe, are you not entertained? It came down to a single play for both teams. They played out their best, but talagang isa lang mananalo dun sa game na yon. Once again, welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight and ating i-breakdown kung paano nakabawi ang Omega Esports. Tignan muna natin yung post-game stats natin na hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Ang ganda na pinakita sa atin actually ng work Auster Force. On the back of Chu's Hayabusa and Unravel's Jawhead, sila talaga yung nagdidictate ng momentum eh. Sila yung kumbaga nagpapahirap sa buhay ng Omega Esports. Omega Esports even needed to adjust how they want to play this match. Pero it came down to a single play by both teams. Work Auster Force, they thought na kaya nilang i-end. Pero pag tinignan kasi natin, yung itemization ng mga players natin dito, no? Crucial actually yung mga items ng Hayabusa at pati na rin si Benedetta. At that single moment, may Maleficor na si MRTZ. So yung idea is enough actually para tapusin yung base ng Omega Esports. Pero fortunately for Omega Esports kasi nabuhay si Hayes. And he protected the base of Omega Esports. Then Toshi respond. Grabe, tingnan nyo to guys. Bumili din ng Maleficor. Si Toshi, sabi niya, guys, tapusin na natin to. Rekta tayo lahat ng base, and Omega Esports came down with the winning play. Small clutch lang, mga small clutch for both teams lang. Kinulang lang talaga for the side of Work Auster Force. Makikita natin yan sa ating highlights, pero bago lahat, kung hindi pa kayo nakakapag-fill up ng form natin, check nyo na yung QR code natin, scan nyo na yan, and puntahan nyo na rin yung website to fill up the form. And again guys, first 30,000 entries, yung tatanggapin natin for a chance to win an in-game reward of a skin worth 599 diamonds. So again, fill up nyo na yung form, baka hindi pa kompleto yung 30,000, malay nyo, 29,999 ngayon pa lang, so may chance ka pa manalo ng rewards. Ngayon tingnan natin yung highlights ng ating game brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Again, napakaganda ng pinakitang performance sa atin ng Work Auster Force. On the back of Chu and Unravel, yung mga plays ng Jawhead natin, no, yung tinatapon pabalik ng biglaan, nag-ejector into flicker para hindi makareact kagad yung Omega Esports. And ang dami rin kasing ang dami rin clutch plays. Even RTZ waiting behind the lines of Omega Esports para makakuha sila ng snipe. And frankly speaking, Omega Esports kasi dito medyo isolated yung mga heroes nila, no? They do their own thing. If they want to protect, they protect. If they want to play aggressive, they play aggressive. So napapunish yan ng Work Auster Force. Kurt Easy had a good play right there para sa Omega Esports na nakuha niya yung kill kay Lunox and he was heavily punished. RTZ was heavily punished. Pero again, Work Auster Force, sila yung nagdidictate ng tempo. Sila yung nagdidictate kung saan yung pressure na kailangan i-address ng Omega Esports. In turn, sila dapat may karapatan pagdating sa mga objectives. And once again, makikita natin dito, Unravel with the play of the ejector into flicker. Natapon kagad si Haji, hindi nakapag-react. Even though meron siyang defensive items dito, no, in the form of the brute force, hindi enough yun to sustain against the full damage capacity of Work Auster Force. Actually, this time around, dapat nag-reset na sila. They tried to take down the back shot and ang napahamak pa rito si MRTZ. This makes the game for Omega Esports more breathable. Kumbaga, mas makakahinga sila kasi kahit pa paano, nakakuha sila ng kill kay MRTZ and makakapag-reset yung game. Work Auster Force, again, still, they had a lot of plays under their own bag, no? Lagi silang nakakakuha ng sandwich play against Omega Esports, no? Naiipit sa behind at sa harap. Yung front and back ng Omega Esports, hinaharang ng Jawhead at hinaharang ng Hayabusa. At Omega Esports, may mga teamfight pa rin naman sila, no? Kayang-kaya pa rin naman nila labanan yung Work Auster Force with the Harit. Yung Zaman Force, napakalaking presence pa rin yan pagdating sa teamfight. Pero when it comes to pick-offs, superior actually yung lineup ng Work Auster Force and yung damage output, no? Do take note that they have a Benedetta as well. MRTZ plays a big part on these fights kasi yung spill damage niya kapag nagdidikit-dikit yung Omega ay hindi kayang i-sustain ng Omega Esports yan. Si Baxia lang actually yung kayang tumangkay ng damage ng Work Auster Force. They got a wipe and they thought kaya nilang i-end. And ito yung play na sinasabi natin kanina. Siguro kung tinira na lang din ni RTZ, no, yung tower, or kung may isa pang Malefic Roar, this could have ended really great for Work Auster Force. Pero Omega Esports, once na nag-respond na si Toshi, immediately using the Zaman Force to clear out the remaining minion waves, and they secured a wipe as well. Well, actually hindi naman wipe, nandiyan pa si Kosei, pero they secured the objectives here for Omega Esports, then the Malefic purchase para lang ma-make sure nila na matatapos sila yung game before the minion waves are gone. And Omega Esports took the series 2-0 against Work Auster Force on the back of the MVP of our match, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Kurt TZ on the Kagura. Dagdag teamfight aspect to for Omega Esports. Hindi lang yung Harit yung naging problema ng Work Auster Force, pati na rin si Kurt TZ on this Kagura. Kill participation of 73%, KDA of 447, damage dealt of 35,195. They used the Kagura to its maximum potential. Actually, na-delay nila yung game ng Work Auster Force. Kapag nandun si Kurt TZ, lagi sila nakakahanap ng punish, and that's how they ended the game against Work Auster Force. Napakalupit ng mga games natin, and that is it for the breakdown. Game number 2 and the last series of the day. Pasa natin kayo sa ating mga casters.
Inches away from victory in Work Auster Force. It was too close for comfort for Smart Omega, but they still found the victory. Omega Esports rather, they did the correct choices. What was the turning point in that game 2?
Obviously, it came down to the timings, obviously, and knowing when you have to really commit. Work was great in finding team fights. It's just that the follow through, man, the ending, they didn't know how to decide. They didn't know what to do when the team fights don't go in their way, and that is how Omega actually was able to eke out that big one-time GG push.
Man, the comeback is real for Omega Esports, and they just went for it. The moment they smelled blood, they ended the game, and now they get 3 points out of Work Auster Force. This is going to be a massive push for Smart Omega, and Work Auster Force lost out the opportunity to get at least 1 point in this match. And MPL Philippines is looking to be a very hot week this week. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. This has been a very spicy series for everyone here. We have been your shoutcasters for this best, or one of the best series right now. Names to me together with me is Rockhart, and we will be throwing you over to the post show.
What a day it has been today. You're still watching MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Kung hindi kayo nanalo sa ating mythical raffle draw kanina, may pag-asa pa rin kayong manalo ng mga in-game prizes. Scan this QR code right over here para sagutin ang ating mga katanungan. Super easy peasy lang para sa inyong lahat. Kung kayo talaga ay nanonood ng MPL, makukuha nyo to. At meron din tayong live watching rewards. Scan this new code right here. First 30,000 every game day mananalo ng ating treasure chest. Pagbukas nyo doon, magugulat kayo. And I'm gonna say, hindi lang siya short horn. Marami dong magagandang papremyo tulad ng mga diamantes and skins. Balikan natin ang ating mga laban ngayong araw na to. Ito ang araw na full of sweep 2-0. Kaya maaga natapos itong laban natin. Papakita namin sa inyo ang mga resulta ngayong araw. Blacklist International na sweep ang Cignal, at itong Bren Esports na sweep din ng LPE. And finally sa ating huling serye, Omega ang ganda na ipinakita at na sweep itong Work Auster Force. Nandito natin kasama sa ating panel, Midnight and Leo.
Nice to be back.
Ako na naman.
Oo nga eh. Bilis mo.
Ako na naman.
Bilis ah.
Feeling ko, wag kayo magsawa.
Today is a day of sweeps, and I think this just shows that if you give a team the momentum and you allow them to find their footing, their groove, talagang ita-take advantage nila yan. And that's true especially for our last matchup, Omega versus Work Auster Force.
Yeah.
Medyo nabitin ako dun sa last moments. As in, tapos, tapos.
Pero alam mo, again yung ako kasi tingin ko, di talaga mag-2-0 tong series na to. Pero it looked like it, diba? Na Work Auster Force actually nag-dictate ng game number 2. It's just that it came down to a single play.
One moment.
Oo, isang one hit na lang.
Napaka-importante talaga itong 2-0 sweep ngayong araw. Dahil 3 points ka agad na makukuha ng mga winning teams for today. Work Auster Force still at number 1 at 16 points, followed by Aura. Itong Bren, tignan nyo, umakyat sa standings now at the number 3 spot. Etong Onyx naman bumaba sa number 4. Kakakayat nga lang nila At Cignal at number 5 still needs to get a win para naman sa Group B. Blacklist International, look at that! 18 points, still undefeated. Omega sitting at the number 2 spot para sa Group B, and XP sitting at the 3rd spot, followed by Exe and LPE. Meron ba tayong mga sorpresa na naganap dito? Ang bilis umakyat at ang bilis bumaba, no?
Actually, hindi surprise, pero more of a scary moment for teams, especially Cignal Ultra and LPE. Ito yung moment na, although nasa kalagitnaan pa lang naman tayo ng regular season, ito yung linggo na masasabi mo na kailangan na talaga din na mag-step up. There's no space left anymore for these teams to lose kahit isang series lang, di ba? Kahit isang series lang dapat manalo sila, kahit 2-1-1 lang.
Yeah, this is the week of final wake-up calls. Realistically speaking, kasi kung magka-wake up call ka pa week 7, that's not a good idea. So yeah, again, this day of sweeps, the teams that did lose, Cignal Ultra, LPE, Auster Force, this is a day of reality check. Na na-servan sila ng reality check. And I think for some of them, they can afford it. For some, talaga kailangan double time.
Meron din tayong manlalaro na talagang nag-double time at overtime ngayong linggo. It's time to announce MVP of the Week. Kyrie mula sa Onyx-PH. Onyx-PH entered Week 4 with a 2-2 record but will end it at 4-2 after big victories over Cignal Ultra and Bren Esports. And yung mid laner nila na si Kyrie is a big reason for that. After dropping Game 1 to Cignal, Kyrie's Lunox and Selena were crucial in helping Onyx complete a reverse sweep victory. And against Bren, his Even Harris combined for 8 kills and 18 assists in 2 games to help his team repeat over the defending champions. Now for these performances, Kyrie is our Player of the Week.
Yep. Pumasok yung Onyx-PH in this regular season na parang may slump sila, no? Napag-usapan na natin ito before. And there were some changes. Si Hate binalik sa jungle and si Kyrie nirotate towards the support. Siyempre, it raised a lot of questions, no? Can Hate be as consistent as Kyrie when he was playing the jungler role? And can Kyrie play the support role? And nakita naman natin previous weeks natin that he can definitely play the support role. Pero this week, siya yung literal na step up na parang consistent na nga, magaling na nga si Kyrie, lalo pang mag-step up. Who would have thought, di ba? Onyx-PH will be playing once again the support Harem. And it worked. So they deserve all the praises that they're getting right now, especially Kyrie.
Yeah, the future is here, ika nga. And I'm so proud of how Kyrie has gone from his debut in Season 6 as full clip, now as a part of Onyx Philippines. Ngayon ko lang napansin, sobrang lalim na pala ng hero pool ng batang to. At first, I thought it was just like the Selena, Sure, the Lunox, the Kagura, the Eve, the Harith. I just said all of these heroes and I'm not done. Diba? Ganun kalakas, ganun kagaling si Kyrie so far. And I don't think Onyx Philippines would be neck and neck with our world champions in Group A without his performance.
Yeah, and honestly, it's much more scarier kasi considering week number 4, it opened up more kasi they play Harith, di ba?
This is the game where he stole that Lord.
Yung Flame Shot. Flame Shot, Lightning Truncheon, proc.
It was the proc of the passive, the second skill, not the Flame Shot. Ibang sumalo. Ayan, ito, yun.
Actually, hindi pa yun. Sa later parts of the game pa yun. Pero, ang maganda kasi dito is that, again, yun ba yun? Ito yun. Boom!
Pa! Kasalin na ako, boy.
Flame Shot.
Pero yung payong yun.
Yes.
Passive, passive.
I feel like it's the Lightning Truncheon.
Yeah. Crazy.
Pero yun yung nakakatakot sa mga ganitong klaseng player. They're mechanically sound and they're able to pull off plays like this. And the thing is, again, sabi ko kanina, week number 4 pa lang, it opened up more opportunities for Onyx to explore kasi they play support course na nagta-transition towards the late game, di ba? Harith, number 1 pa lang yan. We can expect more from Onyx-PH week 5 onwards.
Yep, and the thing is, Kyrie's so young. He's still gonna develop. Again, people asked me last night, when can you say, Coach Leo, na hit na ng isang player ang kanyang mechanical ceiling? Sabi ko, tingnan mo si Kyrie, malayo pa siya.
Malayo pa.
Madami pang igagaling tong batang to.
Yep.
Kyrie making some noise. Congratulations for being hailed MVP of the Week. Maraming magandang bakbakan na naganap ngayong araw na to, kaya babalikan natin yan sa ating Top 5 Plays of the Week. Eto na ang Smart Top 5 Plays of the Game. Number 5.
This is Cignal versus Blacklist. This is game 2, wherein kamunti ka na ang Blacklist. They were going for a siege ball, but hold up, papasok dito, mambibigla ang Blacklist. And this is the start I believe, of the comeback. And there you go, hahabulin nila si Aquaboy, mapapatay nila. Slowly, it'll turn into a wipeout. Number 4.
Yeah, this is, again, Cignal versus Blacklist, game number 1. I believe, ito yung game na talaga nag-dominate yung Blacklist International. There was one play from Cignal Ultra na na-secure nila yung 2 kills. No? The only 2 kills that they got on the game. Pero, considering that they lineup, it's hard to pull off that.
This is number 3, LPE versus Bren. Check this out. Bren nagsiset up. Napakalupit ito. Pero airstrike sisimulan. Tapos, papasok siya doon sa likod. But, may bawi. Ito yung bawi ng LPE.
Oo. Pero alam mo, Bren Esports, alam kasi nila yung spacing ng heroes nila. They group up to fight against LPE kasi alam nila kulang pa yung damage. And Flak TZ all throughout this game just sustain the damage of LPE kaya effectively na team wipe nila. Kasi kulang talaga eh. And that's the thing that you do. If walang damage ka lang yung kalaban mo, just group up.
Yep, ganda sana nung start. Pero yun nga, in the end, Jake the Dog, as nice as it was for his Harris, Bren Esports, sila ang nanaig.
Yeah. Number 2, Cignal versus Blacklist pa din, no? Actually, sobrang dami kasi talagang highlights dito
moments
sa game na to. I want to commend Edward this time around, yung paglabas ng minion wave, no? Around 10-11, using the ultimate kagad. Just to make sure na mauubos yung wave. Pero Eson, look at this. Backline assassination. Although nakapagano naman, no? Nakalayo naman yung ibang heroes. But it started the end. No, lupit. It started the end for Cignal Ultra and Blacklist International. After that, they were just all out for the team fight. Oheb, ganda nung play. Truncheon inside the base of Cignal Ultra. Si Yuzong na kasi nakalabas. So sabi niya, Oheb, akin yung tatlo sa likod.
Yep. Very hard for Cignal Ultra to answer back. And eventually, this was going to lead to the end. And at least, it did not reach the 20 minutes mark. Kasi kung hindi, parehong nahirapan tong teams na to. And number 1, from the just recently concluded Work versus Omega matchup. Check this out. This is game number 2. Look at Kosei laying down the damage. Papasok si Chu. And they are going to lead this into an all-in attack. Papasok. 3 Martizi dealing so much damage into the backline. Maaga lang natanggal si Hajizi. Tapos sunod-sunod na siya. And ito yung sabi ko, off-air sabi ko, pag ito si Kenji nabuhay pa, ewan ko na lang.
Sagad din, no? Oo. Actually, may moment kanina eh, nabuhay siya. This time around, hindi siya nabuhay. Pero again, after that sandwich play from Work Auster Force, actually, pinag-usapan natin to. Feeling natin kaya. And most likely, kaya talaga. Pero there were some decisions here and there, no, na parang may hesitation ng konti, yung Work Auster Force. And it led to this unbelievable moment na hindi naging enough yung pag-takedown nila ng base ng Omega Esports and now wipe yung 4 na heroes na nasa base ng Work Auster Force. So an amazing play from Work Auster Force turned to the advantage of Omega Esports. Si Hayes lang kasi yung naiwan dun eh. Si Hayes lang yung natira nag-defend. Pero he was able to delay the push of Work Auster Force. Umabot si Toshi, used the Zaman Force to dissuade the heroes of Work Auster Force even further na hindi nila matake yung base. And then one Chrono Dash Synchrofusion and naubos yung minion wave.
Yep, and then it just led to this. Again, that's all she wrote. Roll in, flicker out si Genji, nanti-TikTok pa. But again, there is now a decision that was made here. Apparently, si Kosei, clear niya yung purple ng Omega. Which maybe, in the end, you should have just saved the meteor shower for the waves.
Actually, that's very crucial, no? Not having the meteor shower to defend against Omega. And ang lupit din kasi nung yung huling Maleficor na pagbili ni,
to be
ni
fair,
Toshi on the Harris.
3-day break muna tayo mga Lods, pero magbabalik ang MPL this coming Thursday, April 29. At ito na ang mga laban na kailangan nyo talagang abangan. At dapat tumutok lang palagi tayo sa ating mga favorite teams. Let's keep on supporting them. For next week, we have another triple header starting on Thursday. Meron tayong Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Pero ito talaga, can you imagine, tapos na ang ating game week for this week. Mamimiss ko kayo.
Week 5 pa tayo magkikita ulit.
Let's go!
And this is our schedule. Mag-open ang week natin next week with Cignal versus LPE. Susunod dyan, take a look at this. Bren kontra sa Blacklist International, and finally Onyx versus Exe. Ano ba dapat yun ang dapat abangan? Itong Cignal versus LPE, they both want to climb up the standings.
Actually, feeling ko yun yung pinaka-critical. No? Kasi after that series, magkakaalaman na eh. Alam na natin itsura ng standings, alam natin kung nasan si LPE ngayon, alam natin kung nasan si Cignal ngayon. After that series, we have an image of who's gonna be suffering by week 8.
Yeah, again, this is our last reality check week. Ito yung last na reasonable wake-up call. And between these two teams, week 5, kung hindi nyo pa na-reach yung full potential ninyo, mahihirapan kayo lalo to make it into the playoffs.
Mga Lods, let's end the next week together at sama-sama din natin umpisahan ang buwan ng Mayo. Kaya tutok lang sa inyong paboritong liga, ang MPL Philippines. At sa ngala ng ating hardworking production staff, ang ating mga shoutcasters sa English and Tagalog version, taus-puso po kami nagpapasalamat sa pagsuporta sa MPL Philippines at sana po manatili tayong lahat na ligtas. At paalala lang mga Lords, as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Dito po nagtatapos ang ating Game Week D3. Now, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Be safe, everyone. Keep it good vibes. See you next week.
Hi, happy to be here.
Hi guys! Hi Madam Mara and hi Sir Wolf, and this is Ome Venus, the mid laner and the captain of Blacklist International.
Bakit ang pogi mo, Chakno?
Nag-skincare na ngayon to.
Bakit sila V-Wise? Anong tungkol sa meta nila na talaga na-amaze ka?
Sila nag-iba ng meta ng ranking. I mean, sa MPL mismo.
Paano nga ba kayo mag-care for each other? Lalo na outside of the game.
Normal lang, yung normal na kamustahan lang, yung how was your day? Miami!
Oh, no!
Ano ang pinaka-bad habit ni Curtizi?
Di siya naligo.
Wow!
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season, we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together,